Well, good morning, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon here as we are tracking some thunderstorms into Arkansas and a severe weather threat that does extend into the northwest portion of Mississippi. We do expect to have additional severe thunderstorm warnings and maybe even tornado warnings as we progress throughout the day. Still very early on. This is not going to be a live stream that starts now and goes all day long. This is going to be kind of, I guess, more in line with from time to time where we have these kind of behind the scenes sort of discussions where I'd sit in a white t-shirt at home. The difference is I can get in a suit and still do this with all the toys at home. So we'll kind of walk through that. I'm going to try to, have the chat up. I'm not going to keep it up nonstop here, but we're going to have it up from time to time. As you can see, still have some of the comments back and forth on that from last night on this here. So we will be talking through a bunch of different things here over the next little bit, but I appreciate everyone for coming alongside us with this, including all of our various sponsors, Mama Justice, Doppler Radar, the folks at Room to Room Furniture, our Weather Center sponsor, and, so many other people that make it possible for us to do what we're doing here. I mention all those folks because without them, we could not do this because all this costs money. Okay, so we'll wait for again some more folks here to come online with our discussion, but we have a line of severe thunderstorms back out into Arkansas. You can see tons of lightning with this line of storms. It's kind of in its weaker phase now. It will spike back up in intensity as we progress into and through today. The county's in green, and I'll be honest, I've had green for severe thunderstorm watches and blue for tornado watches since I came to Mississippi. I might end up tweaking the colors on here. There's some colors that might work a little bit better. So if that gets confusing as we go through spring, I apologize for that. But I think I might end up tweaking the colors on these just a little bit because to try to standardize, I'm still debating on that. Either way, Lafayette County, Tippah County, back toward Alcorn, Benton, Marshall, Tate, DeSoto, Panola, Quitman, Tunica, Coahoma, Bolivar, Washington, and Sunflower counties, all under a severe thunderstorm watch until 2 p.m. What we expect to happen is obviously storms in this area here, but then those expand eastward as we progress into the afternoon. So more locations will be put under watches eventually. It's just too early at 9 o'clock in the morning to have everybody under those sorts of advisories, those sorts of watches. So that's why it's not the case at this point. The severe thunderstorms with this, I'm going to have to take off. You can see just tons and tons of lightning. I'm going to pull off the lightning because it's hard to see through all the lightning there. Up near north of Jonesboro, Arkansas, where those storms are a little stronger at this time. And we're going to kind of walk through everything we expect with this here in the next few minutes. But as you can see, kind of the leading edge of what is largely well below severe thunderstorms up here, Millington, Tennessee, stretching back out toward Clarendon, Arkansas, and Stuttgart and DeWitt. We're kind of in the lull on this. It should ramp back up as we go into the afternoons. We kind of engage and bring in a little bit more heating with this. One of the many ways in which we kind of assess that is using our visible satellite picture. It gives us an idea of kind of how much cloud cover there's out there, how much sunshine, maybe just as importantly, we are seeing on this. I'm going to make this a slower loop, and I'm going to force this to go into our kind of meso mode, which if I choose the right one of these, there we go. You can kind of see lots of different stuff sort of developing. And then fastest, yeah. Okay, so you'll notice kind of all the clear skies we have here into Mississippi. That's largely what this is. I want to see if I can tweak. Can I make this a little brighter? I'll tweak our color table here. There we go. That lights up a little bit better. So these ripples that you see down toward Kosciuszko, there are little waves of energy moving northward, but this is that lower level moisture moving northward as well that's going to feed into these thunderstorms. And so we expect additional strengthening of thunderstorms as we progress into and through today. As that moisture just continues to kind of flow freely out of the Gulf of Mexico. You can also see kind of that general convergence up here, which is the reason why in this zone, Oxford to Tupelo to Amory, south and west, is where we expect we're probably going to end up seeing some of our most significant chances for maybe some strong wind gusts. I'd say that's the main impact out of this. Our severe risk for today does include all locations here in North Mississippi under a level 2 out of 5 severe weather risk. The thinking is that from time to time we could potentially have, in particular, damaging wind gusts that exceed 60 miles per hour. And as we've talked a lot about the last couple of days here, one of our concerns in the wind gust potential in particular is just the dangling leftover limbs that are still up there that have not been fully trimmed away, or trees that were damaged from the recent ice storm. And so obviously, in the ice storm area is where we're most likely to kind of have some of those issues. Generally in, this zone here back to the west. And my part in Arkansas isn't the most perfect on this. I did not pay as close attention to the spots back there. But if you're kind of in this blue zone, it's not going to necessarily take 70-mile-per-hour winds to cause some issues. In 40-mile-per-hour winds, we're going to do that just because of trees that were already damaged and had wind and branches and things like that kind of dangling from it. So we look at the wind zone there. That's, I think, an extenuating circumstance to keep in mind. As we look at the severe risks, there is a tornado risk for today, level 1 out of 5. And we show you these different risk levels. That comes back to the number of reports. Give me a moment. Excuse me. Apparently my breakfast granola bar is going to haunt me for a little bit here. But the tornado risk today is not particularly high. Now, you'll notice that the Storm Prediction Center trimmed this back westward. Honestly, overnight, I left out the different risk criteria on my overnight post because I didn't agree with the Storm Prediction Center. They completely eliminated the tornado risk. They added it back in this morning. I agree with that. I think we have a limited tornado risk, and I think they just as easily could have extended this perhaps just a little bit farther east from where they had this as well. But again, that's as we talked about last night at 10 o'clock, you could argue maybe arguing some balls and strikes. You might come just a little bit farther east. Either way, that risk is there to possibly see a few rotating thunderstorms that try to produce tornadoes. I honestly think rotation will probably be a little more effective today at producing, honestly, some hail. I think that hail risk, again, brought to you by True Shield Roofing, does include all locations in that level 1. Again, this comes down to the number of reports. We don't expect to have a ton of reports of hail, but we will have some large hail with this as these storms move in. And we'll look at that with triple threat coming up here in a couple minutes. Another thing I want to show you on this, and this is kind of one of the many factors as I'm assessing this and as we're talking about this, the measure of moisture based on the same scale as the temperature, the dew point here, we put it on the latest time period where we do show some of those kind of purple sort of colors. That's where we have dew points up around the 70-degree point. That's kind of my threshold when we're looking at this. We go, okay, our tornado's on the table. If we have dew points at 70s and at least generally some upper level winds, it's like, okay, we're going to have to circle that day. We're going to have to come back and kind of reassess what's possible out of this. And so with dew points fairly high out there, that is one of those signs that we very well could be talking about, again, that kind of weather, because we have that moisture all kind of converging northward, kind of working its way northward. And so there's going to be some location here where, perhaps we have just everything at just the right spot to get storms merging in. And then that's where we could potentially have, a tornado threat to go along with it. So we're hoping that's not the case, but that is certainly, I'd say, a possibility. Not necessarily a probability, we'll say a possibility at this point here. But the moisture is fairly well there. And when we look at temperatures, it's the combination of that moisture and the warmer temperatures that kind of impacts it. And you can see our front back north and west with the coldest air lingering behind kind of the leading edge of that there. But I don't think we really tap into super cold air with this. That's why the threat does continue into the extended forecast as well. In particular, we start talking about severe weather risk. Here's today's severe weather risk. Tomorrow's non-factor for us. Monday, we do have a level 1 out of 5 severe weather risk. And I think hail, the main reason this has been put into place, does include, as you can see, about 2/3 of the area. My more significant concern, not for Tuesday, that's back to the west of us. But by Wednesday, we are kind of in the zone here. We've been talking about Wednesday last 3 or 4 days as a time period where all the components could come into place for a more significant severe weather threat. We only do level 2 severe weather risks on day 5, which is what Wednesday technically is. If today is day 1, Wednesday'd be day 5, so 4 days from now. 2 or higher severe weather risks when we start talking that far out. So we do expect a greater risk area and a larger concentration of reports by the middle of next week. Before we talk so much about today, while we have your attention, while we're talking about this, I just want to be clear. Next Wednesday, middle of next week, we're more likely to see damaging winds. We're more likely to see tornadoes. We're more likely to see large hail than what we have with this weekend's threat. So let's keep that in mind as kind of a broader scale, kind of where everything is going here. And the last thing I'll hit before we kind of really dig into all of our our model and model data and stuff like that, is that very, very heavy rainfall possible out of this. Some of the rainfall totals, I'll use probably some of the national maps here, the last 24 hours. You can see some of those stripes back to the west where you have some oranges there. That'd be 4 more inches of rainfall for some locations that direction. I think by the time these thunderstorms move in here, pretty hefty rainfall totals are possible as well. Over the next 24 hours, conservatively, 2 inches or so possible in some spots. That threat gradually shifting east of us after that, with kind of accumulated totals next 3 days, where you see some of the yellows on there on a fairly widespread scale. We're looking at spots 2.5 inches of rain possible out of this system. If I were to use really fine scale, high resolution modeling, those numbers would be higher than that as well. So we're going to be watching that obviously closely with the flooding rainfall potential out of this system as well. Okay, so let's now walk through some of our model projections. I had that on 7-day forecast from when I was putting the update together a minute ago here. First and foremost, again, this graphic, I have not changed anything from yesterday. I still think this is largely the same thought process as yesterday. A couple of spin-up tornadoes, a possibility today. Sporadic wind gusts, the most likely issue we see, but there will be some large hail reports, and flash flooding is our greatest confidence threat just because we have so much moisture to work off of with this storm system. So expecting there to be some issues related to that. Our forecast hour by hour as we go through today and into the afternoon will continue to have some of those chances for thunderstorms all the way through, I think, probably mid-afternoon to early evening, kind of our peak coverage, probably somewhere in the mid-afternoon. And damaging wind gusts, again, the main impact, some rotating thunderstorms could briefly produce tornadoes. We'll look at triple threat, we'll look at storm finder, we'll look at all the things. We'll hopefully answer all the questions here in a few minutes. 65 by 8 p.m., we're past the peak by that point in time. So next few hours when things are the most likely. So I'm gonna take this out of play mode here for a moment, and I'm gonna have to do that thing where I kind of edit the graphics while we're talking about it. So give me a moment to kind of back the timing up on this here. So I take that back to current time, let's say local time when played. So here's about where our projections have our storms right now. Okay, so this shows on our HRRR model here from Little Rock back up there toward Jonesboro, right? Keep that in mind. The heaviest, it shows Little Rock, maybe a couple Stuttgart toward Jonesboro. It has some near the Mississippi River, it has those weaker. So we're going to do what we refer to as I can't even remember what specific I was going to say. Basically, we're going to correlate to see how the model is playing right now. Is it accurate on its position? So I'd say it's a little bit too far west. So it's no giant shock here, but we show from Stuttgart back to Wynne. So that's about right. Up there to Thurman, which is, again, closer there to the Jonesboro, a little east of Jonesboro. So that is... Can I put that on there? Fairly close, but I'd say still a little bit too far west. So with that in mind, give me a moment to adjust our model. We're going to just kind of adjust the whole thing east to get it about the right spot. I'd say that's closer to correct. So that will hopefully allow us to, adjust things along the timing thought process as well. So you can see still obviously now to the west of us. As we go throughout the next couple of hours here, we're going to have some of these thunderstorms developing back down there into the delta. Let's look and check and see if we have anything in there, because it shows that we should have some down that direction right now. We don't. I can kind of see some of the green there where storms are looking a little bit more like they're trying to get going. Let's go back to that satellite picture. I can kind of see these getting a little bit brighter. We start getting these brighter cloud tops, one of those signs of kind of what we're looking at there. Make that a little brighter so you can see it. So this is the zone where some of those thunderstorms are going to develop and start working their way toward Greenville, Cleveland, kind of up your direction over the next few hours here. That's the zone we're kind of watching for those thunderstorms to build in. So back again here to the model right there, we're kind of have my so this shows those are a little ahead on their development of where they are right now. So let's kind of walk hour by hour through this here. A moment. And play that. Okay, so a greater quantity of those by 10 o'clock in the morning. Current time is, we are sitting at 9:30. I think this is overdone. The positioning up here toward Memphis also, now that I've adjusted it forward, might end up being a little bit fast, but we do have this line of thunderstorms, primarily wind, which means primarily severe thunderstorm warnings, but it's not impossible to get a little bit of rotation on some of these thunderstorms here as well. Now notice they all kind of strengthen by around noontime. We show by noontime, again, assuming that eastward adjustment is accurate. We might have gone a little too far east with that, but you do start to see some of the darker areas like Jackson, Tennessee, up here closer to Senatobia, out close to Clarksdale and Cleveland, where those thunderstorms have some of the darker reds indicating heavier rain, indicating stronger thunderstorms there. So those are the spots we're kind of looking at that. I have to adjust some here behind the scenes, get that angle a little better so I can see our chat with the National Weather Service, and I can also see what you're looking at as well. And again, you can join the conversation here as a lot of folks, again, asking some questions there to my right about different things there. We're going to talk about specific spots and things in the next few minutes. So yeah, the what about Amory, different other locations. We'll talk a lot about that here. Appreciate y'all watching from Pickwick and all here across the northern part of Mississippi as we kind of walk through this discussion. And again, appreciate our sponsors. You can see down there in the corner, North Mississippi Health System sponsoring our 24-hour channel, and all the different folks like Northeast that have been with us kind of since the beginning there. If you watch us on Facebook, now is the time. Let's have this, put this up here for just a moment. I'll kind of bring it back to the regular shot for just a second. But now is the time. You need to make sure you download our Mississippi Live Weather app. It is the easiest way to get our alerts. It is free. And if we are live, it's as simple as opening up the app. Every time I do this, by the way, there's green on here, so it's not going to look right. Anyway, you tap on the app. It'll take a second to load. That doesn't usually take that long. And then right there at the top, you can see me and our live video like we're talking right now. So it's that easy to find out if we're live. If we're live, it's always right there on the app. Free and available for all your different devices, has alerts and everything else to go along with it. So I'll leave that QR code up here for a moment, and we will kind of talk through this timing a little bit more. So hopefully the positioning is okay on where we have it here. As we go toward, say, 1 o'clock or so, I do show along this line a few bowing segments where you see kind of this sort of arch sort of shape there from Parsons down towards Savannah, Tennessee. And another one closer to Oxford. These would be spots where, again, some damaging wind gusts possible as these kind of push eastward quickly. My concern comes from any of these thunderstorms we have merging in, like these back toward the Chula area. As these merge into our main line, sometimes you get, for the development of storms, beneficial rotation, that then is kind of a constructive, that's what I'm looking for, constructive interference that can help get rotation to strengthen. So, so definitely watching that potential that those merge in. I'm going to restart this time here for a moment, this graphic, because what I want to do is I want to see how those merge into that line. Oops, I went back to the beginning as opposed to, should just hit the restart that graphic button. Apologize for that. Okay. So we're watching these storms ahead merging into the main line. If we're talking about a tornado potential, that's where that potential comes from. So how these thunderstorms down there toward Jackson, I think we'll probably have more of them down there by around noon to 1 o'clock as those lift in. So those are somewhat overdone on our projections right now. I don't think they'll stay overdone, but I think that is one of the things leaning us toward this still possibly again, having a limited tornado threat. So make sure you have the app downloaded and ready to go just in case. So on our Futurecast here, we show our line. I'll try to kind of keep this all on the screen and not block it with what's going on the bottom there. This would be one of those storms merging in, I think probably sub-severe, but as it hits the line, has a little bit more rotation. The one toward Yazoo City, one we're going to have to watch, as are those back toward Vicksburg as they kind of move in. This largely looks multi-cluster. Multi-cluster meaning we don't have one solid storm that, you know, kind of tracks along kind of the leading edge. It just kind of tracks there by itself. You can clearly make it out the entire time. And then when we have them somewhat multi-cell, that means less organized rotation. And that's one thing we expect out of this, is less organized rotation out of most of these thunderstorms. That's one of the differences from what we have next week on Wednesday versus what we have here, is these will have more of a tendency to be multi-cluster because we have less shear to keep the storms rotating longer. But plenty of heavy thunderstorms out there, still some strong wind gusts, like Even that one there in Columbus, probably depicting a little bit of that by 4:30, 5 o'clock as we go through your Saturday, as we go through this afternoon and into this evening. But still, I think past 6 p.m., our severe weather threat largely should be east of us. Maybe not completely out of Pickens County, but by 7 to 8 o'clock, it does look as though that will be the case. Okay, so there's kind of your rough timing. Let's kind of talk about some things related to this. So probably first place I'm going to start with this is I'm going to pull up our triple threat. If you don't watch us here regularly with Mississippi Live Weather, triple threat is something you can't get anyplace else on planet Earth. It is a combination of rotation, wind damage, and large hail through our exclusive strike model, and it lays them all out on the same graphic at the same time. I'll go ahead and pull down that overlay there with all that information. We'll put that chat back up here. So again, something you'll see only here on Mississippi Live is our triple threat. Let's walk hour by hour kind of through this as we go through today. Hold on, I'm going to change my time frame on here so that it makes it to where this is only 24 hours. And so we can walk a little bit more steadily through this. So calibrating this right now, I'd say this particular, our strike model is closer on its initial positioning. What are we looking at here? So the lines you see here, that's kind of where the future radar would look like. I wanted to be at least show that, but what we're really concentrating on is where that future radar leaves rotation behind, or wind damage or large hail. There'll be a couple other places we look at the rotation on this and on these thunderstorms. But initially here, as you'll note, the thunderstorms producing some large hail back there into Arkansas, and a few areas where we do have those rotation tracks, like we show from Clarendon back out toward Marietta. Mariana. The reason that's important, I want to start there for a moment and go back to radar here for a second. I'm going to put on the warnings. I know that they are watching some of these up here on the north side here for a little bit more rotation that could try to produce a tornado on this. So let's put on the regular radar here for a moment to kind of get a look at, some of those storms there. And I want to check our discussion with that. So I'll be honest, I don't know this area as well. So I'm looking for a couple specific cities. I think it's this one here. What's interesting is it's behind the kind of leading line there, which is always a little trickier. But that one near Tyronza there, east of Mark Tree and southeast of Jonesboro, that's one that they're watching with rotation on it as well, on a severe thunderstorm there. Now, the reason we're looking at this, listen, I know this is not our area. The reason we're looking at this, it gives us an idea of, kind of what the atmosphere is capable of. If we understand what it's capable of at, 10 in the morning in Arkansas, that will help us know a lot better about what it's capable of as it gets closer to us. Yeah, right there. So this still has some rotation. It looks like it's trying to spin something up, but notice the odd direction. Typically, we don't have storms moving from the northwest and with rotation on them there. That's kind of one of the signs that, again, it's not odd per se, but it's just not as usual as some other things we see. It's one of the signs that we're going to, again, have some spinning parts of these thunderstorms, and hopefully also a sign that most of those spinning parts of these thunderstorms will not, hopefully, will struggle somewhat to produce tornadoes. We'll see. Back in the regular rainfall mode on this there, I'm looking all the way back from Monroe County on that. Let's look back closer to the Memphis area. So that's an example of one of these thunderstorms that might be hiding behind the initial wave there. And that's where that, again, limited chance for some rotation and possibly trying to produce a brief tornado comes from. Okay. That aside, I wanted to get an idea and calibrate. That was the word I was looking for a minute ago. Calibrate how our triple threat was behaving and how close it was on some things there. So as we kind of go through the first couple of hours here on triple threat, it's close-ish on where it's depicting some of these areas of rotation. It was a little too far north on that, but it does have some of these tracks, but it also has the direction a little bit more east than what you saw in the progression of that storm there, a little more east-southeast. So I'm going to put these pieces together as we look at this, kind of live at the same time here, because this triple threat comes in very often. And so we're kind of looking at the latest. I think one of the things that instantly stands out on this to me is that, at least on our strike model, this does not look like high-end strong rotation. This is not up here in the super high to extreme category, at least on our strike model here. We will look at the HRRR, which I think is a little more aggressive on that here in a minute. But what this does depict is this does still have some rotating thunderstorms once this gets down here in the Mississippi in kind of the western and northwest portion of the state as early as, say, noon to 1 o'clock. I'm watching this one that shows there for Water Valley. And some of these others as they get eastward, for also producing some hail. That's what you see here with the pinks, or some of the hail potential on this as well. One question that I think, let me go and clear off that for a second. You can kind of see the wind in the background there. In a moment, I'm going to put my wind over top of that as I'm going to balance kind of all these there. There we go. The wind contour is kind of on top. So you don't see a ton of blue. We see some red, and the pinks kind of stand out very well, sort of on top there. So some sporadic hail possible out of this, but we're not expecting it to be as big as what we had last week. These are not going to be big hail producers there. And as this line kind of moves through, we'll kind of look at the aggregate of the overall threat here for a moment. So some spots where we do have some brighter bands of rotation. Again, this is one model at one time. Positioning will be just a little bit off on some of those there. But what I don't see are long stripes. I always look for long stripes of rotation when we're going to have something that's, a high-end tornado. I don't see long stripes. You can see some of those who are a little more impressive back to the west of us, but that's one takeaway. So brief spin-up style tornadoes, I think, are possible out of this. I'm going to clear off on our triple threat the rotation for a moment and the hail so that I can highlight the wind for a second here. And so I have this set where pretty hard on the wind. I'm going to bring it down here. So this would be 20, 25 mile per hour winds or greater on a fairly widespread scale. But if we start looking at, okay, well, when do we start getting the truly severe winds? You'll notice there aren't a lot of pockets out there. We have some spots where, again, this is 30 to 40 mile per hour winds depicted on there, but it's not over the top everybody on at least the triple threat. Now, I will say this. Again, we're still learning how to use the triple threat, and in particular the wind portion of this. The wind swaths, I think, sometimes underdo it a little bit. Let me go. Here we are. Oh, man, I see what we've done. Give me just a second here. I had that set for wind swath. That needs to be wind gust swath. That makes a lot of sense. Give me a moment. I need to write that on my list. Fix you on triple. Okay, let's see if it'll give me that other color table again, because that's been my problem. So there we go. Okay, and now let's take that, and I'm going to check with our color table here for a moment. So now we can kind of highlight it back to where it's, see, this does not go extreme on the wind even there. So we first start to get it starting to show up there, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. So again, nothing that's super over the top on this, but obviously it does have some wind out there, but at least it's not over the top on that. Okay. So that was our issue. I had that set for wind swath instead of wind gust swath. I apologize for that. That'll show up a little brighter from now on once I get that in there. So takeaway, in my opinion, looking at triple threat, I know that's a long tangent. We have some more rotation. I think rotation that will then try to occasionally produce tornadoes. That's, I think, the main thing that I pick up on that is that it will be spinning storms that also produce wind damage as opposed to going over top and producing tornadoes. Could they produce tornadoes? There does remain that potential out of it. Let's look at the latest here on our rotation track, specifically just the rotation. And I'm going to show you this with our kind of rotation tracks hour to hour here. So the timing on this might be a little slow. We talked about this a minute ago, how the timing on that other one was a little slow. Let's adjust this eastward slightly. I think longitude, we need to go. There we go. I'm going to have to take each of these eastward just a little bit. Let's give me a moment to do that. About 3/10 of a degree of longitude should be enough. Boop, boop, boop. There we are. That's pretty close to where things are right now. Let's check and see. Yeah, that's pretty close on its position where things are right now. Okay, so I think we can kind of reliably go off of this. Again, a reminder that these storms that are critical to the overall rotation back out here south of Greensville, they do not practically presently exist. So that is one way in which the model has overdone things, and that one little overestimation could play a big factor, because these areas of rotation are going to be kind of important to what overall happens here. Now we show our line. I want you to see the uptick in the trend here. This depicts. See how you have all those little red stripes? We don't have much 10:30. Don't have many through 11:30 showing up, but we get here closer to noontime, and now a lot more of those red stripes start showing up. So that is because as we go toward this afternoon, we have a little more instability. Thunderstorms grow stronger and taller, more rotation, and potential for a greater number of these to try to produce tornadoes. Now, one thing I notice on these is there are some, like these up here in the Tennessee, that do have some longer stripes. But farther south, I'm a little less impressed by that. And certainly this batch here south of Greenwood, I'm least impressed with as well. So a lot of times we get this kind of red all over the place like this. That's saying, hey, it's a big line of wind. Either the little places in the line of wind where there's shear and rotation. Sometimes those can pop out a tornado warning. Occasionally they can produce a brief one, but they're typically not long lasting. They're typically not strong. So now as we go there towards, say, 2 p.m., again, not overly impressed by the majority of those storms of what I'm seeing there. I'd say same thing for 3 p.m. as well. Some damaging wind possible. I'm going to walk forward a little bit. I want to watch this stuff down there toward Eupora and see how that progresses, because those are some pretty heavy cores. Those still look a little unsynced. Notice how there's kind of a jump there. If that one right there went right northeastward there and continued up closer to West Point, that's when I get, concerned. But see how it kind of jumps then south again, south and east, more east and south. A lot of times when that happens, we don't have them continue to produce tornadoes, and you can see here, or they don't produce tornadoes at all. And then again, less of those stripes as that moves eastward. So here's my take looking at storm rotation here on our HRRR model. I think that's about as good a scenario as we can ask for, in that we are going to have, again, maybe some sporadic rotation out of this line, but that looks less likely that we're going to be talking about, long track storms. One of the things that's really interesting on this, if we go back to this thunderstorm out here into Arkansas that we were watching, the one that's kind of behind here, the one that was near Taronza and kind of worked its way kind of south and eastward. Two things that are interesting about this and why this matters to exactly what we're talking about here. So you have this thunderstorm right there. It kind of has a little bit more south of east motion, right? I'll make this a little slower. I'll click now. We'll make this a 30-minute loop, and I'll kind of telestrate on this for a moment. So you can see this is kind of moving this direction here, right? That storm right there. So all of the storms we were looking at a moment ago that the model had that were tall enough kind of had more of a this direction, that you can see my hands, moving a little bit more east than that. That slight change in direction can sometimes be enough to mess up the shear and limit the tornado potential on this. So that's one thing that I'm interested to see. This one has not gone over the top and has not produced a tornado at this point here. But that's something that, looking at the model projection, I think could be impacting the output of the rotation. Because let's go back and look at this for a second. So this will be one of those things, the difference between what ends up happening and what we're seeing in models here for a moment. So this is where we come back to what we're looking at in the Golden Triangle. And watch how we have this thunderstorm here around Starkville. Again, positioning matters less than what the model is kicking out, because we're trying to understand what the model is showing us. Because models are always wrong. We just have to figure out how they're wrong, and then we can figure out what the atmosphere is doing, and then come to a conclusion from that. So we're trying to, kind of like a detective, put together a bunch of different pieces here on this. But you see how these show stripes that go a little bit more north of east? Okay. But the storm itself is going more directly east, right? I'm watching that purple area there, north of Louisville. Hold on. And that has a little bit of a northerly component, right? If you look at that, that goes a little bit north if I look at the heaviest part of that. So this projection going a little more this direction, if there's an even slight change in direction there, that could impact the rotation on these. So that's one thing I'm going to be watching as we go through the morning, kind of behind the scenes here, is how does that evolve, and does that then tweak up our rotation chance just a little bit, because the model's saying, hey, overall direction is going to have a little bit more of a northerly component, when the reality is it might be directly east or southeast, and that change in slight direction there then impacts how these rotation tracks are calculated. Because weather is all math, we just have to have the right inputs into that math to get the correct answer out of it. Okay, so here's kind of my thoughts now that we're sort of taking all this into play. I'm gonna check one more thing. I'm gonna check our Storm Finder. I'm gonna drop that in here for a moment. Again, another thing you'll find exclusively here on Mississippi Live Weather is our Storm Finder. And we're gonna do, we'll just say next 24 hours. We can talk a little bit about that extended forecast here in a minute as well, but I don't want people to confuse those threats. So what Storm Finder does, the purple you see in the background here is, storm chances, obviously where we think the chances are very high. We're going to have thunderstorms. In the foreground, you kind of see the yellow, which is the quantity of lightning strikes, a greater quantity of lightning strikes. Obviously, that's kind of verification of storm intensity and storm quantity to a certain extent. And then behind it, kind of the radar images where the future radar from our strike model is depicted there. So in Storm Finder, we can see the intensity is not as impressive as expectations last night, locations back to the west of us, right? There's more orange showing up on there, the brighter orange, meaning not colder cloud tops, but in this case, meaning a greater quantity of lightning strikes with this. Now, so we kind of have more isolated areas where they get stronger. By 2 p.m. on this particular projection, you can see, and maybe it's even easier to kind of show these big hills here. I just have it set to go taller where there's just a greater number of lightning strikes, just to kind of draw your attention more to those areas. So that cluster we have there that's just south of Oxford, closer to Yalobusha County, that'd be one of those locations where a greater quantity of lightning strikes on this at that time. And then as we go into, say, 3 to 4 o'clock, there are a few spots there where it briefly looks like it touches kind of red. They're closer to, say, Monroe, Clay County. So those would be thunderstorms. If we kind of look below here, that, with a greater number of lightning strikes, there's more instability, more fuel that they're using, and there's just a more tumultuous atmosphere, and that separates the charge greater, and you produce more lightning in that situation. And so that kind of draws our attention. Lightning is always, if you're watching me and I'm talking about something, and you see just a ton of lightning on a thunderstorm that I'm not talking about, and that thunderstorm's going toward you, that should always grab your attention, because lightning shows to a certain extent, works back to kind of the turbulence in the atmosphere. A more turbulent atmosphere, stronger updraft, stronger downdraft, stronger storms, more lightning. And so whether I'm talking about it or not, if you've got a ton of lightning out of a thunderstorm, that's one that needs to be paid attention to. Might not have the rotation, but that sometimes a lightning jump is something that can lead before we see some of those other components here. So for locations, say Cleveland, Greenville, back in the Delta, notice how this does kind of jump around you. I'm hoping for your sake that that's the case, but then these get stronger. See, this shows kind of the northern half there, somewhat stronger. We kind of reach that peak on this, and some of those there going from Noxubee County back out toward Tuscaloosa, say closer to 7 o'clock for tonight. But you can see that kind of intensity jump there, and the fact that they're more isolated thunderstorms is always interesting. This shows really in that 2 to 5 p.m. time period. So this is one of the things we use to help kind of refine the time period of peak impact on this. So again, some redevelopment and intensification possible with this line as we go through this afternoon. As we head into tonight, still a possibility to have some rumbles overnight. I am interested by the fact that this particular projection, and I want to double check, make sure we're on the latest here. That is the latest. Has kind of this uptick in lightning and everything behind this main line later into this evening. Give me a moment here to get rid of lightning for just a second. That's a pretty hefty little line it has redeveloping by around 10:30 or so. So let's say this, very rarely do we pull off two strong lines of thunderstorms. Typically we're one and done, for lack of a better way to put it. But that's a pretty hefty little line, and that looks like there's some rotation in that batch as well. I think that might have been one of the things on our triple threat that was throwing me off, is that it has some rotation on that secondary line there. That is not something that all of our projections agree upon, getting that secondary batch there. So we'll look more closely at that here in a minute. I'm interested to see about that. Okay, so either way, that's all out of here by church time tomorrow. We'll probably still have some showers and thunderstorms that try to linger, at least some showers into the day. But that's interesting to see that quantity of storms, because I'll bet if I go back a model run on that, give me a moment here to do that. Latest should be, is this still 6Z latest? Yeah, let's go back to 0Z last night. So it had that. So initial round you see there, then kind of this secondary batch that sort of redevelops this evening. That's less intense. So the trend is that the overnight round is a little heavier, at least on our strike model, and it can sometimes be a little more aggressive than I'd like. Interesting. Let's go back. Let's revert this back to what it's supposed to look like. Before we go for that, if we've kind of referenced a few times here that we have some more storms in the next week, I'll show you as far out as Storm Finder goes on that for a moment. So again, looking into next week, there's that batch. Does this have... This does not... Here, hold on. I want to revert changes. Oh, I think I messed it up. Hold on a second. I deleted out my lightning and I messed the whole thing up. Just a moment. There we go. Okay. We're back. So that secondary round overnight, something we're going to investigate closer here in a minute. Most of the thunderstorms south of us, as you can see, for the first part there of early Monday. And then Monday afternoon, here's that chance for some thunderstorms. I'm interested because these do look like they could be hail-producing thunderstorms that kind of zip underneath that there. One near Belzone, an example of that. These could be hail-producing thunderstorms. These also will have some shear, so there's a non-zero tornado threat with Monday as well. As you can see, looking at the pink there, we kind of are generally toward the bullseye of the storm chances as well. So hence the reason we have that level 1 severe weather risk for Monday, continuing the Monday evening. Tuesday, those risks primarily not for our area, and this is going to run out of data before it really gets into Wednesday, isn't it? I have 5:30 Wednesday morning. I'm going to push this to where it runs out of data, so I know we've at least used up all we have. The fact we can go this far out anyway, to even approaching midday Wednesday, is incredible. Didn't used to have that capability at the old place. That particular projection is going to be a little slow, I think, on where it's positioning some of those things. We'll look at that a little bit more here in a minute. Okay, we're going to check a different model here for a second. We're going to we're going to look at that HRRR, which allows us to kind of look at that rotation as well. I'm going to make sure that this goes the full 18 hours out. Should be enough, because I want to look at that kind of secondary batch. See, this has no secondary batch developing. And that's a significant difference from what we were looking at a moment ago there, right? This says, no, there's nothing redeveloping behind this farther north. I would tend to agree with this. I think it's very difficult to get a secondary round of storms after an initial round that prompts really severe thunderstorm warnings. In the most ideal situation, That sometimes can happen, but I don't think this is the most ideal situation. So I'm hoping that is something that kind of trends away from that. But I'd say certainly something we're watching, a possibility there. But looking at the HRRR model, that's just not on there. I would tend to agree with this here. For folks just back to the north and west of our coverage area, we've been kind of watching some of these thunderstorms up here into Tennessee. I believe in the last moment here, National Weather Service on that same thunderstorm we were watching has issued a tornado warning up there for Millington, Tennessee, locations north of the Memphis area. Let's kind of see what's in that thunderstorm. We're not going to stay nonstop on this storm. This is outside of our primary coverage area up here. We are going to take a look at it because how it behaves helps us understand how our storms are going to behave. And I'm going to pull off, by the way, for North Mississippi, we do again have this severe thunderstorm watch. That's what's in green here. I'm going to pull it off our map here in a second because I don't want to draw more attention to that than we need. But look, counties there in green under that severe thunderstorm watch until 2 p.m. The rest of us will likely be extended into a severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch later on this afternoon. Even in our discussion with the National Weather Service, they say that the warning there for up here in Tipton, Shelby County, Tennessee, as well as Critterton and Mississippi County, Arkansas, is not likely to be a strong tornado. But kind of right back there, there's a little nook west of Shake Rag is where this area rotation is. So again, not a strong area of shear on this. We do show some spots. This kind of works the same way as that rotation track we were looking at a moment ago there. That's kind of what this is designed to show us, is that shear, that rotation on this. And this swath kind of gives us an idea on those rotation tracks. So this is kind of the real-time version of what we were looking at before. I'm going to pull off our watches here. Give me a moment. Thunderstorm watch. There we go. Okay, so we can kind of hone in on this. So this was my concern a minute ago. See how even in our shear swath, as we showed on here, or this kind of shear track or rotation track, how there is a solid, and ignore the time of arrival you see here, but pay attention to the arrow. See how it's kind of a solid this direction as opposed to our models that we're trying to go more east and more northeast. That difference in direction there can be the difference between the model picking up on one that connects hour to hour, and so us missing the strength, or at least the way I look at it, looking at it a little bit different there. We don't have what we call a shear marker on it. One of those things you'll see here on Mississippi Live, a little circle that kind of helps us circle in on where that tornado would be. Do not have one of those on this thunderstorm up here, but a tornado warning. I'll give you some spots again. I'll go and circle it here. We'll show you, and then we'll kind of move back on to what we're doing here in North Mississippi. But the area that we'd be most concerned with is going to be right about there. And this moving eastward with this. A new discussion with the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma about this kind of storm activity we're talking about here. And this does include the rest of us. So if you do not presently have a severe thunderstorm watch or any sort of alert for you, we do expect those to be expanded in the next few hours here. So again, tornado warning just north of our area. I'm not going to kind of dwell on that too terribly long, but that's just kind of a spot that we're watching. And if you happen to just be watching us up there, and you do need to, you've stumbled upon our coverage, there's your information on where to find your safe place on that up there in Shelby County, Tennessee, where we're watching that. So I'll bring it a little bit closer. We'll leave it there for a moment. But let's talk for a second here about kind of the rest of our primary area, our primary zone. So a new watch is likely to be issued within the next couple of hours here. The technical discussion behind the scenes, as I'm reading this with the folks at the government, with the Storm Prediction Center, as this came out about 3 minutes ago here, what we call a mesoscale convective discussion. Yeah, North Mississippi. This is a fairly long watch. Gradually intensifying organizing thunderstorm activity could pose increased potential for strong to severe wind gusts while spreading eastward. 1 to 3 o'clock time period. It's really, kind of tracking eastward. And then as we talked about the 2 to 4 o'clock, probably peak time for our specific area. 1 or more severe weather watches will be needed within the next few hours. So the watch again comes before the warning. We start talking about, kind of how to prepare here, preparing before. We prepare before when we are in our watches, and so we want to keep our phone charged. All the information you see below me here. Let's again talk about this here. So a quarter of strong pressure rises have been developing northeastward across Batesville and Walnut Ridge vicinity of northeastern Arkansas as storms work their way eastward, kind of behind a big boundary of strong winds. Appears to be accompanying a strong winds aloft that will overspread much of Kentucky and Tennessee through the afternoon. Some of the models suggest that this should weaken some, but maintain the west-southwest winds aloft. This is going to help alongside the fact we have more heating going on out there to produce, I think, more fuel for thunderstorms ahead of where they're kind of popping up now. And that's going to support at least the gradually strengthening thunderstorms. And as we go in the afternoon, potential for that to become widespread. Strong to severe wind gusts to the north is becoming more likely. So watching that potential there as well. So all of that to say, our chances for thunderstorms, they didn't tell me as much as I hoped they would tell me in that discussion. Our chances for thunderstorms are increasing, and the potential for us to see some that produce damaging winds in particular are as well. Give me a second. I'm going to pull up the exact area that they were highlighting here so that you can see that. Give me a moment to put that on the screen. So this is the exact spots that they were highlighting a moment ago there. What if I can open a new tab and I'll center it? Yeah, there we go. So here are the locations they were talking about there. We're kind of on the far south end of their overall discussion area there. But this is all that unstable air kind of working its way in just ahead of our kind of line of thunderstorms. It's running ahead of the main line itself. So we're kind of on the development end. So probability to see additional severe weather watches kind of in this brown zone they put on here. Sometimes when they have kind of a high confidence level on this, they'll give us a color, they'll give us an idea on which they're going. The fact they put brown on there means they're not sure which kind of watch they're looking to go with on this here. But a severe weather watch possible out of this. I'm going to save this and I'm going to pass this on our Facebook here for just a moment while we're discussing. Okay, apparently we will. There we go. So I'll put you back over here to our main version of radar here for a moment. So tornado warning up there north of the Memphis area. Again, that's not a spot that we cover, so we're not going to spend a lot of time on that. But that gives us an idea again of what this is capable of. I think spotty strong wind reports and spotty tornado warnings not an impossibility out of this. Okay, so we've got your chat on there. Appreciate y'all watching. And Ingomar, congrats, by the way, on your state championship for the girls there in basketball, and all the folks around here that have had those. Give me a second to post behind the scenes here. I'm going to I'm going to create a post. I'm going to put that post we just showed you a second ago out there, because there are some people that are only that don't necessarily stick around for the whole live stream. So we'll get that out there so people know that a watch could be coming out here fairly soon. Let's give it just a second to post that. And while that's happening, put your questions beside me here and we'll start answering those questions. So I'm going to look here kind of from Ingomar down probably first. Drop your comment there and we'll talk here in a second. Additional severe weather watches are possible this afternoon damaging winds and a brief tornado could accompany some large hail potential. There we go. And we'll click publish. And let it do its thing. So give me just a second to let that happen here. Okay. And no, I don't want to create an ad because I don't know if that does that to you, but Facebook always wants me to create an ad. Okay. So current time is 10:06. Let's see what we've got here in some of the questions next to me there. Which direction is this going? So the one up there in Tennessee is going almost directly east. This line of thunderstorms is all going to move from west to the east. We're watching south of Cleveland there. We're really kind of watching this zone back here closer to Greenville. This has been slower to develop. This is where some of these thunderstorms come in and then merge with our primary line. And in that merger, sometimes you get rotation. You start causing some issues there. So that is kind of the answer on that, is that these storms are all kind of moving from west to east. There's even a little bit more of a southeast movement on some of the individual thunderstorms itself. What about Wren? What about Alcorn County? What about Calhoun City, Water Valley? Hey, Calhoun City, congrats on your championship as well. Okay, so a lot of different folks just want to know some times and impacts. Let's kind of talk, generally speaking, about some times here as well. And so I think the easiest way to show times is to go back to our, not that one, to go back to StormFinder. I think StormFinder has a great handle on timing here. And so give you an idea, again, where most of the thunderstorms are now. I think change StormFinder. I'm going to make it go 12 hours. Let's go 18 hours. So I can be a little more sensitive on where we're at here. So again, for some timing, these thunderstorms getting stronger. 1 o'clock out here, Batesville, maybe a little bit sooner than this here for some of the spots. But, you know, Oxford, Holly Springs, we're kind of getting stronger there by 1:30. By 2 o'clock, it's closer to Water Valley. Again, what you're looking at with the yellow here, this is a greater concentration of lightning strikes. I'll take it back to truly 2D mode so you get kind of an idea of exactly where. And I'm going to cut through the lightning there, and I'm going to cut the opacity down some just so you can kind of see through it. Because I think we get the idea of where the lightning is. There we are. Something like that. So you can see kind of at least city names through that. So you can kind of see that storms that's showing near Oxford there. There are lots of lightning on those. Strengthening farther east, watching, if you were talking about Tupelo and Amory, we're in that 2 to 4 o'clock time period here, maybe 5 o'clock there toward Aberdeen or so, and then working eastward.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Not talking to you. Sorry, Siri. It's not all about you. And then Golden Triangle eastward, say by 5 to 5:30. So again, if I kind of rewind this here for a second, this is all in Arkansas now. We get in this zone here where we're Holly Springs to Oxford to Grenada by 1 o'clock, maybe 1:30. Could probably have some damaging winds out of that part there. Out here closer, and this is where I get really interesting in what we're seeing. Really interested. I'm interested to see these thunderstorms like what shows Saltillo, Algoma, Pontotoc on strike here. It has some of those just kind of developing ahead, right? You don't have just the line moving eastward, but these sort of develop 1:30, 2 o'clock. If this happens, I get a lot more concerned on the tornado potential on these. So not impossible to get, again, some rotation on these that develop ahead. They would also have a slightly greater chance to produce some large hail. Those lead storms are the ones we'd be more concerned with that potential. That looks a lot more hail on that one near Okolona there by, say, around 3 to 3:30. Certainly a lot of lightning out of all those thunderstorms. So, again, I think you can kind of generally see the time there. Amory, we're probably 3 to 5 p.m. there, maybe as early as 2:30 or so. And then Fayette, Alabama, Columbus, you know, probably 3 to 6 o'clock, but obviously closer to the exact time you see there on the top of the screen, and eastward after that. And again, as we talked about a minute ago, this has these additional thunderstorms on StormFinder developing behind this. I think that is an aggressive output. Certainly as we go through the day, we'll see some signs whether or not the atmosphere can kind of recover back here. I'd be kind of shocked if it got as intense as what it's indicating here by 10 p.m. We'll be watching it, but I think that's a very aggressive look at what we could see there. Appreciate y'all in New Hope, Guntown, Oxford. Hopefully that timing we talked about there helps a little bit. So would get Tonners after. Hold on, Nicole, BJ and Nicole, clarify exactly what you're meaning there, because I might have forgotten already what I was going to say after Storm Finder. Oh, that I think we're going to look at the tornado warning up there. So Arkansas now at 10 a.m. Yeah, I mean, Arkansas, if you're talking about Arkansas, you know, you're kind of in it right now. And I have not spent a whole lot of time really refining Arkansas, so I apologize for that. But, you know, Arkansas is pretty much right now. Let's get back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar here for a moment, kind of looking at some of these thunderstorms up here, still what they're capable of. Looks like they put out another tornado warning farther north up there toward Kentucky with this. Let's go back to our high resolution Mama Justice Doppler radar, and I will make this kind of a shorter term 30-minute loop as we kind of assess what this storm is the most capable of. And I do see a few spots there where that's kind of wrapped up pretty well. Let's go back to the wind rotation mode. Yeah, a couple spots. A little more obvious right there. I don't know if that's still producing there, but it's basically right over top of the radar site at this instant. There was another little one kind of coming in from the north. So certainly east of this, let's go ahead and bring this into the current time here for a moment. Again, some trees reported down in the Jonesboro area with this storm as it moved through there. Let me double check the speed on this. Give me just a moment. They are going 25 miles per hour east-southeast. I think that's reasonable. So let's go back to, honestly, I'm going to have to be on precipitation mode. And I'd have our area right there over top of the radar site. We'll go 25 miles per hour. And again, this is outside of our area. Here we go. That's some of the spots in advance. Tornado warning there for Shelby County, Tennessee and Tipton County, Tennessee in effect until 10:45 a.m. Current time is 10:13 a.m. There's another spot I'd say next in this severe thunderstorm warning is just south for Shelby County. One little spot there where we have a little rotation as well. You know, when you look at a line like this, you typically don't have long-lived areas of rotation. Typically, they're fairly short-lived, but I'd say I see one right there. I kind of see one that might be right over the radar site, and there was one slightly north. These little areas of spin. And that's the kind of storms we're going to see today where it's like, okay, we're going to have to watch all along this leading edge down here where the little areas of spin kind of moving more from the west as opposed to kind of the typical. A lot of times people think, oh, it's southwest to northeast. That's not going to be the track of these today. If we have a rotation, if we have a tornado, it's going to be pretty west to east in its movement. And typically would be very short-lived, only a couple of minutes in length. Hopefully we don't see them at all, but that would be kind of what we're looking at. We have a couple other components here that I don't use very often. I'm going to check here for a moment. I'm going to check kind of our ability to put on some additional data. So give me just a moment here to see if some of these populate in. So that'd be depicting in some of that rotation. I think the angle on that a little bit wrong. But this is just me trying to see if I can get anything to pop out of it there, and don't have a lot. So again, I think the short-lived rotation nature on these, one of the factors that kind of goes with that. If we check our severe threats, where we kind of analyze all the different severe threats at once, I'm looking from too far away. There we go. Again, this shows hail as really that primary threat on that batch there. Let me make sure I'm on the right radar site. Yep. We'll make that 30-minute loop. Again, from time to time, it kind of kicks out something where it sees a little bit of rotation. But this is one we're just going to have to kind of interrogate the storm all by itself to kind of get an idea on that. So I hope that answers that question for folks up there in Tennessee. This is not, you know, our designated coverage area, an area that we truly cover. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. But I do know, again, if you're up here, let's make sure that we are in that tornado safe place. That, of course, in this case, this is a tornado warning issue because the Doppler radar indicated rotation that could lead to the development of a tornado. Sometimes we get some lead time on these. A lot of times we're just kind of reacting once we see the information. And I'll tell you, just kind of looking at the wind mode here, I think that the most likely spot is directly over top of the radar site there up in Millington, Tennessee, very close to where the National Weather Service is. They're a little south of that there at the Agra Center. But right there where the radar site is up in Millington, that looks like it's one of the most likely locations to be seeing something at this point. And that's, again, a tornado warning there in Shelby County, Tennessee. So again, make sure to understand that this is Doppler radar indicated, but your safe place is where you need to go. You want to make sure you're in a sturdy structure in the middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and then stay there until the all clear is given for your location. If you've just kind of stumbled upon us on YouTube and what have you, we are a 24/7 streaming service called Mississippi Live Weather. We concentrate on the northern part of Mississippi in particular. We do cut-ins again for other sections of the state when there's life-threatening severe weather. But anyway, we concentrate on the northern part of the state. We have an app. Easiest way to get our information and everything from us as well there. So download the free app available for all of those different devices. As we bring our chat back up here where we're kind of trying to answer some questions, and I think we'll shut this down here in a few minutes. Watching from Winona, what's going on a Millington? You have a tornado warning up there in Millington, so I hope you're in your tornado safe place. I hope we've also answered that for you, Megan, in the last few minutes here. Looks like it's moving faster than models thought. I think this is pretty close. Models are almost always too slow when it comes to these kind of fast-moving systems. They're almost always a little bit slow, especially if they really pick up ahead of steam. I think they're fairly close on timing here. As we looked in Denmark, we're looking at the sunshine there. Wind picking up in Millington. Hey, Megan, you need to be in your tornado safe place. I'll just be crystal clear. That's where you have to be. And let's talk here for a moment about what are some unsafe places for you, because obviously I know we have at least one person there that's commenting, that they are in Millington, and this is basically right overhead. This is the strong straight line winds moving in, whether it's strong straight line winds, whether it's the rotation right there in the middle. We need to make sure that we are not in large open rooms, upper floors, or rooms with windows. Cars, trucks, and mobile homes, the most unsafe places you can be in a tornado. They're all things that can be thrown. We need something with a solid foundation, and that's what we need, a place with a solid foundation where we can kind of hole up and hide until the storms move out of here for you. And so that's what we're looking at up here. Our shear, it's basically right over top of that area. And I would say that it's at the very least some damaging winds with this. I'll use, I think, my purple color here to show it kind of coming around the backside there. This is kind of pushing forward. And whether or not it's actually doing it or not, there's an area here in advance where winds are going to try to get in kind of in advance. And that's where you have your rotation. So if this hasn't produced a tornado, this is damaging winds. It's just moved through Millington, moving toward Bolton and Arlington and Galloway. Again, this is not in our primary coverage area, but again, because I know we at least have a couple folks out there, we want to make sure that we are, letting you know what is kind of moving through your area at this time. So just a heads up, stay safe. Looking for tornado debris or anything along those lines. That's not something I can confirm with this at this point in time as well. Clear off kind of my telestration on that. If I were looking for debris, it would be kind of right below here, and I don't see anything that's on that level at this point in time, thankfully. Okay, let's bring it back here again to North Mississippi and change it back over to our closest radar site here out of Columbus Air Force Base, still looking a long, long ways away on this, and try to answer a few more of your questions. So we bring up our chat. Before we go any further, I just brought up the chat, but we need to do this here real quick. We need to make sure that you know where, again, two things. We just talked about where to go in thunderstorms and in particular in tornadoes. The lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room, but knowing when to go is just as important. We have the Mississippi Live Weather app. It has alerts. They work great, but weather call is a phone call alert. And you might have heard my phone from time to time starting to pick up here just a little bit, as I'm getting more text messages and more folks, closer by are starting to hit me up. So I have to put it on silent mode. But you can miss alerts like that. A phone call, someone calls my phone right now, it's going to ring and you're going to hear it, and you're going to hear it live on TV like this. So make sure to get weather call, because that disruptive phone alert, it can be that thing that makes you realize, hey, something's going on, and you utilize to, again, get to your safe place. So again, kind of the overarching theme here, and then I think we'll probably try to shut this down for at least a little bit, because I'm going to need some energy a little later on today. As you can see, some tornado warnings back up to the north and west with this, up into Shelby County, Tennessee. Some severe thunderstorm warnings up that direction as well. The severe weather risk for everybody in the yellow zone here. Tornado risk, again, not expecting a lot of tornadoes, but a couple brief tornadoes are possible. So let's go ahead and I'll bring it back in here for a moment. So here's that severe weather risk, as you can see, involving all locations here across North Mississippi and Western Alabama that we cover here on Mississippi Live Weather, and in some form or fashion, a severe weather risk for the whole state. The tornado risk is more isolated, the northern part of the state. All the dots you see on there are lightning strikes, so I'll pull those off. But the areas in green, this comes down to the number of reports, and we expect to have a more limited number of reports of severe weather today. When we look at the wind potential out of this, that's the peak severe weather impact, whether it's rotation that then develops into a brief tornado, or wind that is just coming straight lines. That wind is going to be the factor in both cases. Wind that kind of wraps around, tries to produce a tornado, or wind's just coming at you. And that's where we're going to get sporadic reports of wind damage out of this. So a lot of those rotation tracks are likely just damaging wind that the model's miscoding. And that does happen in this scenario. Hail, our True Shield Hail Roofing, again, sponsoring our large hail risk. All locations involved. This is not likely to be as great a quantity as what we had last week, but a few large hail reports remain a possibility out of this today. And just so you know, we have an additional severe weather risk for Monday, level 1 out of 5. Again, this comes down to confidence, number of reports. I think hail, once again, could be the main factor for Monday. But next week, by Wednesday, a severe weather risk that involves most of us and will involve all of us, more likely to see tornadoes than what we have today. So keep that in mind as you're planning ahead toward next week. By the middle of your spring break week, for many of us it's spring break, we're going to be tracking tornadoes potentially here across North Mississippi. And again, there remains that potential. We could still see some of those for today. Hence the reason the tornado warning's been issued up here closer to the Millington, Tennessee area up here where we were looking a moment ago. We've been watching kind of this sort of beggar's hand sticking out there in front, the little hook you see in front there. That's one of those spots where sometimes we get that to develop into producing a tornado. Look at this a couple different ways with the wind kind of wrapping around on this to make sure we kind of have the best angle on that. I'm actually going to look at this, I think, from a longer distance away. I want to see what it looks like from, so that's the thing, from looking from the Memphis airport, you can almost see it a little bit better. We have a lot of, we might not be too close directly under it there. To have a great angle, honestly, because it's so close to the radar. Believe it or not, sometimes that's the case. I'm going to see if this will let me go up a few scans. Yeah, let's go up on this few scans. Yeah, see, you can still kind of see that rotation, same spot there as we go up a little bit. You're not going to let me any higher on that? Let me change this to, let's see if that'll let me go up a little bit. Yeah, there we are. Those were all on. Okay, let's turn them all off then. So there's level 1. There we are, back to lower level. There we are. So I show that rotation. I don't know that that's quite the tornado levels there, but I'm tracking this right there east of Bolton, toward Bartlesville there. Yeah. Barrettville, I'm sorry about that. Bolton, moving toward Galloway. So those are the spots kind of in advance of this there. I'll get you a storm track on that. Speed on this has been about 25 miles per hour. I'm going to take it directly toward the east and give you that. And then I'm going to bring up our chat here behind the scenes here for a moment. So let's bring that chat back up as we're talking about this here, trying to answer a few more questions. We talked a little earlier about the time in the Fulton area. We're looking probably in that after 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock time period for you, somewhere in there for Fulton. Again, we kind of talked timing on that a little bit ago, and you can go back and find it. Appreciate y'all. Memphis lost commercial power at NQA. Really? So what? How old is my? Let's bring it back to kind of the lowest scans on that. Give me a moment to kind of bring that back. Second, there we are. I guess that means they're back on generator power there. No, hold on. 10, 16, 18, my last time. Yeah, so my positioning is a little bit off on that. Yeah, they put that in just a second ago. Yeah. So we're definitely going to have to check on some of these other radars around that. So we're going to have to go to the Tower Doppler weather radar there and see. That's why that positioning is a little better out there near Rosemark. So let's get an adjusted track, some adjusted times. I'll get kind of the leading edge of that there. That one near Bartlett as well, one to watch. So there we go with that. Again, we show Mudsville there under that tornado warning, or ahead of that tornado warning, where that's moving into right now, still in the tornado warning. Ebenezer at 10:35 there, Arlington at about 10:38. And then, these are all locations in Tennessee, Somerville there at about 11:28. So we're going to keep watching this, obviously, for you behind the scenes. Not officially our area now. If we start talking down here in southern Shelby County, we do cover South Haven, Horn Lake, Olive Branch, your locations we do cover here on Mississippi Live Weather. And this part of this thunderstorm here, this wobbly part there, one that we have to watch for you. Let's get you kind of an early track here on these. Again, no official warning on this part of this thunderstorm here. If I'm tracking this again, this is not going to look as intense as sometimes it does because the main radar up in Millington is down. And so this one is the airport radar. It's very good at looking at strong winds. It does an okay job on precipitation. So you can see that track there. If you're in South Haven, that time, I want to double check that here. For the South Haven, it mentions at the top there's got to be some other, that's not like true South Haven. I have this set to do all kinds of little neighborhoods. Let's clear this up here for a moment. Let's get this to where it's not on all the smallest stuff, where it goes a little bit bigger. Let's give it just a moment for that. There we go. So those are accurate times for some of the large locations, but I'm watching right there just north of the Tennessee state line, that little area of rotation right there that is on a track that will go over top of South Haven and go over top of Olive Branch. That area of rotation could potentially produce a tornado. So that's one we're going to have to watch very, very closely over the next little bit here. So if you do know some folks up there, live in South Haven, live in Walls, live in Horn Lake and Olive Branch, you might snap a picture of this and you might send it to them, letting them know that this is an area of rotation the Doppler radar indicates that could potentially be trying to produce a tornado. So it's getting a little bit stronger there. And that's one we're going to have to watch pretty closely. I'll go and come in here a little closer. We'll circle it for you. So kind of clear that off. It's right there where my mouse is. That's the spot that we're going to have to watch. Current time is 10:28 a.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Loppon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 weather streaming service here based out in North Mississippi. And I'm going to keep kind of checking back and forth. That radar site looks like it is still down up there, unfortunately. So that's going to be a tricky thing for us. It does look like, again, they lost power up there at the radar site. But Millington, you can come out of that tornado safe place. You are past the worst of this, but Bolton, Madge, Ebenezer, Cannon Grove there, you're all in locations that need to be in your tornado safe place now. Reminder what that looks like for you. First off, this is Doppler radar indicated tornado warning that's been issued for some of these locations for the potential that a storm could try to produce a tornado. None has been confirmed at this time, but a possibility that one could be. So you want to make sure to, of course, find your safe place if you're out here in this red box. And really, honestly, the eastern portion of it, locations like Galloway, like Madge, like Ebenezer there, near U.S. Highway 70 and moving in the direction there of 40. We're only about 10 miles away from 40. And with the fact that this storm is moving at about 25 miles per hour, means it's not going to be long before this crosses over top of both those locations I mentioned just a moment ago here. So kind of give you an idea on how long. I think the rotating part of this thunderstorm is no more than about 5 miles and 13 minutes away from US 70 and no more than about 20 minutes away from I-40. So if you know some folks out there kind of ahead of this, just give them a heads up that, maybe they want to be thinking about not crossing I-40 or going along I-40 there between Lakeland and out there toward Brownsville over the next, 30, 40 minutes or so. There's going to be some issues there, some strong straight line winds at the very least with this. As we come south here near the Darwin community, again, just north of the Tennessee state line, I look at these little indentations in this line. These are spots where I think we have a potential to see some damaging winds out of this at least, and perhaps even trying to produce a tornado. Well, Duke, you trying to say hi? Got to see the dog down there for a second. One of the beauties, I'll kind of explain my situation. If you're new to what we do here on Mississippi Live Weather, I know some folks here in Northwest Mississippi probably are going to be. I was a chief meteorologist for a TV station in Tupelo for about 15 years, a little more than 14 years, and started a 24/7 live streaming service. You can download our app right here. We have apps for all the different devices, for your smartphones, for your tablets, for your television. On Roku, just search for Mississippi. Pretty much first thing that shows up when you search for Mississippi is Mississippi Live Weather. That's the name of our brand and what we do here. We track storms, we track tornadoes. That's what we do. And we provide live broadcasts 7 nights a week at 6 and 10, 5 nights a week at 5, 6, and 10, and 5 days a week at 6:30, 7, and 7:30 a.m. So if you've just kind of happened upon us, that's what we do, that's what we are, and that's who we are. These little indentations are not tornadoes at this point, but they're areas to be monitored and watched. I'll go and circle them for you here. One we're looking at right there near US 61, another one near Bellevue, right along I-22. Just kind of looking back over time at these, this one was pretty interesting for a moment there, right as it crossed the Mississippi River. Again, no tornadoes confirmed out of either of these, but there are just going to be some spots and indentations in this line where the air coming into these storms is just going to fold around, and from time to time, brief tornadoes will be possible today. We will probably not get a better look at this until this gets all the way to Monroe County, Mississippi than what we have right now. This is about the best look we're going to get at this line, because this is the radar we're looking at is out of, the Memphis airport. And so it's there intentionally to look for turbulence. So what's more turbulent than a tornado, right? And so it's very high resolution. We're getting kind of in its best resolution down here in DeSoto County. And so this gives us an idea that even if our line of storms, and I'll look from a long ways away from down here all the way in the Tupelo area, we're undershooting any rotation that you would have there because we're looking from so far away. Unfortunately, though, the radar that's based out of the Memphis area, Millington, Tennessee, is down because they've lost power there. So we're going to have to rely on kind of secondary radars and questionable data today, unfortunately. National Weather Service going ahead and issuing a severe thunderstorm warning that does include DeSoto County, Mississippi, as well as Marshall County, Mississippi. That in effect until 11:15 a.m. Doppler radar indicating again some rotation in this line. More than anything, it's probably strong straight line winds that rotation kind of is producing at this point in time there, kind of moving through some of these spots. So a very heavy rainfall, again, likely out of this as well. I'll go ahead and pull down again that the overlay that we have there. As these storms move in, we're now just past the 10:30 time period here. And so folks that are ahead of this, again, need to be aware that we're going to continue to have some strong straight line winds and a rotation occasionally out of these thunderstorms as we go throughout this afternoon. If you don't mind, I'm going to pull myself off of camera here for a second. I'm going to sit down, or if this becomes a really long day. Caleb's joining me by around midday. Probably tap into Gabe at some point today as well. Perhaps even our Maggie McCauley, depending on how long today ends up going. My intent was not to start off and stay on all day long, but considering the way in which these go, we might be on a bit. So if you don't mind, I'm going to sit down here behind the scenes for a minute. So if you don't see me, I'm still here, promise. And we'll still keep watching things. Let's kind of look at a few other things on this as well. We're going to go, again, as we give some times, let's give some times here through the edge of this warning. Again, severe thunderstorm warning there, DeSoto and Marshall County, in effect until 11:15 p.m. A.m. this morning. And we'll go ahead and change this over to the wind mode. And again, it really is just kind of some of those pockets there, some that we're kind of most concerned with. And so this whole thing moving about 25 miles per hour. So there's some times on your screen as this moves eastward. So Oakville at 1037, Horn Lake, we're looking at 1040 for you. South Haven at 1041. Mineral Wells at 1054. Olive Branch 1104. And Byhalia about 1126. Again, you can join the conversation here as we're kind of monitoring things, our chat behind the scenes here, a way in which you could do that. And I don't, apparently from time to time I have to get in here and we're going to see if, pull that off of there. There we go. I see it that, there we go, that link went away. We're going to keep this chat nice and clean, all right? Whereas when I was at the TV station, I did not ban people. Let's keep it nice because I'm going to ban people. And I'll tell you right now, when I ban people, if you're spamming in there, if you're saying things that are grotesque, you're gone. At the TV station, I did not monitor the chat. I am going to be monitoring the chat here. And so there's some things you might have got away with in the past in the chat that you're not going to get away with now. So just a heads up on how that's going to work. Okay, so Jordan mentioning that they are in northern Marshall County. When we look at this in Marshall County, let's be clear. Even if this is going to produce, even if this does produce a tornado, any tornado that we see will be brief and akin to some strong straight line winds. Now, you definitely need to be in a safer location. That's important. But, you know, if you're ahead of this, I think the main thing that I would keep in mind is we want to make sure that we, you know, that we have weather call. It's a phone-based alert system that'll let you know, hey, when the weather is bad enough for you. Again, you can see some of the locations kind of in the path of this there on the left-hand part of your screen. We also show the locations that are most impacted with where this is at this exact moment. And the spot I'm most concerned that this is trying to spin something up is closer to the South Haven area. There's another spot down here south of Memphis, or well, obviously south of Memphis, but south of 61 there, kind of where my mouse is. You can kind of see it on the screen there. So there are a couple spots in this line to watch over the next 10, 15 minutes on whether or not they try to spin something up. In fact, specifically, anyway, weather call. If you don't have it, you might say, I'm watching an app or I'm on Facebook. Why does it matter? It matters because phone alerts disrupt your life, and disruptions to your life could save your life. So these are the two spots that I am watching the most closely. And if you are in these locations, I recommend you picking up our weather call. That phone alert system could be something that I think is important. I have it from my family, and I'm a meteorologist. So, you know, I think everybody can benefit from having it. So that's my 2 cents on it. Let's bring it back in here again I'm gonna bring it back into our room-to-room weather center here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Loppon. I'm sitting down behind the desk here for a moment as I'm tracking these, honestly, just kind of bide my time. This southern one here, though, will be crystal clear on what I'm looking at. One thing that sometimes happens on this, I'm gonna stand back up. We're gonna take all this stuff back up here for a moment. One concern I have while looking at this is sometimes when I get this radar error like this, and this is a radar error we have west of Dean's Corners there, south of Clover. We're looking at here, this would be, I guess, west of the 55 269 split. But see that missing pixels we have right there? The fact that I have, that could be a tornado trying to spin up right there. You're 301. Because if I go back a scan on this, see I have kind of this, I have this feature from the north merging south into that right there. I think that right along 69 could be, Interstate 69 could be certainly wind damage. It could be a tornado attempting to spin up at this time. Let's get you a storm track on it. And this storm track will have basically every city that we can kind of throw in front of this here. I'm going to keep it. It's most of the issues with this are going to be just in the next few minutes as opposed to farther down the road. But I'll make it again 25 to 30 miles per hour. Let's go this direction here. And so I show Robinson's Gin there at 1103. So this doesn't have a whole lot of folks that's showing up in the next few minutes here. Waits a little ways down the road before it starts popping on some folks on there. So make sure I've got everything I can track on that. Yeah, I do. Okay, so that means, again, there's not a ton of spots that are showing up here in the next couple of minutes. But I would say that this could potentially be a tornado in the development phase there. I'm going to see if I can get a Mississippi Department of Transportation camera from that area to pop up. So give me just a moment. See if we've got anything out there we can see that with. And yep, we should. That's looking northward. So that's not going to be a direction I think that helps us. But here's our MDOT cam that's right there in the area. I'm going to have to go back over here. So give me a second to do that. And I'll kick my camera back on since we're back standing. And now we'll show you the thing we were trying to show you a moment ago. So this is that camera there looking into those storms. Again, heavy rainfall, main impact there along 65. But I don't have a good view on it. So I'm not going to sit on a camera that doesn't have a view when things are kind of doing what they're doing. So if you are in this area here, I will say it looks a little bit weaker now, but I would say if you live near Dean's Corner there, no official advisory for you at the moment, but I would say you need to be in that tornado safe place just in case, the small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from the potential for debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. That's right along 69 there. I guess 69 north would be looking, God, that's awfully close. A moment here to kind of look at this. That would be, see, I think north would be eastbound, right? Yeah. So again, that's looking the wrong way. So let's see if southbound. There we are. Here's another shot. This is not going to be the greatest video you've ever seen, but we're looking back into it here. So this is, again, looking back toward the top of your screen. Boy, I'm going to have to break something here. Do I not have a full screen version of this? Yeah. Give me a moment to break my system. Oh, man, nope. I'm not going to be able to get it on there like I'd like. Give me just a moment. Yeah, so you can see, I'll move it on. Will it zoom it in? Will it do it? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, I mean, we're looking into that dark blue right there, and probably just behind where it says that MDOT traffic, that is our area that we're looking at right there. So that's where there is some rotation on this. Just now, I'd say just south of Mississippi, of US, we'll get there, Interstate 69, where that is at this moment. Go ahead and reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of North Mississippi. Basically, what we do is we track storms. We have live broadcasts. We're a television weather replacement. And because we don't have to worry about programming, we can cut in when we feel like we want to cut in. I'll tell you this, that area there does not look as impressive as it did a minute ago, but there's still an area of rotation. I can tell that it is what it is because, you know, a lot of times we say the red and the green. We don't always, with the Tower Doppler weather radar out of the Memphis airport, get the red and the green. Sometimes it's just the green showing the one direction enhancement there. That's now, again, south of Interstate 69 in DeSoto County, where we show that at this point here, just southeast of where we show Dean's Corner on our map. There was a severe thunderstorm warning farther north. You do see some of the red and the green. The problem and the reason there's some question of what we're looking at is because the main radar, so this is our radar with out of the airport there. Let's go and show that. You'll notice the precipitation on it doesn't look nearly as the same or as bright as what we get out of Millington, Tennessee. But this radar, the one up north, is there's no power to it right now. So no data is coming out of it. So we're having to make a few more guesses and go off of a less great information here. I say we, anybody that's a meteorologist, including the National Weather Service, is doing that right now out here south of 69, just kind of doing the best we can with reports and things on it. But our area of circulation, again, I'd say south there of Dean's Corner right now, where we would have it. I'm going to check the precipitation mode. Let's go back a few scans on this. And unfortunately, I don't get as many scans of data on the precipitation mode, but it does an excellent job on wind. Again, south of 69 there, where I would have it at this point. Go back here to the wind mode. And there's our area, broad area at least, of circulation. Does not look as impressive as a minute ago. But again, Hernando, we're watching this as it's moving in your direction there. No official tornado warning out of this. But it's going to be difficult to see these from time to time as well. And so that's part of the reason we talk about it, hopefully giving you a little bit of extra heads up. Let's bring that chat back here. We haven't talked about you in a moment here. So I see Jeremy saying something there. Different folks here. Yeah, up north, we don't have as much going on. Yeah, so they've again allowed that tornado warning to expire. We're kind of looking all along the leading edge of this, where you kind of see my mouse there, for some spots that, you know, could eventually see some rotation. I don't see anything that's impressive out of this line at this point. But the problem is we're going to be doing a lot of guessing based off of less than ideal radar data because of these, because that one radar is down. And unfortunately, when one goes down, we have some issues. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Shelby County, Tennessee, but also for DeSoto and Marshall County, Mississippi, in effect until 11:15 a.m. So I'm gonna say this: when someone says, as long as it's raining during a tornado, you're safe, that's not necessarily the case. You sometimes get rain before the tornado, depending on the angle that it comes in. So I do want to call out Harvey. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes that's right. Sometimes that's not right. We can look long range. I see someone asking, you know, how long till it gets to Alabama? You know, it's probably going to pick up some speed, but let's say it didn't, right? If it didn't pick up any speed, it's going about 25, you know, miles per hour now. It's going to pick up some speed, but that would still put it about 4 hours there away from the Red Bay area, putting you somewhere. You know, that's assuming, again, it comes straight over, and that's probably not a great angle. Probably be more like this. So I would say if you go directly west from you, right there, what's out in Helena? Let's see, we're looking about 5 hours or so for Red Bay. So what, putting you closer to 3 o'clock or so. Out here for Amory, we're, you know, close again to that 3 o'clock time period as well. So still have some time, the long time before this really passes through most of our traditional coverage area here across North Mississippi. So no tornado warnings out there at this time. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for some strong wind, and we have had a few areas of rotation here we've had to watch pretty closely up into DeSoto County. Any tornado we see today, by the way, would be pretty short-lived. We do not expect long-lived rotations and tornadoes out of these storms today. I'm going to make this a 30-minute loop. And this is the one we were looking at up there close to Dean's Corner, still ongoing. We'll look at this one near Club Lake. Let's see this. See another area there with a little bit of spin, and another one back there just to the east of Tunica as well. We will not have radar data this good again until this is in Monroe County, because we're going to have to look extra high up because the radar site in Memphis is not functional at the moment, unfortunately. So it's just, you know, trying to monitor these rotations. This is where you and your pictures and everything else is important, because that allows us to kind of understand what is going on. So I'm again watching your chat, our chat with you behind the scenes here pretty closely on this, because these brief areas of rotation aren't always going to look perfect on this Tower Doppler weather radar. So let's go ahead and talk about kind of where we're looking at this point here. So we had our previous one. I want to get a great look at it. I'd say our earlier area of rotation now south of Dean's Corner is completely gone. Again, minutes about as long as any of these last. We have two other spots that we are watching as of now, 10:50. Right there close to where it shows Club Lake, but still broad. And then another one out here west of Evansville. These are weaker than what we had a minute ago. So hopefully that continues to be the case. But two little areas where we have some rotation on this. Might as well put my arrow to get it the correct direction. I'm going to check some things here behind the scenes. Give me a moment as I check our discussion with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Not a whole lot going on in that at the moment. Again, but you can drop your information, drop your comments in discussion there. I appreciate everybody for watching us on the various different forms of social media. Again, we have apps, actual smartphone apps, better than your local TV station, apps available for Android, for iOS, for Roku, as well as Apple TV. Fire Stick is coming. It actually is coming. I can tell you that for sure. It's unfortunately taken a long time for that. And there's just so many ways in which people ask us, are you going to do Vizio? Are you going to do Google? Are you going to do, like, there's so many different platforms and they all have a different programming language. So that is a challenge, but we have a great one, I believe, on Roku and Apple TV. So certainly recommend those. It's the easiest way to kind of stay up to the date on what we're looking at. Give me a moment while behind the scenes here, try to pull up a radar. There's another radar in the region that I can't show on air that I do have access to that could possibly see little spin ups. Give me a moment to take a look at that just in case it's depicting something else. I don't see anything on the southern portion of this line yet. So I'm going to come up here and look at these up closer to the Memphis airport again. I'm going to make an adjustment on here. Give me a moment. There's that. Okay, this might do a better job of showing what we were trying to show a minute ago there. So give me a second to get this right. There we go. Let's try that. Okay. So, and we'll take this. So this is Mama Justice Doppler. And again, appreciate them for being a sponsor of us, Mississippi Live Weather. Okay, so see where you have the purple on here? This is what we were looking at a little bit ago. So this would have been at 36 after. So this has been about 15 minutes ago. This is when we were looking at that area rotation. If that wasn't a tornado, that got really close to producing one because we get what's called range folding there. That's where the radar's like, well, hold on, I'm having a really hard time figuring out what's happening in that pixel. And sometimes that can be a sign that something is going on. Everything kind of looks like it. I don't think that's going to, yeah, that had, see right there, right where I had that dot, right as it was crossing 69 at the interchange there with, what road is that? That would be, get it pop up for a moment. State Road 301. There was enough rotation there that could have been something, potentially. Hopefully it was not. But I think we briefly could have had that produce a tornado. And my rotation perfectly matches where that could have been. Hope that's not the case. But you see what happened here? We had, see, I can see on this here, we had a cell merger. As that cell merged into that there, that briefly tried to wrap up. That's one of the things we talked about a little bit ago on where we have these cell mergers, you know, storms that kind of pull into the main line, that from time to time you can get them to briefly produce a tornado. We might have briefly had one there. I'd really like to know what the Weather Service thinks about 301 and, let's see, I've been north of 69 still, excuse me. What road is that? Second, no, that's 69. Yeah, 301 and 69 at, what time would that have been? right around 36 after. Yeah, about 40 after. Give me a second here. Was it 301 and I feel like we might have had something there. Certainly we got close if we didn't. Let's bring that, so let's use that information that now we've gathered with that and how that behaved to kind of take it forward to what we have now. Again, I showed just west of Hernando, another spot. Again, that's just sheer. I don't think we have anything that has spun up quite all the way there. Looking on this, I think we've got a better angle on this as well. Looking on this, I don't know that that is quite there. Unfortunately, what we don't have with this particular radar is we don't have the ability to look at what's called correlation coefficient. But west of Hernando, right there, that's not a tornado right now, but that is an area of rotation that has gotten a little bit stronger. Let's go back over here to our kind of standard mode so we can get you some times. And let's go back again to the wind on this. Current time is now, what are we at? We're at 10:57. The severe thunderstorm warning up here for DeSoto County has been allowed to expire. I guess they canceled it probably. I'm going to track that one this direction because that little area rotation is kind of held on there as well. So we show Hernando at 11 o'clock, basically right over top of you. I'm going to see if we can get some other cameras from out there. Give me just a moment to try to pull some of those up. And we've got some there in Hernando. Maybe we can get a shot back toward the west. That doesn't have anything. East. Problem with traffic cameras is they tend to be pointed at traffic, right? This shot, I'm looking through some stuff at the top there. We'll switch to video, bring it up, the top of the screens. Hold on. No, give me a moment. I'll force this to kind of get in closer. Because at the very top there, you can kind of see some of the low-hanging clouds sort of hanging down right there. So that's kind of that line moving through the western part of Hernando. We're looking here from 304 west of McInvale Road, I should say. So that's kind of looking back toward that. Unfortunately, it's kind of behind that MDOT banner at the top. But that is that thunderstorm moving into Hernando with some rotation on the west side of town. In fact, I do think that rotation has picked up a little bit more in intensity on the southwest side of Hernando as well. Just go back over here to Mama Justice Doppler radar. So kind of southwest portion of Hernando there. That's the spot where we have a little bit. We're not going to have long-lived tornadoes today. So if this were a normal tornado day, I would not be on this like this. But I'll tell you right now that that is getting a little bit more impressive there, just southwest of Hernando, south of Hernando by no more than, show about 1.5 miles south of Hernando. So the track you see there is for this area that I think might have briefly spun something up before and is trying once again there. So if you know some folks in advance of this, you might snap a picture and give them a heads up on what this is capable of, because this is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially try to produce a tornado. In a moment here while I kind of pull up our other version of Mama Justice Doppler. So give me a second to pull that up here. Here we go. And so this is the part we're looking at. I'm going to take this back and I'll get the exact angle right on this. It's not to the point it's probably producing something, but this is probably some sporadic wind damage just a little south of Hernando where that is. So these are going to be the little spots along this line we'll have to watch, little indentations where things are a little bit more put together. This is more broad rotation up there toward Olive Branch. Give me a second to kind of look at the whole batch here for a moment. See, again, and the reason this looks like nothing on radar is because the radar that we're looking out of, the main Memphis radar it's not there. It's down. So the radar we're looking at is great at looking for winds for the airport, does kind of a poor job on precipitation. But right there ahead, right there, let's see if that's the same spot we were looking at a moment ago. That isn't the same spot. This is still pretty broad rotation, but that's an area that's trying. I don't think it's quite at the level where it'd produce, but they're moving toward Lewisburg. Let's go back over to standard Mama Justice Doppler. Kind of take this full screen here for a moment. So the two areas that I'm looking at now are, let's see if it shows it back up on the regular reflectivity. This kind of spot up here close to 269. And then the other spot we have just south of Hernando. I know it looks like nothing on here. That's just kind of the way it sometimes looks on this particular radar. These are not strong. Let's be crystal clear. Neither of these areas we're concerned about are strong rotation, but any tornado we would see would be brief. I don't think this one did it. I think it got close. Watch. See how it tightens up right up there, and then it's a little bit broader now. So I don't know that it ever crossed the threshold where it produced, but I would say right about here, it's really kind of, it's starting to wrap back around. I don't think it wraps all the way around there. And so still broader. So this is heading toward I-55, going to cross I-55 with probably the next couple of minutes here. We're zoomed in really close. Let's see. That shows 1.2 miles away. And so based at about 25, I think 25 is probably a little too slow on this. Let's double check the speed and movement on this and get an updated speed. So if I have that there now, and see how far back we have to go. We go over the last 15 minutes. We'll take that times 4. Okay, so I show there to there. So that's 16. Yeah, no, that's greater. That's 32 miles per hour. So we're up to about 30, 35 miles per hour. So I'll go 35 miles per hour just to be safe on that. On this shot here, no places that I feel 100% confident on. But up here closer to Hernando, this was our most recent area of concern. I'm going to go back over to the uglier version of the radar. I think that's where we need to be, because an ugly radar requires an ugly radar program. So again, back over here, we're southeast of Hernando now, probably where it's most likely that if this were trying to produce something, and I don't know that it is producing something, and I could have just checked this for the storm motion. 28 knots, so yeah, about 30-ish miles per hour. That's not as strong as it was a little bit ago. Neither is the one up there just east of Olive Branch, but there's really kind of 3 areas here where we have just these little things sticking out. See how that kind of curls around right there? See how that clearly curls around right there, right? And then this one up here kind of has a little curl to it. Those little curls, because we're so close to the radar, we can see those. But as soon as this is over Marshall County, we're not going to see any of these little mesocyclones, mini spins, but areas that need to be watched. a sec here. Okay. Current time is now, where are we at? 11:05. Still kind of monitoring these thunderstorms. Let's be clear, we're largely babysitting these thunderstorms here. The instability in fuel for thunderstorms will increase over the next few hours, so the number of thunderstorms that are a little heavier should as well. Our best look on long range is all the way from Monroe County, because unfortunately you see the difference there. The radar site up here, oops, gotta make sure I'm on the right thing for a moment. The radar site up here out of Millington, Tennessee is not updating, unfortunately, but the one in Monroe County is. So you can see that difference in positioning there. And that's why we spent so much time instead looking at the radar that's out of the airport there that does an okay job, does a great job on wind, does a kind of not okay job when we look at precipitation on this. If you have not taken the time yet, like and subscribe to us on all of the various different types of social media. As we're Capelville. Hold on. I wonder how you pronounce the town. I have to look at that one and see it on the screen here in a minute. Olive Branch, appreciate y'all. Heavy rain and winds there. Once this is kind of through Olive Branch there, hopefully we're past the worst of anything that you have to see today. Yeah, we have seen an uptrend on the overall outlook, and that's probably a good thing that we should discuss here for just a moment. So the overall severe weather risk for today does include all locations here across North Mississippi, West Tennessee, on a level 2 out of 5 severe weather risk. The tornado risk is not high, but not impossible. But I think the same areas that have rotation are going to attempt to produce damaging winds, hence the reason that is our greatest likelihood on this. Damaging hail, a possibility. I think a greater chance for locations back to the west. But when we start talking about significant tornadoes, that's not what we're seeing. We start talking about significant damaging winds, high-end damaging winds. That's not what we're going to see. When we start talking about high-end hail, that is not what we're going to see as well. Again, appreciate True Shield Roofing for sponsoring our hail component there. When we go back over and check, I want to see how this is affecting our, the NexRad composites kind of kept up there as well. So to kind of give you an idea using our exclusive Futurecast radar here. And so Futurecast radar gives us kind of an extrapolation, kind of takes it from where it's at now and generally kind of projects it forward. Let's see if it has the angle correct on these. It does not. It's going more northeast on that as well. So I think the timing on this is just going to be, that's not going to be perfect. So let's go back over and check like a more traditional version of Futurecast. I'm going to check our latest rotation tracks. So this particular projection here, we talked about earlier, this one updates every hour. So we have new information versus when we looked at this a little bit ago. It's doing an okay job, I think, showing the rotation. I think it's doing a poor job indicating the direction that rotations. We've seen the rotating part of these thunderstorms going more like this. And so the rotation tracks on this are going to be inaccurate, in my opinion. So it's more possible that they connect hour to hour more than what this indicates there. And I do think, as we showed you a moment ago, the cell mergers as storms kind of come together, that might be more important there. So good news, though, that from the National Weather Service, kind of talking back and forth with them, they also have had no reports of any damage from where that little spin up tried to form near the intersection of 301 and I-69. So no reports of damage from that area, and hopefully that's something that continues there. But they agree it got kind of close at that point. So fingers crossed that doesn't take any more steps as that storm moves eastward. But we'll look at that in more detail here in a minute. So I'm going to pull off, even though this graphic is titled Storm Rotation, we'll show it, and then I'm going to pull it off as we look at it again. But our line, you can get some ideas there, 2, 3, 4 o'clock, still a number of these storms merging into the main line, and so some sporadic tornado potential with that cell merger on the leading skies, a possibility on this. Let's go back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar, and I'm going to plot on our SkyCam locations here Let's go up. We have one in southwest Tate County. There, again, near the Crenshaw community, that we'll be able to use to kind of look into some of these thunderstorms. As we move deeper into North Mississippi, this camera, the camera that we have in Batesville, going to be very, very important when you have radar outages to be able to see things. And we appreciate North Mississippi Storm Chasers for being such good partners with us. And they're 501c3, and they have put up these based on your donations. So you can find out more information on how to help them at nmscas.org. That's North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, nmscas.org, to donate to their cause of putting up these cameras across North Mississippi. One in Crenshaw here. You can see the southwest winds at 17 miles per hour kind of ingested into this. The clouds kind of moving toward us here as the line of thunderstorms moves toward that location. Let's check the angle on that camera. Before I say that, I'm going to make sure I have no other cameras up there that I can kind of utilize that have any good shots up toward the Memphis area with the Mississippi Department of Transportation. It looks like I've used up all of my ability to view those for a while. We kind of start running out of MDOT cameras on some locations up there as well. Let's go ahead and angle that Crenshaw camera. Double check the way it's looking right now. So we have that looking south. Let's look back more into this here. So it's going to kind of pan this, so give it a moment as we're looking back into that line of approaching thunderstorms there. Kind of the low-hanging stuff with that. There's going to be lots of low-hanging parts of this line of storms as we kind of look back toward now the west. I'm going to point it now back toward more the north as we kind of continue to pan that camera around, looking through this line of storms there. That'll kind of pan into, actually see part of the water tower that this is kind of mounted there on a pole too. So we don't have a great perspective back to the north with this, which means we're also not going to have really any perspective back toward the northeast. And I'll be perfectly honest, I am still working to learn the best angles on all these cameras. It's one of those things we have. I'm not going to say we have too many toys, but we certainly, it's going to take a while to kind of learn the best ways to kind of view all these sorts of things. So again, I know that's a real picturesque shot there, but it's a reminder that, again, there's some infrastructure that goes into providing these cameras, and the North Mississippi Storm Chasers have done a great job to kind of partner with communities in order to make that happen. So this is going to flip all the way around as we pan the skies here over top of Crenshaw. We're going to look back toward kind of the east and then south, southwest. When you stop that there, hold on, let's continue that pan. I'm going to go back southwest a little bit more. So we're looking kind of west there. I want to look southwest along this line because there's a spot there that kind of caught my attention right there. Some low-hanging stuff looking on the leading edge of this. Oop, pan this up. It's gone way in. Give me a moment. Well, I made it angry. It's still deciding it wants to go in. Y'all. Stop. Well, we'll come back to that here in a second. I'll go back to radar and I'll kind of... There we go. It caught back up. It eventually got my command. Okay, but I was looking at that little feature there toward the middle, and I'd love to get a slightly better shot on that. But it looks like that camera might be having just some connectivity on the control part of it there. Anyway, that's in Crenshaw, kind of looking there along the leading edge of that line of thunderstorms. Let's go back in here and look at Mama Justice Doppler on what it's indicating there. And I wonder if the radar, which radar that is on that. Because I will bet that could be, that might not be the radar out of the Memphis airport. I hope that's Monroe County. We're looking all the way west. Yeah. So Crenshaw, right about there. And so let's see if we can get the pop there on the map. Oh, come on. Apparently I can't get it on the map right now. That's fine. But we're kind of looking into that one area there as the strong winds are starting to hit it. I'll pull that camera back up here for a moment, because this is about as good a look as we're going to get at this line. And that camera bouncing around a little bit. You can see where I show the position on here. I wish the Crenshaw was showing up on the map at the same point there. There's the intersection. It actually shows up on that one there. But again, some pretty gusty wind. Whatever that feature was I saw a second ago is not as evident at this moment here. We'll pan it to the right on this line as this comes in. Again, you're going to see a lot of low-hanging stuff. Most of this is going to be what we call scud clouds, but we're definitely going to have to monitor the front end of this in case there's something along this that does decide it wants to try to spin up a little bit. Does happen from time to time, but we'll be watching that closely. Am I as wide as this shot goes? Yep, I'm as wide as that goes. And there's the rain starting to hit that location there as the gusty winds are arriving. So look, I'm going to look southwest there, right back at that one spot we were looking a moment ago as we're monitoring this coming in. Current time is now, we're at 11:16. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, a camera with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers here as we're looking kind of the leading edge of a line of storms kind of moving into the Crenshaw area. Just kind of poking and prodding the bottom of that, the heavy rainfall starting at that location. See right where it says Askew. There it is, right in the middle. So that's where it shows Crenshaw. So I was looking down here close to where it says Falcon and just north there toward Askew. But on the wind mode here, I mean, you can see that straight line wind kind of coming in from the north and west on this. A few little notches along this line here, but again, no severe, officially no severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings in effect on this. Some little broad areas where we see some rotation on this. And I would say down here close to where we were looking a moment ago is one of those areas. But none of these are as impressive as they were a little bit ago. You might say, well, the red's a lot brighter. And the red's a lot brighter because of the angle versus where the radar site is up there. Looking at our chat here behind the scenes, Chris mentioning dial-up cameras. No, there's a lot of data that passes through these cameras. So that's the reason from time to time, you know, especially when you have to think about this. Does your cell phone, is your internet always stable when it's being hit by a severe thunderstorm? That's what happens with these. We need the most when that happens. And so it's always going to be a little in and out, but all things considered, looks pretty good there. But a lot of wind gusts starting to show up there. In Crenshaw where that camera is. We'll go back to that camera here for a moment. Again, show that bouncing around pretty bouncy at this moment as that storm is coming in, updating there. Again, the heavier rainfall approaching. That heavy rainfall kind of drives the winds as it moves in. And so these are going to be, any sort of tornado will be extremely brief because it's largely being driven by the precipitation there, the rain cooled air associated with that. Again, appreciate North Mississippi Storm Chasers for partnering with us here on Mississippi Live Weather with these cameras and the amazing effort that Stan and the entire group has put together to make sure that they are available for you, for us, for you to be able to see. I'll double check here. And it looks like we might, there we go. That's kind of flipped around on us looking in that heavy rainfall. So again, a lot of rain with this as it moves in. Temperature 77 before it hits and then dropping with that there. You know, someone asking about the chance of tornadoes. There you can see kind of lots of the heavy rainfall with this. I'll be clear, this is not a high tornado threat by any stretch of the imagination. It's just not. Today, we're more likely to see strong gusty winds that, whoa, that did something. So any tornado is going to be extremely brief. That's part of why we've kind of maintained this coverage, is because about the time that we would see, hey, that could be something, is about the time it's like, well, that is something. And so it takes us about 45 seconds to a minute to get everything wound up and on the air and ready to go. So that's part of why, again, we've tried to continue this coverage here. We appreciate you guys there in the comments aside. By the way, speaking of the comments, I don't know who Camilla Bohr is, and I don't know what that link is, but you end up spamming, and I end up pulling that out of there. So let's keep the comments nice and kind. And when I see somebody that's being over the top, you're gone. That's not something I did before. I don't like depriving people of good information. I know the comments have always been an entertaining place. Entertaining is fine. Vulgar or spamming, it's gone. So that's not the way I treat it at the TV station. That is the way I'm going to treat it here. A reminder that we are, again, a 24/7 streaming service called the Mississippi Live Weather. If you have not picked up our apps, highly recommend you do so. It is the easiest way to stay ahead of breaking weather. We have access to where you can watch all these cameras live in the app if you want to. Click a couple buttons. You don't need me to pull it up. You can watch the cameras from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers live in the app, whether it's the heavy rainfall, whether it's something else that's going along with it. Definitely something that you can keep up to date with as well. I'm checking some stuff here behind the scenes, so give me just a minute. No. Okay. Let's go ahead and go back over here to Mama Justice Doppler radar. And those were the spots we were looking at a minute ago here. As they've evolved eastward, I don't really see anything overly concerning. But the problem we talked about earlier is that we're not going to have an excellent look at this, not for a while. We're in this zone where now we're kind of getting a ways away from a radar that's designed to do very, very well at the Memphis airport and does okay beyond that. And so the farther away you get, the less likely we are to have an excellent look at it. I'm going to check a different radar we can see behind the scenes here. I don't see anything that's super concerning at the moment. Let me check a different radar for a second down toward the Clarksdale area. Yeah, this part of the line down there is not, I don't see anything that I'm worried about at the moment. So, yeah. By the way, this is one set of QR codes I want to show you. Another one I want to show you is this one. And this is for our service called Weather Call. It's something we had at the TV station. You will get a phone call from me. You'll hear my voice and I'll say, this is Mississippi Live Weather Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. The National Weather Service has issued a weather call notification for your specific location. It'll tell you if there's a tornado warning. It'll tell you if it'll specifically be my voice saying a tornado has been confirmed. It'll be my voice telling you if a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area or high-end flash flooding like what they had that killed so many people in Texas. That information, of course, we provide using that service. There is a cost, as you can see there. The reason there's a cost is you still pay for a cell phone bill, right? So making phone calls costs money. So sign up again using the QR code you see below me there. It's a $15 fee for the year with that. But it is worth it because phone calls disrupt, and you want, when something bad's issued for you, all your devices to go off at the same time. It's a way you're like, oh, wait, something's going on. So certainly helps out there. Moving toward the Senatobia area right now. Let me check something here. So we show that from Byhalia back out here towards Senatobia. Again, not overly impressive. We're having to look all the way from Monroe County to get a shot of it because I think we still have that issue with the airport radar there. You're looking at our various threats, as you can see. We'll bring it back over here to standard Mama Justice Doppler radar. We'll pull that back up here. Sorry, that flopped back on me too quickly. Yeah, I just see primarily greens there. So this is weaker than it was a little bit ago. But again, we're looking a long, long ways away, so we're having to make some guesstimates on what is happening at ground level. Looking through the chats here, 1 in a million. Nisha mentions that weather call is awesome. It keeps calling you, so it's hard to sleep through. And that's the point. Something to wake you up in the middle of the night if it's bad enough. If you need that something, I think weather call is a good example of what that something is. Just kind of a notchy line here near Watson. Got another one there near Bet. Another one near Senatobia, where there's just some little wibble wobbles in that line, but nothing that's overly bad. You see a little more green directly next to red farther south, but that's also where we have lower resolution on what we're looking at there closer to Ballantyne. So we still have a shot at that point. The data still goes out that far, but we look at the wind data and it kind of cuts off fairly close to there. So we'll see how the next few scans kind of behave with what we're looking at on that there. But we're looking a lot higher up in that line. Someone mentioning the rain is light there in Memphis. Yes, it is. Marcellus, appreciate you for mentioning it. Someone was asking, is DeSoto County clear? Yeah, let's do some all clears here for a moment. Let's go back over to the rainfall mode. Yes, I would say DeSoto County, we're in the clear at this point here. Any issues we have are going to be east of you. So here in DeSoto County, if you want to go on with the rest of your day and you don't want to sit here and watch this, you absolutely can. So DeSoto County, we're clear. Tunica County, we're clear as well, past the worst of this. Still watching things for locations a little east of that. But yeah. The other thing here, looking at this, and again, it's hard to tell for sure, but it does look like the outflow boundary. If you think of this as kind of rain-cooled air that's kind of spilling ahead of the main line, this is all kind of rain-cooled air, like forcing its way forward like this, right? That rain-cooled air is kind of forcing its way forward, and it's kind of undercutting the precipitation perhaps just a little bit. The heaviest precipitation with that. You still get some kind of interactions at the leading edge on that. Yeah. Moving behind the scenes to put some other stuff that's coming in here for a moment. Okay, let me check our chat here as we are kind of to a certain extent. Marshall County, we're still watching it for you. This is still kind of an area we're going to have to kind of babysit, unfortunately, this kind of leading edge where the notches, if they get a little uppity. But right now, this is a definite downtrend over the last 30 minutes versus where we had a brief spin up a little bit ago versus where we are right now. We can bring that chat back up. For all the folks there, as I get rid of the green screen for a moment. Let's see what we have here. What time do I think Tupelo will clear this afternoon? Listen, I think we're going to have rainfall once it gets here somewhere in probably the 2 o'clock hour, maybe a little before that. It'll be before 2 o'clock. Let's double check the speed on this. Now, we'll make this an hour. Well, this is a 2-hour loop, so we can do an average. Let's do 1 hour loop. It's almost the same distance that. Yeah, about 30, 35 miles per hour. So let's get kind of a longer track on this here then. Let me go back to that radar, get an idea. Okay, hold on a second here. Let me look at this. Okay, there we go. So we'll do kind of a longer track on this for locations east of where we presently have storms. We are going to watch these thunderstorms developing more out here toward the delta. Those are interesting ones to me over the next couple of hours to see how those play out and how many of those develop, honestly, because projections had a lot more there than what we actually have seen. So let's do a long track on this. I'm going to go back again to our wind. I think that's probably the best way to do this, generally speaking. And so this track is going to be more accurate for locations farther away, believe it or not, probably. So let's go ahead and let's strip that down to some larger cities so we can show some longer range information. And so then we will make that, let's say, 90 miles. Nope, apparently. There we go. So you can see giving us some approximate times there for, say, Como at 11:37, but we're looking Holly Springs about 11:51, closer to Batesville at 12:05, Ashland 12:07 there, Pope at 12:12, Faulkner at 12:23, Oxford about 12:30, so about an hour from now, Blue Mountain 12:35, Ripley 12:38, Water Valley 12:45, and closer to, say, New Albany about 1 o'clock. Let's keep that going a little farther east there. So we kind of pick things up there at, say, New Water Valley. We'll make Water Valley the first in our list there. And so then you kind of pick that list up from there. So we show Thaxton about 102, Boonville close to about 118, Pontotoc generally about 127, looking like it's a little closer there to Bruce by about 140, Guntown and Pontotoc again somewhere around 130, but we show Tupelo close to about 145. So I guess that's close to the 2 o'clock time I was mentioning. Tishmingo close to about 149 and about 2 o'clock for Pittsboro. Which with the Pittsboro time, the south side times here, those are going to take some real adjustment. Those aren't necessarily as right because I just kind of pulled my track back to the west there. The eastern portion of this, the northern half of this, Water Valley northward there, those numbers are pretty solid, pretty accurate, I think, on when those are getting closer. So we kind of clear this off. Again, we are in kind of wait and see mode here, which is always the best place to be. Let's check out our camera in Batesville. We have a camera there in Batesville and Panola County that would kind of look into some of these thunderstorms. And let's double check, make sure that is pointed the right direction here for a moment. I think we need to adjust that a little bit. Yeah, this is looking kind of northwest. Oops, I pulled up Oxford. I apologize for that. Wonder why that looked different. Let's get Batesville up. There we go. Shot from Batesville, kind of looking at the clouds there in Panola County. I'm going to pan this down just a little bit. There we go. Kind of looking at a northwest. Let's go more west along this line. So I'm going to kind of slowly, hopefully, well, this one's more sensitive on its pannings. Give me a moment here to kind of look. You can see the water tower there in Batesville, just kind of scanning along the front end of that line. Again, not a lot to speak of there, not a lot to be concerned with at this point, but we're also a fair distance away. So 77 current temperature in Batesville, winds south and west about 13 miles per hour or so. So this dark blue you see is the heavy rainfall from those storms trying to come in. National Weather Service thinking on their latest thought, I think it's fairly close, that 40 mile per hour winds more likely. We're starting to get deeper into the ice storm damage zone here. So the concern is always going to be that some tree branches and stuff that were knocked down in the ice storm could fall with lesser wind gusts. So so definitely watching. Boy, somebody pan that right back there. Okay, that's cool. It's like someone else deciding to poke and prod it. We can pair up with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers on these cameras there. So got it looking kind of northwestward out of that. Good shot there. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley talking about how loud the storms were when they moved through Arkansas earlier this morning. And she's been kind of out there with doing some family things. So we'll come back to that shot here in a few minutes. And I don't see anything I'm overly impressed with on this line at this point. Hopefully something that continues. Now, I did this a little bit ago where I popped myself off camera as we're going to kind of leave this going so that I could sit down for a minute, and then things got a little uppity. I'm hoping that doesn't happen here as well. I just saw something come in a second ago. Again, you can join the conversation on the Facebooks, the InstaWhats, and the YouTube. All joking aside, Facebook, X, and YouTube. At some point, we'll have TikTok, and we're very close. I have the vertical videos set up for that. We just haven't launched it yet. Hopefully, in the next couple weeks, we'll be able to launch that there. But pick up the free app. I'm going to minimize myself for a moment so I can take a seat and rest, because there will be more storms as we go through the afternoon. So, stick with us despite the fact that you're not going to visibly see me. I'm still here, still working on stuff behind the scenes, but I'm just going to take a seat for a few minutes here while we're still kind of waiting. By the way, for those out there, you can see all of our discussion so far today. If on YouTube in particular, it lets you scroll back at any time. So even though we have kind of our live discussion going on here, and we're sort of tracking storms live, our overall discussion is on there as well. We also have a fast cast there in the app that's available in the upper left-hand corner that it gives you an overview of everything that we're talking about, looking at with this storm setup today. Might say, well, why are we even talking about with what the radar looks like? The main Memphis radar, we've mentioned this a few times, is out and not working, despite the fact that is showing the sweep intermittently on that there. Their main Memphis radar is not working right now, unfortunately. So hopefully that gets up and going at some point, but a power outage has led to that. So we're left using the radar out of the Memphis airport. You'll notice the positioning there is just south of the airport. This radar is excellent for detecting turbulence, not so great on detecting precipitation accurately, but turbulence is wind, and so it works well with wind. So we've been relying on the wind component of this today, just kind of going up and down this line, looking for areas where there could be some circulation. And luckily at this point, it's all coulda, woulda, maybe, hopefully not. And hopefully that's the way it stays. So the reason you're not seeing me is I'm sitting down for a break. And if you don't mind, I'm going to mute my microphone for a second. I want to keep showing different content, but I'm not going to talk over it for a minute here because I need to eat my breakfast. I got a granola bar in before we started. I'm going to get another granola bar here for a moment. So give me just a second to kind of mute my microphone while I do that, so I'm not chomping down too badly in your ear. Okay, got my granola bar eaten, so you didn't hear me chomp down on that. We'll kind of reset things here for a moment. Current time is about 11:44. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupun. We're a 24/7 weather streaming service. You're looking out of our camera there in Batesville toward all the blue-gray clouds on the horizon. These are showers and thunderstorms that are moving toward the Batesville area that we've been kind of tracking for locations out here in the Delta throughout the morning, and could continue to try to produce perhaps some strong wind gusts from time to time. But we have not had a whole lot of those reported recently. Most of the wind gusts have been in the 20 to 30 mile per hour range. So hopefully a trend that continues through this afternoon. That's certainly an improvement versus where things could be, and hopefully that's where things will stay. This camera in Batesville, provided by our friends, our partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. I'm going to pan the camera back to the left just a little bit here, looking through that kind of leading edge of the low clouds that are moving toward it. Will there be little spinny looking things in the clouds? Yes. Will those actually produce tornadoes? That's the real question. I think I certainly have a lot more questions and answers on that, thankfully, because when it's pretty obvious, obviously my tone of voice is different. Everything about the way we kind of handle things is different. But you're looking along the leading edge there of the kind of shelf cloud that represents the front end of that line of thunderstorms there, kind of curving back away from me on the left front part of your screen. That's kind of where I'll pop myself up for a second. If you don't mind me sitting down while I'm doing this, I'm just going to be lazy. I'm going to reach up. And so right there, it kind of curves back around that. So that's this kind of long, low-hanging thing there. That is our shelf cloud that is where maybe you might see a lot of spinny-looking things. For the most part, I don't see anything, or did not see anything out of that I'd be super concerned with at this moment. Nothing that's too terribly low-hanging, but certainly, something we'll watch. Some gusty winds there. And the darker gray, sometimes people like dark clouds. Dark clouds just means tall clouds. Dark clouds means there's no, you're blocking out a lot of light. So as I kind of pan this back to the north out of our camera there in Batesville, it's pretty hazy looking right there. And I wonder if, again, that's some of the gusty winds kind of kicking up maybe some dust or something there running ahead of this as well. Sometimes you get a little dust that gets kicked up on the gusty winds on the front side of one of these. And so I think that might be what we're looking at. So I'm going to pan this just a little bit back to the left. There we go. So we'll kind of watch this area here as this moves into Batesville and through Panola County. You can see on kind of the lower left-hand part of the screen there, kind of have the inset where we show where the storms are. So again, looking there kind of back toward the north and west with this. That's generally the direction we're kind of looking into this. So you saw this kind of little appendage there. I'm interested to see this a little more here in a minute. I wonder why every time someone clicks onto that there, it goes back to the left like that real fast, and they have to fix it. Anyway, that's happened a couple times today. Let's go back over here to Mama Justice Doppler radar. And so again, we're watching that from Batesville. We don't have a good lower level look at this, unfortunately. Yeah, see, this might look like nothing versus what we showed you a second ago, because we're looking all the way from Monroe County at that line of storms, which is just too far away. It's not good coverage to look from that far away. The problem is that the main radar site in Memphis is down. You've heard me say that a couple times now. You'll hear me say it probably 10 more times, minimum, because that is kind of one of the things that we rely on when we're this far away. So this kind of looks like it has a sort of interesting look to it there, but it's not, I think, as bad as what that kind of makes it looks like it is there. So it still definitely has some organization to it, and something we'll certainly want. Let's go to wind mode here. we're not going to have a good shot again. We're just way too far away. That's why from Monroe County, just got nothing. And yep, Memphis radar's still down. So we're kind of stuck looking at this. Now, I will say, up here, let's look Marshall County. It's one little area that went near Marietta. Maybe for the briefest moment looked a little interesting. Right there, that was the one that caught my eye. Kind of parallel to I-22. Yeah, I know Holly Springs obviously has a history with major tornadoes. Anything we'd see today is nothing like that. That is not what we see out of a line like this. It's something brief, if we see it. And luckily, it's all if, not when. Look at some other stuff here behind the scenes, so give me a moment. Let's see if we can, I'm going to go back to that camera in Batesville. It's about as good a look as we're going to get for a while to kind of see what's actually happening, because unfortunately, since we're not in a great radar zone on this, that means we have to rely pretty hard on what cameras and stuff like that show. So yeah, some low-hanging looking stuff there. We'll watch it. I want to see behind the scenes here for a moment, something. Let's see if I can put together a brief time lapse. Select timeline. Let's do, I wish I could do a shorter, a manual export. Let's see, current time is 11:50 a.m. I want to go to 11:30 a.m. Here we go. Let's try this. Playback mode, I want to be time lapse. Name for export, DELETE, export. Let me see if I can export time lapse out of this. So give me a moment. As I'm learning what is possible with these cameras, there's a lot of cool things. I just want to see what some of those areas kind of right there sort of look like if I had a little bit better contrast with them. Okay, it has not processed yet. I wonder if it will let me go a little bit. Batesville home. I'd love to change the light on this to where it's not quite as bright. I don't think I have that setting. Nope. Appreciate that. So again, some low-hanging stuff, but that's not too terribly bad. Let's look at a few other things here while we're waiting for a moment for this to see what's next with this. Again, we are kind of watching and waiting, hoping things don't get a little more active. This is kind of our high resolution visible satellite perspective here. This is a 15-minute satellite loop. So this is just kind of what's happened over the last 15 minutes. One of the cool things about our system here is we're able to really kind of process a lot more data than the old system did at the back of the TV station. Let's put this in the fastest mode. You see most of these storms, okay, just kind of processing this here. Most of these storms we have up here are just like kind of struggling showers ahead. You can clearly see where we have kind of our overshooting tops. That's where we have kind of the sort of bubbling sort of look we have there. It's one of the signs. Again, these are fairly hefty storms. And that's the part that's kind of moving there toward Batesville. Getting a little bit better tops back out here into Arkansas. It's just this zone down here that really has not produced a ton, though it does look like that one there approaching Lake Providence is getting a little stronger. And if that's the case, then this is the zone that's kind of the big question mark. This is only a 15-minute loop. Let's take a step back to making an hour loop. And you'll see over that hour down here how these are getting a little bit stronger. This is the zone where as these get stronger, eventually those try to kind of merge into the overall line. So we're looking at these eventually trying to merge up here with what's coming up from the north and west. And so this batch here is going to be the batch that eventually, as it gets up here, will, if you can get some kind of cell merger or something goes a little sideways on us. Hopefully it doesn't, but you know, that's one of the spots we'd watch. We'll see. Oops. We'll tweak our color table on our satellite for a moment. That's another way you can kind of see. You can see how we have a lot more oranges now showing up in this zone here on some of the cloud tops. That means colder cloud tops. That means stronger storms. You compare this versus an hour ago. The northern part looks the same, but the southern part is starting to light up, and that's where we again have a little more fuel, a little more instability that's sort of coming in. Our dew point temperature there. You see some more of those purples farther north. Dew points are a measure of moisture based on the same scale as temperature. When these are in the 70s, we have a decent amount, pretty decent amount of fuel, and that has kind of been working northward today and is the focal point. They'll have a zone out here a little ahead of that where we're most likely to see possibly some strong to severe thunderstorms. But you'll also notice this big contrast we have with that, right? Because if you're looking at these dew point numbers, look at this spot right there. So and if you don't know John Madden, I'm going to have a lot of John Madden references because we used to always joke about how he loved to telestrate. With this new system, I'm going to be telestrating a lot. So notice the moisture here where we have that, right? This is all 70 plus. But over here, look at this. It's low 60s. So moisture out here funneling right ahead of this. Typically what happens is you end up with just a very narrow corridor slightly ahead of our line where we have enough fuel for more significant thunderstorms. So that's what we're thinking, is maybe we end up having that kind of narrow corridor where that is the case. But still kind of waiting on that. And every moment we're sitting here waiting is a good moment, because that means last thing we want is to have very clear, obvious, oh, this is bad, because that's when something usually pretty bad has happened. Back over on our radar perspective here, kind of looking at those storms moving into the Batesville area. It does look like we're just about in town now. So check out our camera there in Batesville as this is kind of rolled in. I bet we'll be, oh man, I'm about 1 minute past where we needed to see this. The strong wind hit there. So again, I say strong wind, as windy as it is. Certainly the heavy rainfall hitting there right now as of 11:57. But you see in the corner there, see I have double layered? That might mean my radar could be back. Let's check this. Hold on. Yep, radar is back out of Memphis, the Memphis Weather Service site there. So it was gone for a while. It looks like it's come back in the last couple minutes here. There we go. So let's check wind. Wind still splotchy. Good. Okay. So now with this perspective here, I feel infinitely better about what we're looking at. Just to be able to have that kind of second radar site that we're more used to. Listen, there's a few little areas there that are interesting. But I mean, stuff to watch, but no obvious right now it's about to plop down something. But those couple of areas are places to watch anytime you kind of get them curling around there. So let's get you storm track on that whole kind of line here. And we'll go ahead and reset things here at the noon time period here in a moment. So give me just a moment to do that. And we'll, I think, go on kind of a full-on update on everything that we're talking about here. So give me just a second to kind of get a couple things ready. A moment. Okay, and go and pop myself back on here. Get my coffee out of the way, and we'll reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather and Mama Justice Doppler Radar. It is now noontime on Saturday, March the 7th. We have been kind of monitoring here. A line of thunderstorms might have briefly tried to spin up something up in DeSoto County earlier, but most of these storms, again, below severe limits, all of these storms below severe limits at this point, and hopefully staying that way. The line of thunderstorms has moved through Panola County or into Panola County. We've had a radar outage from the radar site up there in Memphis that has since resolved itself. They got power back up. We're getting data flowing back out of there as well, thankfully. And so hopefully that is where this stays at this point here. We did get a report from DeSoto County of an isolated pocket of wind that knocked down some fences and a storage shed off of Craft Road north of the Lewisburg schools. And so they also had a tree down at Pleasant Hill and that area that had a power outage as well. So some reports coming up there from DeSoto County with this line of storms. It's mainly just rain, as we talked about last couple of days. More than anything else, is primarily heavy rainfall more than any other component. But our severe weather potential for North Mississippi will increase the rest of North Mississippi over the next few hours. Kind of bringing out a shot here that shows kind of everybody in this, and we'll put this into motion, kind of give you an overview, and I think we'll walk our way through some of the models. So as you can see here on our loop, it doesn't loop for a while because we did not have radar data up until the last couple of minutes here. We finally got some of that back. So to give you kind of a longer track on where we expect this to go over the course of the next few hours. So again, this has been moving about 30 miles per hour. And so get an angle here, let's say about 35 miles per hour. And let me expand this track so we take it all the way through North Mississippi. So we'll make that go all the way there, and we're going to thin out the locations somewhat so we can see some more of those there. So kind of a longer track on this for a moment. As you can see, Ashland, we're looking at that for you at about next 10 minutes or so. I mean, generally it's over top of you now. This track is more for people in the extended there. Oxford, say 1233, Hickory Flat 1228. We're looking at Ripley close to about 1238, Myrtle at 1243, New Albany close to 1, Burnsville close to 115, Boonville close to 116, Iuka around 130, about 130 or so to 140 for Saltillo, Calhoun City at about 140, 142 for Derma. And if we kind of extend that east to some of those locations there, to give you kind of an idea as we kind of extend that, we showed Tupelo close to 150, so that's pretty much on time with what we've been tracking it there. Houston 156, Shannon about 158, Fulton about 210, Amory at 227, Smithfield 229 as that works eastward. So some general ideas there. We'll keep that track going a little farther east than that. So we'll say, what do we have there? We have Aberdeen about 1238, Russellville about 1238, Hamilton at 3 o'clock, and Solage at about 3:02. So there's some, again, rough times there as this line of thunderstorms kind of rolls through the northern part of the state of Mississippi. No official severe weather with this at this time. So let's talk about kind of the components we have going forward. Again, visible satellite shows on our very high resolution visible satellite. More storm development as anticipated, really kind of picking up. So this is going to be, I'm going to set this up to where this is kind of a high resolution short range loop. So this is going to be a 30-minute loop. And I'll tweak our color table here to where you kind of see the storms more. But what I want to point out, again, a lot of white on here, but these storms back here toward Yazoo City, West Yazoo City, near Tallulah and Monroe, Louisiana, these have increased in coverage and have gotten a little stronger the last couple of hours. New severe thunderstorm warning on those. We'll touch on that in just a second. That's what that bing you heard a second ago coming out was related to that there. So that's on a track eventually that's going to try to merge it up with our line. And as these cell mergers occur this afternoon, if we were to see a limited tornado threat, it's going to be when you get some, for lack of a better way to put it, beneficial, constructive interaction between those. That from time to time is when we end up getting these to try to produce a tornado. Not a high likelihood of tornadoes today, but not an impossibility as well. We'll track this storm here, give you some information on this severe thunderstorm warning there, and then we're going to look at more of the forecast elements of this. We haven't touched on that for a couple of hours. We're going to touch on that coming up. So Lake Providence here. And I remember looking at a storm when we were looking at projections earlier that kind of had one near this spot. The hail potential on this looks like the main reason this has been issued. I'll check with our discussion of the National Weather Service there in Jackson. 1-inch hail and maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds, prompting the severe thunderstorm warning for Sharkey, as well as Issaquena counties here in Mississippi, and then East Carroll Parish there in Louisiana. In each case, until 1 p.m., the time frame on that. We'll lift this toward the northeast. I will keep it, we'll say about 25 to 30 miles per hour. We'll double check that angle here for a moment. I'd say hail, the main reason that this has been issued. I think we have a pretty decent angle on that there. So Hollybrook, we show it at 1206. We're getting there closer to Booth Community at 1248. Hampton there at 1252. Panther Burn at about 104. Let's kind of slice off some locations on this list here as well. Change our size up just a little bit. But Lake Providence, we show about 1215 for you and 1233 for Mayersville there as it moves toward the northeast. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the potential for some large hailstones out of this. I think in particular, probably the greatest impact. We'll use our True Shield dual pole hail swath. This allows us to be able to kind of look for the hail potential, as you can see, increasing somewhat, still in the possible category. I think whatever it's doing is still building in size at this point here. A 3D look on Mama Justice Doppler radar, probably the best way to get a really good angle at this, because it always kind of allows us to be able to cut in there and kind of see where the hail is. I still show that hail building and aloft, and still, of course, the squiggly line, the Mississippi-Louisiana state line, the Mississippi River, obviously very nearby there, but extending up around 15 to 20,000 feet for some of that hail. If I cut down into it, I think that's strong enough that we probably have, still in the development phase on the hail. Because if I go back a couple scans, you'll see it barely shows up there. Still developing. I think near Hollybrook, it's going to try to drop this pretty close to Tallulah there, and Lake Providence as it moves toward the northeast. Prompting a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1 p.m. for those locations there. Let's go and clear that off. Let's talk more about the overall setup and where things are, because I know we have some folks, again, with the noontime rejoining us here on some of our live streams and such. So we look at what we're expecting from here. First off, before we go there, we do have a tornado watch that remains in effect for locations. Where's it at? National. Let's go and plop on. So there's our tornado warning. We do have some flood advisories back toward the Memphis area as well. DeSoto County up toward Lauderdale, Tennessee. DeSoto County under one of those flash flood advisories, an aerial flood advisory. Let's put on all the rest of our alerts to show you where we do have, again, severe thunderstorm watches in effect. The locations in green under one of those severe thunderstorm watches, that does include Lafayette County, Tippah County, Alcorn, Benton, Marshall counties, DeSoto, Panola, Coahoma, Quitman, Bolivar, Sunflower, and Washington counties, all under severe thunderstorm watches, meaning indications are that there could be storms that develop to try to produce severe weather. So that's what those locations have, and I think those could eventually be extended, will likely be extended eastward. I see somebody, again, we have a discussion going on, a chat here behind the scenes that I know a lot of folks are paying attention to here. We'll go ahead and make sure that we can kind of pop that up for you here as well. But for those of you in the chat, a lot of questions wanting to know what's going on, power going on and off, transformers blowing, wind crazy, tree limbs falling there in the Batesville area. That's not at all shocking, considering, again, with the ice storm, we have a lot of dangling limbs, and so that tends to be associated with some problems that we have from time to time. Do see one of our storm chasers there mentioning something, so give me a second. Mention that they're up there in the Ripley area, and appreciate them for being out and about in the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for everything that they do to kind of help us out with this here. Now, I will say there's always this jump to the conclusion that, something is a tornado. We have not had any official tornadoes today. We've had some spots where we've had some rotation, but no official tornadoes. Thankfully, I'm going to put this back to just our warnings and pull off the severe thunderstorm stuff for a moment. We'll bring it back on Mama Justice Doppler radar to kind of look back up here toward Batesville, because, again, some reports that are getting fairly rough up there. So let's check our various radar sites. So this is looking from Monroe County. This is looking from up at Memphis. And just kind of checking the wind in each of these cases here. Strong straight line winds, I think the main impact. And I think the power outages we're experiencing are largely related to the fact that we've just had the issues we had with the ice storm. We start looking at the number of power outages, not yet starting to populate there in Panola County. A few sporadic ones we show up in Prentiss, but more in Tate and DeSoto counties at 300 each for those different locations. So we do have some power outages with this. So let's talk about where overall things go from here. So we have been monitoring in a number of things here. This is our storm rotation, something where we put both the radar as well as the wind and the wind rotation on this here. I do see Adrian Chambers mentioning they saw a power flash there. If you can give us an exact location on that, Adrian, I'll be looking at that there to look in that. So Adrian, if you give me exact location, well, hold on, I think you got it. Coming into Batesville Town Square, Sardis Road, Old Panola Road. So sometimes you can get power flashes that power lines hit one another, and there's an arcing that goes along. If there's enough slack that they can bounce off of one another. They from time to time you can get power outages related to that there. Our positioning here, I think, is a little too far east. We had to adjust this earlier because things were running slow. I think models have caught up a little bit on this. So give me a moment to adjust our positioning on our storm rotation back to the west just a little bit. So I'm going to longitudinally adjust this back to the west. I had to adjust it 0.3 of a degree east. So that's going to take all of these back west just a little bit. One of the many cool things we can do is, as we know what the model's good at and what it's not good at, we can make slight adjustments there. So first thing I notice on this here is we're talking about today, this, whereas earlier had way too many storms down here south of Greenville, this now has way too few for the same locations. Because that's the way it works, right? So underdoing the quantity of storms, meaning it's going to underdo the cell mergers, and that could then underdo some of the rotation with this. It does show, again, spotty rotation, but we don't show a lot of bright stripes showing up on this here. We start to see a couple that are a little bit stronger. Again, I think the timing is a little wrong on this, but back out here toward Belzona and Greenwood and Greenville, that's where it shows the greatest number of those trying to show more rotation. But this is substantially less rotation than what we showed you a little earlier on, especially during our little update earlier. So as we kind of reset things here and we kind of show you that is kind of a timing on our storm rotation, I don't fully agree with what we're looking at here. So if you don't mind, I'm going to try a couple other projections here as we kind of assess what's kind of coming with this. Another way we can do that is using our triple threat, which shows storm rotation at the same time that it shows kind of everything else with it. So it's everything layered on the one graphic. If you give me a moment, I'm going to make sure that I have this on the latest run that is available here. So 6Z would have been there. 0Z would have been there. So we have a 6Z run. Let's double check and see if 12Z out. 10Z had been yesterday. 12Z out. Let's check and see this. Yes, it does look like it is. Okay, so this is on our triple threat here. We're going to force this to go and use the newest stuff. It defaults. I'm going to make it use a model run that's not all the way out yet. So if you give me a moment to get that in here, get everything on the way it needs to be, I think it's worthwhile for us to get this right. Okay, so we have velocity. Hold on. I need to drag in triple threat fresh again. I apologize for that because I broke that earlier while we were playing with it. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning for a few locations. Again, we'll touch more on that here in a minute. That storm is still just outside of Mississippi. So wind swath, we're going to change that, make sure that is on wind gust swath. I'm going to change that back to blue. There we are. And we're going to have to kill some of the low end opacity on that. That shows at least some gusty winds. Nope. Oh man, I didn't expect this to, give me a moment. I don't want any winds that are less than 20 miles per hour. And then we will kind of angle it up until we get the 60. Okay, you notice that kind of eliminates a lot of what it initially showed there. Okay, we'll save that. We'll try not to break it. Now let's force this into 12Z models, which is the current model run here. I apologize, there's a lot of technical stuff. When we're kind of running this in real time, it takes me a minute to go in and kind of break things so that I can make sure we have the latest data. But I think the latest data is always important in a scenario like this. That doesn't look like it's plopped in with all of it. After all that, let's go back. There we go. Hail diameter is latest. Rotation is latest. And wind gusts are latest. Okay. So that shows, now what I do see here is I do show this again with a few more cell mergers showing here, even behind the main line, which is interesting that I don't know that I agree with, showing a couple of these swaths where we do have some of that rotation there in the 1 to 2 p.m. time period. Let's go and make this a shorter. Save, time settings. Let's go next 18 hours so we can really hone in on this. So this shows starting somewhere, again, near Charleston, and I don't necessarily agree specifically at this, but one of those that does extend for a little while there, between really kind of the 2 and 3 p.m. hour, at least some of these areas where we have some spots trying to kick out some rotation that does kind of connect. I don't think we're talking about long-lived rotations. It does have some hail in a few locations. That's what the pink is showing up there as well. And the lines you see on top, those are where it kind of indicates where the thunderstorms producing this are. That is more for me to see whether or not I agree with that. You'll notice that as this gets eastward, and I'll pop off of that reflectivity for a moment, this initial wave here is real choppy, right? We had that one that kind of connected for a moment, and then these are all little balls, right? Just itty bitty little signs of rotation. That shows you any spin up we see should be very short lived, and that should hopefully keep them hopefully not too terribly bad. So fingers crossed on that. Because typically short-lived tornadoes, obviously we got to monitor those. Warnings come out for those, but that's hopefully the way in which this largely plays out. So that's an encouraging sign there that there's only a few spots where it maybe does just a little bit more than that, and it's trying to depict those next couple of hours. And I think that is a tall tale to tell. As I delete off the hail, I want to focus on just the wind here for a moment. It does have some sporadic areas where you see some of the blues showing up there, where we probably have some wind gusts more in the limited range, in that 40 to 50 range, maybe 60 mile per hour on the top end of that. So I would say that, kind of looking at this, I feel pretty good about how this is going to play out for us, that we will probably not see a ton of strong wind. One of the questions, though, is that you look at this next round that comes in, and yeah, our triple threat tries to say another round later on tonight. As we talked about earlier, I think that is at most, that's probably pretty aggressive versus what the reality of the situation will end up being. On the wider shot here, we're part of a kind of extended severe weather risk that extends all the way from here in Mississippi and Louisiana and Arkansas and Alabama. And you'll notice here it's a very, very long system, kind of northeast to southwest. Some severe weather risk extending all the way more than 1,800 miles. And if the risk officially went into Texas, Mexico, it would probably be closer to 2,000 miles. So it's a long, wide, I guess maybe a lot more long and narrow risk. The tornado risk, though, more concentrated well to the northeast of us, but we do have a limited tornado risk that does include the potential, again, for those very brief, short-lived, short-span sort of tornadoes. Wind more likely because the spin, whether it no matter what it does, it's more likely to try to produce maybe a little bit of rotation with that from time to time. I will want to bring our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, here in a minute, just to kind of see if he's seen anything in the chat back and forth that maybe I've missed on what is going on with this there. So hopefully we'll be able to hear from Caleb here in a few minutes. I do see him behind the scenes there. I'm not sure if he's got his earpiece in. Call Caleb Edelblut.
Hey man, I got my earpiece in.
Oh, you do? Okay, got it. So a new severe thunderstorm watch issued just in the last few minutes, right?
Let me double check. I was just kind of filling out the forecast sheet for the rest of the day. Yeah, it looks like they just issued that. I need to go on Slack because I bet they will cover that. Let me look at that for you real quick.
Yeah, so I show that. Yep. I show that. That'd be. Well, and actually, I take that back. It looks like that's just a local expansion that the National Weather Service Memphis did. Yeah, they did not issue a new one. They locally expanded the one already in effect to get the rest of really their coverage area here in North Mississippi. So that's in effect until 2 p.m. today, which is only another hour and a half. A Storm Prediction Center, Norman, Oklahoma, might issue a different one at some point here, but certainly watching it. New information coming in the last couple minutes here that the Lafayette County Emergency Manager is working on some stuff there on Sardis Lake right now, some kind of rescue operation. They're trying to kind of prepare ahead for the storms moving in to their location. So it's just a reminder that, what you're doing outside today, we want to make responsible decisions on that because we are going to have more thunderstorms over the next few hours here, kind of moving from northwest to southeast through the area. And so that's where this line is right now as it's kind of moving on in. Caleb, I don't know if I'll bring you up here just for a second. Have you seen anything, again, behind the scenes, in our chat with folks online related to what's going on?
No, I was watching earlier on my drive up here. I can pull it back up over here. I didn't want to click off any screens, so I didn't mess up any transitions. But I can go ahead and get that pulled up and keep an eye on it behind the scenes for you.
Okay, the computer you're in front of right there might be your best bet on that one, honestly, there. And if we need to use the up-down feature of it, then maybe that's what we do a little bit as well. I need to get you a taller stool.
Well, hey, we'll know what to add to the list after today.
Absolutely. You remind me of that.
I can do that. I'll write it down.
Then again, I guess I'm standing the whole time too, so it is what it is.
Part of the job.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, we'll talk to you here in a minute. So we've kind of looked a little bit at some of the model data related to what we're dealing with here, and most indications are that we will have next couple of hours, I think not just this batch of thunderstorms, but the next batch that's down there closer to the Jackson area. Some cell mergers up here, kind of in this zone north of Yazoo City, to Grenada. Probably going to have some spots out here where we have maybe some greater chance of hail, wind, and maybe an isolated tornado. Because the one thing that those models did not do a good job of earlier, they had more of these storms on there. Now they don't have as many. In saying that, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is technically just outside of our area. We kind of pick things up, down here in southern Washington County. So technically not in our area, but just right on the fringe there in Issaquena and Sharkey County, with those thunderstorms kind of moving northeastward. Hail potential, the main reason why these were issued. Looking at that hail swath, we have not had as much hail on it as when we kind of looked earlier, kind of had a short period of time where it looked like it was dropping some of that hail. At this point here, it looks like now we have not seen as much in about the last 10 minutes or so out of this. So hopefully whatever it's doing, it has done, and we'll kind of pass the worst of that, hopefully. Let's look 3D on that thunderstorm. That's probably the easiest way for us to do that. It looks like a lot more clusters as opposed to just kind of one single thunderstorm. We'll again put this into motion for the last 30 minutes or so. You can see kind of the collapsing there going on with that as it gets smaller and drops out what hail it has. Now, a lot more storms here. These are relatively disorganized, and most are below severe limits, but a strong wind gust can't be ruled out of maybe the strongest of those. As we come up here closer to Charleston and up there closer to Oxford, I'm going to switch radar sites on you. We're going to check out of the Memphis area. Then we're going to check out of Monroe County, Mississippi. And that looks like that's probably one of our better options now as we're finally getting closer to its range. I'm also going to take off the tornado. It's going to be severe thunderstorm watch in the background there, so we get a cleaner viewpoint of this here. And so near Burgess community there in western Lafayette County, perhaps some hail on this. I think that's a lot shorter of a thunderstorm than what we had out west. The height of a thunderstorm is important. A taller thunderstorm types into more hail. This is probably not tall enough to be producing severe hail, because 10,000 feet right about there, and so it looks like it's going to be a bit below that. Let's see if I can change radar sites while we're on it here. Check a couple other locations. QA. Yeah, so this one's not tall enough for that. Another way we can look at that is using our camera. This with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers there in Lafayette County. As that pops on, again, appreciate Phoenix Building Solutions for being our sponsor of our camera there in the Oxford area, as you can see in the county there. This instant, looking at this, nothing that's super concerning to me on what I'm seeing here, just kind of some low-hanging stuff. Check again here. I'm hoping my Batesville time lapse at some point will emerge. There it is. I did a time lapse. I wanted to see what kind of some of the a moment to pop this up. So this is our camera there in, okay, it downloaded it. Let's open. Brief second. I think it's trying to get that data in. I might have to go with VLC on this. Ooh, I made that program unhappy. Caleb, I'm going to send it to you. I'll let you do kind of a one-over on everything, kind of look over all the different storms and everything for a minute. Do you have access to links on that computer there?
On this one, I don't believe
I guess you have.
so.
I guess you have the touch screen behind you, right?
I got the touch screen.
Forget about that.
I can, if we can get it to radar, I can cover that.
Oh, I can get it to radar. I'll get it back out of 3D radar though, which will probably help substantially. We'll kind of reset you for the whole region there. I'll let you kind of do a one over on everything. Sound good?
All right. Yep. Sounds good. All right, let's take a look at this line of storms that continue to move through North Mississippi. Like Matt was hitting at earlier, we're kind of at that in-between between radars of getting that perfect visual on those storms, so seeing it a little bit more higher up. I do know that we have some storms. I have a radar pulled up on my iPad too, kind of showing some more severe thunderstorms making their way in the southern portions of the Delta. So I'm going to try to keep my eye on that behind the scenes as it gets closer and closer towards our area. Definitely seeing some stronger cells try to start kind of performing down there into the Delta. But let's put this on a loop for the past hour real quick, just see how those continue to move on through North Mississippi. You can see probably the healthiest cell right now, all right outside of Oxford, making its way through. So for those out there, definitely going to start to feel that wind as it continues blowing on through Lafayette County, and definitely going to see that downpour as it makes its way through. The good news about this line is once it makes its way through your area, you're pretty much good for the rest of the day. Now you will see that rain fall behind it, could make it a dreary, just rainy Saturday all the way around, but the intense kind of severe weather aspect of this, not going to last that long. Just got to let that line pass on through, then you're going to be good to go for the rest of your day. So we're going to continue tracking that out all day with you. We can also take a look at towards the north, kind of along the Tennessee, Mississippi state line, kind of some healthier cells out there as well. Let's put this back to now, zoom in just a little bit so we can talk about that in the Alcorn region as it gets a little bit closer towards Corinth. We can kind of see some of those cells making their way closer, a little bit of those pinks and purple showing up. The good news is this is more of just a rain, windy event. We're not expecting those tornadoes like Matt was talking about. Could we see a brief spin up? Absolutely. But are they going to be long track and severe? Not expecting that one bit. So this is just kind of a good rainfall event that we definitely would love to see here in North Mississippi, but definitely going to be windy as well as it makes its way closer towards where that ice storm was most impactful across our area earlier in January. So it's continued blowing on through. We can see kind of those purples starting to show up just a little bit, especially those out there in Blue Mountain and Bethel as that line continues to push on through, even into Ashland, making its way pretty much along I-22 as it gets closer towards Union County and New Albany, Enterprise, Beacon Hill. Y'all are going to start to see those effects within probably the next 30 minutes. I know Matt was tracking that out, showing it'll be around 1 o'clock until y'all start to see that. Let's come back out towards the wider view, back to see those cells making their way across North Mississippi. Pretty much just this line moving across, and that's what we're tracking as we continue into the afternoon hours ahead. For those already in DeSoto County, y'all are just going to see that rainfall continue dumping across your area, but not really tracking that intense just storm coverage as we continue into the afternoon hours, Matt.
Yeah, and one thing, I think from time to time, this is not a high-end severe weather event. I think we have to be very clear about this. It's possible that maybe we could see some severe weather. It's probable that most of this is just heavy rainfall and lightning. So we appreciate Wanda for supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather, and so many of you that have supported us again here in the chat behind the scenes. Appreciate that super chat there, Wanda. In many ways, I got to give Caleb some credit, mentioning the suspenders there. I wear them just because I hate belts. I wore a belt yesterday around all day long and felt all day like I was pulling up my pants. Suspenders keep them, braces keep them at the right height. So that's part of the reason why I keep it at this level. So the severe thunderstorm watch extended in time till 5 p.m. for the locations we mentioned a little bit ago there. So good there that we now have, some clarification on that. I want to bring in a shot here from our camera there in the Batesville area earlier. This is that time lapse we were trying to get going. So I'll kind of pop it where you can see it here. And I'll have to kind of reload it a few times toward the middle, but you can kind of see the, if I time it right there, kind of some of the low hanging stuff that was sort of spinning there toward the horizon. So certainly kind of an interesting look at that. I'm restarting this a few times over and over again so you can get a good look at it. But kind of a cool shot, but it's from time to time you're going to get little spinny looking things there. I like to say that more bark than bite is the way I describe those. They look a little worse than they actually are. Someone mentioned they got Caleb got his there from a tailor shop there in Columbus. That's great. Nice. So let's look in and around the Oxford area. Let's check out our camera with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers there. I was a little late getting back to it. We had that Batesville camera, then we went away, then we came back. We can see that line of storms again moving into the Oxford area. Talking to Ashton, a storm chaser we work with from time to time, he mentioned the fact that back up to 75 degrees there in the Oxford area after being down to 61 when it moved through the hurricane landing area earlier on. So we're looking kind of into the storms as they're moving in. Appreciate Phoenix Building Solutions for being a partner with us here and sponsoring our Oxford camera. This is looking kind of in a west and northwest direction into this. The heavy rainfall you see there could also include maybe a little bit of hail, but we don't have a ton of rotation out of this, but certainly watching again the potential for this to be some gusty winds. Oxford's so hard hit by the recent ice storm, and the concern is that it's easier to knock down some tree limbs, some things like that in the post ice storm. Hold on a second. Hey, would somebody get the dog, please? Anyway, the ice storm, in the post ice storm, it's easier to knock down some tree limbs, things like that. I'm gonna see if I can pull up some Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras to get an idea of how things are looking in and around the Oxford area as well. And as you might imagine, it's just primarily just a lot of heavy rainfall with this. So switch that to video, kind of just show the rainfall there in and around the Oxford area. Again, traffic still looks like it's moving fairly smoothly, all things considered. The heaviest rain not through Oxford. West side of town kind of getting hit a little bit more than locations back to the east. Bring it in a little closer on that. Show kind of the west side of town. There we are. Thacker Road. So that's the west view versus the east view. Again, traffic slowed down. We'll bring it back over to our camera brought to you by Phoenix Building Solutions there in this shot in Oxford, and again, heavy rainfall, main thing. So I don't see anything that looks like anything other than rainfall, thankfully. So fingers crossed. I'm gonna look at behind the scenes. We have kind of a DVR that I can look at here just to sort of check if anything wacky or wild has happened as this line moved in. And now it's just kind of the big burst of heavy rainfall. So maybe we'll get that time lapse kicked out for you here in a little bit as well. Current time is now 12:36. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, watching a line of thunderstorms, just heavy rainfall, nothing more than that, as we see just maybe some gusty wind. While we have a little bit of red and green showing up there on radar, Caleb, that's nothing that I think I'm overly concerned with there at this point here. Though it is interesting for the briefest of seconds, and again, I'm looking fairly high up, that I did have a little bit of an interaction there. Let's check some other radar sites around that just to make sure that's not something weird. There's some gusty winds on that, 1227. That'd been about 10 minutes ago. We've been looking close-ish to that direction. Let's check the one other radar site we have access to, which is the one up there at the airport in Memphis, the one we relied a lot on earlier. A brief tornado, not an impossibility out of this, but I don't see on a precipitation mode enough there. But we're also admittedly looking too high. We'd be able to see that. So more than anything, that's why I get concerned about some sporadic wind damage, Caleb, coming out of some of these thunderstorms, that could be something that we sometimes run into in this situation, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm not too concerned about it either. One thing that I am trying to keep an eye on behind the scenes is that severe thunderstorm warning down towards the Rolling Fork area, just because we talked about on some Futurecast models in the past that they have shown some more active cells trying to develop out in the Delta and then trying to merge with that line of storms to make its way through North Mississippi. So I think that's something that we can continue to keep our eyes on as we see this line continue moving on through our area. But for that rotation or that couplet trying to pop up on radar here, not quite impressed with that either, Matt, as we continue seeing that move through Oxford and Lafayette County. Just trying to keep an eye on that severe thunderstorm warning because I think it just got extended for the people in the Rolling Fork area. I know they're kind of on the tip of that polygon as it continues making its way a little bit closer to their area. But for those in Oxford, definitely going to be some heavy wind gusts and some just heavy rainfall, as that's pretty much our threat for today for severe weather. Thankfully, not a high-end severe weather risk as this line continues moving on through. Just some much-needed rainfall that we can all enjoy here together. So definitely some good news, but wanted to make sure to keep you guys updated all day long, just in case we could see one of those brief spin-ups possible. I was actually tracking some power outages behind the scenes as well. I know we've had some in Panola County, around 639 customers out in our region. So talking about those, not super like neighborhoods. It's just kind of just one power outage, all sprinkled all throughout the county. So trying to keep an eye out on that, not really seeing many at this moment as that line continues to make its way through North Mississippi. So definitely a good sign, but unfortunately we'll start to see those as we are going through where that ice storm was earlier this year. So those limbs that are already dangling, those trees that are a little bit more weaker, well, we could start to see those consequences continue to come from it as those heavy wind gusts continue moving on through the line or moving through North Mississippi as those line of storms continue to do so. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that Oxford system or storm trying its best to maybe show a couplet on there, but again, a little bit higher up. I feel like it'd be a little bit more distinct just to show some more increased confidence. I'm not too confident on that right now. I just definitely think it's going to be heavy wind gusts, definitely a downpour as well. I'd be curious to see if we could try to see if maybe there's a hail tracker on that just to see. I know we're looking a little bit more elevated, but just seeing that higher DBZ, maybe reflecting just a little bit more. If we can see some of that pop up, I mean, still not too confident. Definitely a good thing because hail, not really the biggest, highest risk today, but still limited just in case that some of these could produce. But yeah, I think the one out there in Oxford, just going to be heavy wind gusts, maybe some heavier precipitation as well, just a downpour moving on through. That's about the only thing we're tracking out as that line continues to be pretty much right on top of you guys, and especially the Ole Miss campus as it moves through Lafayette County.
Okay, I'm going to let you give kind of a one-over and reset things. In this scenario, typically, when you kind of figure out that, we'd want to kind of do a reset, time check, your name call, and then just kind of walk through what it is. So sometimes I'll say reset, like, and that would be like, hey, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Laupon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're looking at this,
okay,
et cetera. Kind of go through that. So we'll do a practice reset. I'm gonna let you keep on going. Would you rather be in chroma key with this, or would you rather be here?
Honestly, I think
can you control it? Can you control it in chroma?
As far as through the monitor over there?
Yeah.
I should be able to if it's logged in. I can double check that real quick.
Was it logged in a minute ago?
I had to boot it up just a second, so I had to open Splashtop and everything. So
well, go ahead, you check it. I'll look for you, and you give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Sound good?
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
Okay. So Caleb and I are going to be kind of tag teaming. This is non-severe thunderstorms. They're getting a little heavier, but we're to a certain extent. We understand there's disruptive weather. We're not always going to be on when it's just raining. We did briefly have a few storms trying to spin something up earlier. That's what kind of sparked our coverage and kind of got us going and doing what we're doing right now. And so that's kind of what we're still talking about it at this point here. So Caleb Edelblut, our weekend meteorologist, monitoring things here along this line as well with myself. And really, honestly, the only one that kind of stands out to me at this point is probably Lafayette County and Oxford. There's another storm closer to Tutwiler. And yeah, Caleb did mention that we do have the severe thunderstorm warning down here closer to Rolling Fork. You'll notice how far away we're looking. We're looking from the site in the Monroe County area, but the storm that originally prompted it has gone through a collapsing phase. That warning's still in effect for some locations there until 1 p.m. I don't know I don't think that will be extended, but my concern is actually just the fact that if I make this a longer loop rather than 1 hour, I make this a 2-hour loop here. You'll notice we went from very few storms to a lot more storms to a lot more storms, and this will start merging into our line over the next couple of hours, and that will probably make it to where more up here in the northeast part of the state, we have a potential to possibly see some storms try to produce severe weather here. So still some time before that happens, but certainly watching that potential here, as well as this line of thunderstorms kind of moves in. So we'll switch things back over again to our site up here out of Monroe County, a little bit closer on. And as we do that, again, looking back to the precipitation mode on this. Again, for folks up here wanting to know in Corinth and Ripley, we'll do some storm tracks on this for some folks here. And I'll let Caleb kind of work through on some of the storm tracks on these as we go city by city. There's the precipitation we could track there, and it's going about 30, 35 miles per hour, Caleb. You can kind of track the precipitation. That's part of it. But I'll say also another part of it is just the fact that there's actually, if you look closely, there close to where it shows Mitchell there, you can kind of see the outflow running ahead as well. When the outflow gets ahead, typically that means your tornado potential is lesser because the cold airs undercut things, right?
Yes. No, it kind of provides that lifting mechanism for it as, the camera's going to do that thing again, kind of provides that lifting mechanism to get those storm tops a little bit more elevated. And of course, the more updraft we can see with these storms, the higher they get. That's where that severe potential can continue to increase as well. So let's take a look at those cities as we continue tracking that out. We can definitely see a highlighted a bunch up there in the northeastern portions of North Mississippi, but pretty much for those out there in Winsagona, right around now, it'll keep changing as we go through the loop. Crumptown around 1248, Enterprise around 1251, West Corinth around 1252, especially affecting those out there in Alcorn County. So definitely seeing that higher precipitation make its way towards you. Again, not really tracking out any severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. Just going to see those heavier wind gusts, some heavy precipitation continue making its way through. So we can continue kind of looking at that here as I'll clear this out and continue to zoom out just a little bit. We were just talking about that system out there in Oxford. That cell continues to move on through. You saw kind of that bright purple and pink for a second, and it kind of already disappeared. So should be a good sign showing that that storm maybe has already reached its peak intensity and continues declining as it continues moving through Lafayette County. So definitely a good sign to see out there for Lafayette County and for all the students that are still on campus for spring break. But again, I know there's a lot of people traveling this weekend and getting to their destination, and we've had pretty much a lot of severe weather across the country. So an active start to the break, so make sure to continue monitoring that as you travel across pretty much anywhere you're going here in the country. But for North Mississippi, we're definitely tracking that line as it continues moving on through Lafayette County, seeing that heavier cell kind of make its way through. That bright pink and purple, not quite as evident as it's pretty much crossing Highway 7 now, right along it. So definitely can impact anybody on the road right now, probably not really seeing much ahead of you. So put those hazards on, maybe pull off to the side, because like we keep mentioning, that line, once it moves on past, you're pretty much good to go for the rest of the day. Could still see some of that rainy clouds just behind you, and could be a rainy, dreary Saturday. But the intensity and what we're expecting for any severe weather today, it's already going to blow by really quick. So again, not expecting anything high end. It's more of a wind threat and just high end rain event as it continues kind of just pummeling and blowing across North Mississippi. Same thing out here in Charleston, and this is something I kind of want to keep an eye on too. You can kind of see those bright pinks and purples. I'll move it over just a little bit so you guys can see, kind of pop up, fade away, kind of pop up again in the same place. So showing those storms trying to get fired up just a little bit out there in the Delta as those cells continue moving on in. Of course, this is still a ways away from our radar site out in Amory, so we're looking super high up in the atmosphere, but just kind of showing those cells starting to develop just a little bit more out there towards Webb, Tutwiler, Charleston. Definitely probably hearing lots of rumbles of thunder as well, which we can actually put that lightning count on. Yeah, there we go. Take a look at that. It's a very kind of energized system as it continues moving on through. You're probably going to hear a lot of rumbles of thunder as it blows through your area. I know our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, she was up in Arkansas earlier this morning as it already blew on through, so she's good to go for the rest of the day, but she said it was pretty loud as it moved through her area as she's enjoying the start of her weekend. So just got to give it a few minutes as we continue tracking that line out through your area, but once it blows on through, you're going to be good to go. So taking a look at those lightning strikes, I mean, within this area, we're talking about just shy of 1,500 lightning strikes. So definitely an energetic setup, even just zooming out to see it pretty much all across North Mississippi, which I'll actually put it right to where we can see everything. Take a look at all those lightning strikes. I'm actually covering it up. I was reading it out to you guys. Pretty much just over 2,500 lightning strikes. And notice how we're starting just shy of 2,000, increasing towards 2,500. So these cells kind of getting fired up around our area, showing that it's kind of on the upswing. We're going to see those cells continue to build on in, especially as we'll start to eventually see those cells down there in the Rolling Fork region, southern portions of the Delta, continue moving a little bit further north, trying to merge with this line moving through North Mississippi. So showing that this is kind of the start of that line, continuing to move through North Mississippi, going to be a little bit intense and just rumbly as it moves through your area. But take a look. Once we cross that line, we start to see all that green. It's going to be a little bit rainy, a dreary Saturday. Once that line passes on through, you're going to be good to go for the rest of your day. Just got to get through a few of those rumbles of thunder, gusty winds, and heavy downpours first before we can get to it. So let's go back to Lafayette County as we were talking about Oxford and anybody still on campus for the start of your spring break. That cell not quite as impressive as it was earlier. Let's actually change products to start talking about maybe some velocities, see if we can spot anything on there. Not seeing any there on velocity, talking about any rotation, just kind of a messy setup, not seeing anything clear and defined, which is definitely a good thing, which we could take a look at the chat. That map popped up. thunder and lightning north of Oxford. So definitely talk about that heavy rain, just kind of gusty conditions. Hazards on while driving during a storm is not a good idea. Just drive or stop. Exactly. Just pull off to the side, put on those hazards so people can see you. That is definitely a good thing to keep going, but pull off to the side. Don't need to risk anything. Just wait a few minutes. It's not going to be a long event. You're not going to have to wait for an hour. Just let it blow on through. You're going to be good to go as you are out and about this afternoon. It's already so very gusty in Algoma, South Pontotoc. Yes. So yeah, definitely going to be gusty conditions as we continue seeing this line make its way through North Mississippi. We can even put it on the hail track too, because we are seeing, I believe it's just a marginal risk for some hail, a possibility, not really a high end event, especially not like the past Thursday that we had here in North Mississippi. So not tracking any hail within our area. You can see it kind of trying to pop up as possible. Again, this is very far away from that radar site, so we're looking a lot higher in the atmosphere where we could maybe see some of those tiny hailstones. Doubt they're making it toward the surface and heavy enough to make it through the downdraft or the updraft that's lofting it up. And take a look at debris. Definitely not tracking anything like that regarding tornadoes. That is a good sign to see. This is more of just kind of heavy wind, heavy rain making its way through your area. Going to be a little bit gusty as it moves on through, but not tracking out anything high end. So for those that are excited for their spring break, you're still going to be good to go. We're not tracking out anything intense as we start off this weekend. Just going to be a little bit breezy and windy as we get going for our Saturday and for our Sunday to come, Matt.
Absolutely. Now, I'm going to go back to you here in a second. I'm trying to figure out why it shrinks you down when I go to that shot. So give me a second to try this again.
All right. Oh, there it goes. Yep. We're already shrunk again. I'm going to have to keep backing up to see if I can get right along the wall. A little bit better.
66. See, then that worked. So it's whatever shot 66 is. So just, you'll have to deal with it for a minute, and I'll see if I can fix it. I don't know why, for whatever reason, that's not working. So let's go back to you.
You're good. See? All right. Going to be a little bit taller, talking about the line continuing to move on through. Again, not talking about any warnings as this moves on through, so just showing this isn't really a high-end impact on your day. Just going to be very windy, very gusty. Could hear maybe some of those limbs fall off the tree branches as this continues blowing on through, because we want to keep mentioning about that ice storm. It's still going to have impacts on us today. I was even driving through North Mississippi and just noticing all those limbs still on the ground, brushed off to the side, especially on the interstate. So can still have an impact on us today. Thankfully, we're not seeing anything high end. So those warnings, not really an issue right now as that line continues moving on through North Mississippi. Just heavy precipitation as we continue to face some drought conditions across our region. But thankfully, we're transitioning into that spring season. Going to get a lot more rain. April showers bring those May flowers. So we're getting closer and closer towards that season here in North Mississippi. Unfortunately, it comes with that severe weather risk. But the good news is we're going to walk you through it every day and pretty much every hour that it is occurring here in North Mississippi. So I'm going to walk back up just a little bit. I know I'm going to be a little bit close and off screen, but wanted to continue flipping through just the different products we have. That way we don't keep looking at reflectivity and we don't miss anything that could be occurring. Let's actually put it on the storm relative wind. Not tracking anything here that's overall impressive. Definitely not spotting any couplets. So still want to put that on there just in case, because there's a possibility for a brief spin up. Very brief, not going to track anything long track here in North Mississippi. Take a look at our peak threats. This is something that worst case scenario could start to see. Could see some of that hail try to make its way down, especially into Union County, just north of New Albany, pretty much along I-22. Which, let's go back to reflectivity, see if we can, actually, there's a chance we can maybe see a few hailstones. Again, we're still pretty far away from the radar site. I don't know if it's going to make it all the way down to the surface and beat that updraft. They got to get a little bit heavier and kind of cycle through that storm. And even that latest scan, we're already seeing that pink and purple starts fade away just a little bit more. So I'm not too impressed with that. But again, that's why we have those peak threats, because it's worst case scenario, what we could be expecting as it makes its way towards you guys. So especially as we get closer towards that 1 o'clock hour, we were talking about New Albany starting to get some of that rainfall and some heavy wind gusts. I bet y'all are already starting to feel a little bit of that wind. And honestly, it's been pretty much just a windy day in general as I was getting ready, walking outdoors, getting to my car and just feeling that wind. So definitely getting a little bit windier as you go throughout the rest of your afternoon. For those in Union County, you're going to get closer towards Pontotoc, Lee County, Itawamba as well. So that line making its way through. But the good news is kind of already almost halfway through our region here in North Mississippi. So for those of you behind this line, still going to see a little bit of that rain affect your plans this afternoon or evening, but you're not, you're definitely in the all clear, not really tracking out anything intense for the rest of your evening. So you're going to be good to go as long as you're fine with seeing some of those rain clouds stick around for the rest of your evening, then you will be totally A-okay. So let's go back to winds to talk about that, just in case we don't miss anything, because we could talk about the brief possibility of any spin ups, which I actually have the chat pulled up on my phone. I want to see what y'all are talking about. Someone's talking about there is a wall cloud near you, which if you are comfortable saying which city that is, we'll have to see if we can pull that up on our cameras. Raining hard here in West Union area. Good afternoon, everyone. It seems like everybody's enjoying their time. So definitely good news to see, because this is not anything very intense, high-end, severe weather. This is just kind of some heavy rain, heavy wind making its way through, and that's about it. Still not seeing anything on wind. That's overall impressive. Definitely a good thing as we continue making its way through. Lafayette County continues to be pretty much my focal point, as that seems to be kind of the healthiest cell making its way through. You kind of saw that pink and purple as it entered the county, started fading away just a little bit. Now it's regaining just a little bit as it continues to get some of that inflow as well, which I think Matt's going to try to pull up some of those cameras in that area so we can kind of get some eyes on what's occurring as that storm continues to build on up just a little bit. Well, there you go. Just some heavy precipitation affecting those out there. I'll step over here so y'all can kind of see what's going on out there in Oxford and around the Ole Miss campus. So 68 degrees, feels like 73. We're going to see that temperature drop just slightly, especially with all that rain cooled air, allowing you to feel a little bit cooler. So definitely rainy conditions. I'm surprised we're not seeing the camera shake too much, but it seems like it's pretty much locked in sturdy on that tower. So 15 mile per hour, sponsored by our Phoenix Building Solutions out there in Oxford. So we appreciate you guys helping that camera out there in Lafayette County for giving us those eyes out there so we can talk about what's going on. So for Pontotoc, we're talking about that line getting a little bit closer to you guys out there, probably within the next 30 minutes or so. We can already start to see some of that reflectivity pop up on the radar here. So 81 degrees feels like 82. So we're talking about those low 80s. Take a look at that wind, 18 mile per hour kind of coming out from the south. So bringing that inflow, that moisture towards that line. That's going to continue until that line gets there. You can see that heavier precipitation off in the distance, that darker blue, and some of those cloud bases showing just a little bit, kind of trying their best to look a little bit scary, but nothing too intense. Honestly, nothing too impressive as it makes its way towards you guys out there in Pontotoc. But staying dry for now, we're going to start to see that rainfall get a little bit closer to you within the next 30 minutes. Another look out here in Tupelo and Lee County. Still very dry conditions, 81 degrees, same, pretty much exact same measurements out there with those 18 mile per hour winds coming out of the south, feeding in that moisture. We can take a look and start to see some of that heavier precipitation, that darker blue, kind of grayer skies getting closer. Going to be a little bit longer as opposed to those in the Pontotoc region and even New Albany that are about to start experiencing that line of storms continuing to blow on through. But big thanks to our Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling for sponsoring this camera as well and giving those eyes out there in Tupelo. Let's go back out into Shelby, where we can definitely see that precipitation already occurring out there. Those gray overcast skies pretty much everywhere across the region out there. That line kind of already blowing on through. We can see some of those cells pretty much just south of it, a little bit more intense one just out southwest of the Cleveland area. So rainy conditions out there. Here's a great shot out there in Cleveland as we were just talking about that system moving on through and just those dark gray clouds right above you guys and almost seeing somewhat of a clearing as that sun continues to get closer and closer to setting. Take a look at that rainfall right there. We can see that heavy precipitation falling from the clouds. That is an excellent shot of the cell, which I bet we're looking towards that one southwest. I don't know if I can see the unit direction on where we're pointing and facing, but you can definitely tell where those gray clouds are, that line continuing to move on through. There's another excellent shot as it makes its way through that raindrop, kind of seeing that precipitation where you can see that cutoff, those bright sunny skies behind the clouds, and you can definitely tell where that precipitation is starting to fall. So this is exactly what we're talking about, just rainy, heavy conditions making their way through, even some gusty conditions. Thankfully, that's pretty much as much as we're talking about.
That's that one southwest you were talking about.
Southwest? That's the one that we're talking about?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, there we go. There's that southwest cell that we were just talking about, which you could see on the radar. A little bit more impressive, starting to see those pinks and purples trying to pop up just a little bit. So that heavy precipitation, when we're talking, you can see that on radar looking a little bit more intense. Well, that's kind of what's occurring above you guys as it just kind of dumps all that rainfall above your head. So 81 degrees out there in Cleveland, still that 18-mile-per-hour winds coming out of the south, bringing in all that moisture from the Gulf. That's why we feel very warm today as we go on through, helping those storms continue to move on through our area. Take a look out here in Greenville. You can still see those dark clouds off there in the distance. 81 degrees as well, feels like 84 as those clouds continue moving on through your area. Experiencing dry conditions for now, but you can definitely see that rainfall out in the distance. That dew point around 70 degrees, so kind of muggy as you go about your day, especially with how hot we already are. But I was kind of impressed with the breaks of the clouds today, kind of allowing for some of that daytime heating to occur, trying to add any extra fuel to these storms as it makes its way through North Mississippi. So kind of a shot of seeing some of that precipitation off in the distance, not quite as heavy as what we were talking about out there in Cleveland, but definitely can see some of those rays and some of those rain showers kind of moving on through the area off in the distance for those out there in Greenville. Feels like 84, just talk about that mugginess as you go about your day, but hopefully those rain showers are going to help you cool off just a little bit as you go and wind down for your Saturday evening later on tonight. Coming back to our Mama Justice Doppler radar, we can continue to see that rainfall make its way through North Mississippi. We can actually zoom in just a little bit on those out there in Corinth and in Alcorn County, kind of moving on through pretty much just along the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. Notice how that red blob kind of already starting to die down just a little bit. We can see a little bit more out there towards Silver Springs. Take a look at that camera out there in Alcorn County. This is the southern portion of the county facing towards those cells. So just a little bit heavier in those gray clouds making its way through North Mississippi, especially for those out there in Corinth. We're going to start to see that rainfall and windy conditions making its way to you, which I'm actually kind of standing over it. You can tell just a little bit behind that pole where that heavier precipitation is, and especially just to the right of it as well. Kind of see that continue to fall on through with those heavy rain bands making its way through, and a little bit breezy as well. Take a look at this, 22 miles per hour coming out of the north. So as that line continues to move on through, we're going to see that shift of wind direction originally coming out from the south, kind of going more northward, allowing us to feel a little bit better as we wrap up our Saturday and get ready for our Sunday ahead.
Absolutely. Appreciate that, Caleb. We did get a report just in the last couple minutes here of some wind gusts there in the Corinth area up at 34 knots. So that's close to about 40 miles per hour on some of the wind gusts there out of that thunderstorm kind of moving through Alcorn County. You saw it definitely bouncing around the camera, bouncing back and forth there with some of the showers around. So 63 temperature, and yeah, that northwest wind, once this kind of kicks through, much drier air comes in. See that dew point at 59? That's one of the signs of that somewhat drier air. Current time is now 1 o'clock. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We are a 24/7 digital streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. We have a discussion, a chat that, again, you've seen Caleb talking with some folks, talking back and forth with some folks about that. Doesn't feel like it'd be 84 in Hinkle there. I get that. But those northwest winds, it's going to be cooler behind this as it moves into the area. Does the red on radar mean heavy rains is what Wanda wants to know. And the answer is yes. And that's kind of the bigger deal on this. It's going to be some really kind of gusty, heavy rainfall as this moves in. That's probably the biggest issue a lot of folks experience. And again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for being our partner with these cameras. And so that camera there, kind of close to the Biggersville area, kind of between Biggersville, Kossuth, and the Rienzi area, generally here in Hinkle. So continue to, again, show heavy rainfall with that there. I'm going to check with our discussion with the National Weather Service. There's a group called the Storm Prediction Center. They're the ones who put out the severe thunderstorm watches that we see, and the advisories that we also show when we show the maps and we show these big risk areas. They're the ones that put those out. As far as our tornado risk today is concerned, that remains limited. The damaging wind threat is obviously the greatest concern that we have. And then hail, not an impossibility, but we'll probably have some hailstones. They put out what we call a discussion, a mesoscale discussion, talking about severe potential, watch likely. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging wind gusts are expected to increase in coverage across northeast Louisiana into much of central Mississippi and portion of western Alabama. A new watch could be issued this afternoon. This would include more locations that aren't under watches at this point in time. A line of severe thunderstorms across northern Louisiana into northern Mississippi continues south-southeast and through the area we're talking about here. The additional thunderstorm development ahead of the line and daytime heating will continue to occur as we reach our main, we'll call convective temperatures. These thunderstorms are capable of damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, the greatest threat in any localized Boeing segments or downbursts that we have. So a new watch is going to be considered for this afternoon. 80% likelihood of one of those being issued, meaning it's probably going to happen for parts of our area. So where specifically are we talking about for this? Let's see if they have the picture of their discussion out and ready. It does not look like the official picture has dropped yet. I'm going to right click this. I'm going to see if it can show me the image. Open image in new tab. Oh, it's the small version. Well, you can kind of see it here. I'll pull it up, and this looks gross, and that's fine, but it gives you an idea of what the spots that they're talking about there. If you can see that, you can kind of make out the state of Mississippi. Their real graphic will drop here in a minute. But this is basically all the other locations not under a severe thunderstorm watch, more likely to be placed under one of those within the next little bit here. So that potential increasing again, but I think nothing had changed from what we're talking about. Asia mentioning that the app keeps crashing when she tries to submit pictures. Tell me this, Asia. And Caleb, I need you behind the scenes to watch the answer to this question in case I miss it, and tell me the next time we talk. But Asia's mentioning that the app is crashing. Do you have Android? Do you have iOS? Let me know in the comments there. And that will certainly help out so we can figure out. We've done some tweaking to the app that has made some things better, but I'm not sure that that didn't possibly cause an issue there. So drop that there in the comments. Caleb will be watching that. So I see Kat mentioning, excuse me, I'm going to pop that chat back up for a second. I see Kat, she mentioned iOS. In iOS, make sure it's up to date, but you will, you should be able to send your pictures in. So if you go on the app, it might not actually be solid green on what I'm showing here in a second. So you scroll down to submit pictures. If you do it on that home screen, it should work right. And I'll make sure that I didn't break it last night trying to submit something. I'm going to submit the risk area. I'm going to use the photo. I'm going to click submit. I think I might have to say test. I'll click submit, and that should work. Now, sometimes if you don't have the most up-to-date app, if you try to click it in the upper left-hand corner on that menu there, sometimes that menu there has it, and it has not worked right. So if you have the most up-to-date app, it should work okay there on that. But anyway, so that's how you submit your weather pictures. If you do have hail pictures, the largest hail pictures we've kind of talked about, that's one of those things that, you know, our partners at True Shield Roofing are giving away a $100 gift card for the largest hail picture that we get if we have hail in excess of 1 inch in size. You go for it.
I just want to say that I tested it out because I do have the most updated. Sometimes it does crash when you do the home, but if you reopen and try again, it goes through perfectly. So kind of a weird, it'll do it for your first time, but if you go back in and resubmit it, it works just fine. So try just submitting it again and it should work. But just wanted to throw that out there.
And to show you how fast it is that it comes in, that is Caleb's test picture of just a second ago. And then this is my text picture of just a second ago. So you send it in and it's almost instantaneous that those pictures come in, just like these shots here. This was me testing it yesterday from a shot of a drone shot out there. I think this is me testing it. That actually, let's double check. Nope, that's not. Jamie Hurd sending this drone shot there from Lafayette Springs. The reason I thought it was me is I took a drone shot from Lafayette Springs yesterday that you'll kind of see on the channel. So I was like, oh, maybe I sent in a test. Now, this is Lafayette Springs there east of Oxford with a couple of pictures there from the drone up a little bit earlier on this afternoon. Appreciate him for sending kind of these three there with some of the dark clouds as that moved through. Some great shots there high up above the clouds sent in using the Mississippi Live Weather app. So again, you can use the app. The easiest way to do that is to, obviously download it. It's free and available for all of those different devices that you do have. And we're just so thankful for all of you that have downloaded, over 180,000 of you that have downloaded so far here. So bring it back here into Mama Justice Doppler radar. and kind of the latest scans. I'll leave that QR code up so you can kind of download that again here in a moment. We do show some of those heavier thunderstorms. That one heavier closer to Grenada. Caleb, I'm going to toss it back to you over on the chroma wall to kind of look at this here. Look at kind of hail tracker. We'll put a storm track on that and kind of see where that one is going as that's kind of moving through portions of Grenada County.
All right, let's take a look at this. Did you say you were going to put the storm track on it? Or actually, here, let me just move this out. And then we said around 30, 35 miles per hour. Do right around there. Perfect. We'll go around 35. All right, let's take a look at that. Kind of right over top Grenada right about now, which I'll move this out of the way so y'all can kind of see who it's going to affect and what time, which I can move this over, I think. There we go. All right, so Grenada right around now, Tide Plant around 111, Gums around 119, Choctaw around 121, Kincaid at 123, and then we'll move this over just a little bit because the Skycam network covering it just a little bit, and then Partee around 128. So kind of actually a good catch, kind of impressive cell over there right around Grenada. So starting to see kind of that pink and purple start to show up just a little bit, which I want to see if I can get those different values on real quick. Let's see. Hail? No, that's not it. Actually, we'll just do velocity real quick first, just to make sure nothing's spinning up right there. Still looks really good as far as wind goes. Not seeing anything with that either. Let's go towards that hail threat to see. Not really popping up right now. Again, this is all the way out in Grenada, so definitely a ways away from our site out there in Amory, so we are looking high in the sky, but definitely an impressive cell trying to make its way into that Grenada area, crossing I-55 with the next few minutes. So again, want to keep emphasizing that we're going to see that heavy downpour move on through, heavy wind. So if you are driving right now, you're going to be fine. She's going to kind of blow on through. Not going to have to sit and wait for a while, but pop those hazards on, go to the side just for a second. Don't risk any crashes as we're making our way towards any spring break trip plans you have, because we still got a whole weekend and week to go to enjoy them. So let's not screw them up as we get to them tonight. So definitely just pop those hazards on, pull off to the side. It's going to blow on through. Going to be very quick as it continues making its way towards North Mississippi.
Absolutely. Our Caleb Edelblut there. Appreciate you for that. Now getting reports of some hail up there in the Corinth area related to this. Vicky giving us that information a minute ago here. Looking on Mama Justice Doppler radar. We're also getting, it looks like, some broad rotation closer to the Jumpertown area. Let's take a look at that. This circle that you see on Mama Justice Doppler there from time to time, that's one of the things that is indicating. We're going to poke and prod this one a little harder just to see. Sometimes we're going to get those kind of markers that kick out when it's not the reality, when you have these kind of choppy storms. I see why it's seeing that. I don't see that as reality. It's trying to draw attention to the fact that we kind of have this narrow area there where there's kind of sort of a little rotation with that. That's I think pushing it, to say the least. I don't think we're necessarily talking about that on this, thankfully. But if I look at the shear on it, it shows just a little bit of that rotation. But you see how you have these little splotches of rotation all along that line? That's what we typically get in these kind of spin up scenarios where it's like, oh, there's rotation, but none of that's actually going to go and actually produce, at least not in the next few minutes here. Let's look at the whole line. Let's just double check just to make sure. Yeah, but it's just a very choppy look at that velocity. What I also see here is if you look at this green line that's kind of ahead, I'll go ahead and put it to yellow. But right in here, that's kind of the rain-cooled outflow leading ahead of the main line. So if I kind of put that in the motion, make that loop here for it, you can kind of see that rain-cooled air running ahead of the line. The reason that's important is anytime you get ahead of the outflow outruns the actual storms, it's very difficult for anything behind that to spin up in a meaningful way. So that's why that's an interesting looking cell there south of Oxford. We'll go ahead and put this into a loop. And we'll zoom back toward that just to get an idea on it. That's just, I think, more a interesting looking cell as opposed to something that's actually legitimately dangerous. So again, these all remain below severe limits at this time. I don't see anything that qualifies more than that at this point. That's not to say something won't change, but that is to say that is, I think, better than it could be. Caleb, I think we'll go do a Skycam tour here across North Mississippi. Do you need to? I see you over there at the BAM. Do you need to move some stuff over to the other place or the
no,
other section?
I can move stuff over. Just catching up on the chat and Slack to see if there's anything updated. But I can go make my way over to Chroma.
Well, we need to probably get you Slack over on the Chroma one too. Now that I'm thinking about it. So do you need a few minutes to set that up?
Yes.
Or how about you give us a quick tour of kind of cameras here across North Mississippi and kind of check out some of those here first, just to kind of get an idea how things are progressing. And then after that, we'll switch places. Sound good?
Okay. And you want me to do the cameras over here, or do you want me to do that over in Chroma?
I would do it where you're at right there.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Well, then let's do that. Let's take a look at some of our cameras across North Mississippi. A fantastic ability we have with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for allowing us to do that. Let's start off out there. We'll have to get it to load just a second out there in Oxford. You can definitely see that heavy rain continuing to move through the area. And we just got an outlook or a special weather statement just talking about a strong thunderstorm will start to affect you guys out there in southern Lafayette County and in that Oxford region. We can kind of see that real quick here on the radar just south of Oxford, just seeing that heavier precipitation. So for those asking in the chat, that darker red just showing a lot of rainfall making its way through, just kind of showing that more intense rain. So 61 degrees, which is phenomenal compared to where some people started today. We're talking about some of those cameras out there in the low 80s. So 20 degrees difference. That northerly wind, that's what's going to be responsible for that. Starting to see those drier conditions make their way through, especially that dew point around 57 as well. Let's go even further west to where that line continues to make its way through our area and seeing that cool down taking place. This is out there in Batesville, 61 degrees, that dew point around 59, so definitely different from those that haven't received it yet. You can kind of see those rainy conditions, some people driving on the road going pretty slow, but you can definitely see that wash out that kind of made its way through. Now for those in Batesville, this is kind of what we're talking about. That intense line already made its way through with that heavier precipitation, heavy rain, but we're not really expecting anything for the rest of the day. Could be a little bit rainy, could be a dreary Saturday, but you already made it through the hardest part of the day. If we can even count this as hard, I know for us Mississippians, we've made it through a lot worse. We can handle this. So definitely some good news for those out there in that region. I forgot I already had this clicked up. So let's go actually to Tupelo, kind of see the flip side of this for the line that hasn't quite made it to you guys yet. Oh, the reporting station just went down. We had that up just a second ago. Let's actually go Pontotoc. I just kind of want to show you all the difference between that dew point, that temperature before and after that line makes its way through. Oh, come on, Pontotoc. We had you up just a second ago. I was really excited to talk about this. Let's see. Let's go out here in Blue Springs. Wow. Okay. Well, they all want to take the day off, but we were talking about the temperatures. Actually, this is a phenomenal shot out there in Blue Springs. We can start talking about those gray, darker clouds making their way closer and closer. And what we were talking about earlier with those temperatures that felt just a lot warmer and just more hot, that dew point a lot muggier. Well, that's because it's helping those storms continue making their way through North Mississippi. Here's a phenomenal shot out there, kind of facing throughout that highway and interstate, moving on through Blue Springs. And we're going to see that line make its way closer and closer to you guys. We're going to feel hot and muggy. But once that rain, that wind comes on through, some people were also making the comment that they feel just a little bit chilly after it made its way throughout your area. So definitely some good news as that line kind of makes its way through North Mississippi, providing us with a lot of rainfall definitely needed here in Mississippi as we're still unfortunately facing some of those drought conditions across North Mississippi. Let's take another look out here in Greenwood. This is 84 degrees, feels like 86. So talking about where that line hasn't quite affected you as much, you can definitely tell that dew point in the mid 60s, that southerly motion, 22-mile-per-hour wind. So a little bit warm out there, a little bit toasty, but you can see some of that rainfall just off in the distance, even some heavier precipitation just northwest of your area. So that line, it's going to be a little bit intense and rainy and windy, but once it moves on through, you're going to be feeling a lot better by the time we make it towards those broadcasts later on tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, but it's not going to be a gigantic.
No.
I think it's cooler. It's less humid, but we keep that moisture close enough. I think storms are back. We'll have some, Monday that it could be severe, and then early Wednesday next week. So unfortunately, this is kind of the dry run. It will be probably more active weather ahead. Caleb mentioned a moment ago there, here in the Room to Room Weather Center, we've been, tracking these different storms. One of the reports coming in here in the last couple of minutes was from Lafayette County. Bo Moore, the emergency manager there, reporting multiple trees down along County Road 313 there in Lafayette County. Hail being reported at a few locations we mentioned earlier, but looking here a moment ago, kind of what we've been looking at behind the scenes here, some power outages are also starting to pick up, a few there in and around Boonville, and also in the New Albany area. So I think the strong gusty winds on the front of this, at the very least, probably knocking down some limbs that were still dangling, hanging after the recent ice storm that we had. So that not something we ever want to think about, but unfortunately something that kind of coincides with the weather that we've had here. By the way, new severe thunderstorm watch issued just in the last few minutes here. Let's go ahead and go kind of the wide shot here and show that up. Let's see, I think we go on this shot. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna pull up the severe alerts. Give me a moment to kind of populate this here. So these are those severe thunderstorm watches we were talking about. Everyone in green here under one of those severe thunderstorm watches this evening. 5 o'clock, I think, is the official time for most locations. The new watch issued for the southern portion of the area there, officially in effect, let's don't get the time here, until 9 p.m. So that would include locations Golden Triangle southward. So we have a couple different things layered on here. The actual watch boxes is originally drawn. The National Weather Service Memphis extended theirs eastward, and then the southern portion of the area. But in all cases here, these are watches, which means conditions that could lead to the development of severe thunderstorms are a possibility with these. No official warnings at the moment out of any of these locations. So good, but at some point that becomes a possibility once again. We're just kind of waiting for this next batch of grouping of thunderstorms down here into Louisiana to move northward and more deeply into our area over the next few hours. But nonetheless, we still had some power outages from this so far. Let's go north to south on this line here. We've had these thunderstorms move through the Corinth area. Again, our camera up there was really bouncing around a couple minutes ago. Let's see if we still have it working up there in the generally in the Rienzi area, really bouncing back and forth. You can see the camera versus what the tower kind of wobbling like we have that there versus what you have with obviously looking in the distance. So some gusty winds impacting those locations. And when the Saltillo area is still just a little ahead of this line, as our various cameras again show the darker clouds looking up there north, which is that direction. And as we kind of come back into Tupelo, and we'll check out that camera and see, kind of look back northwest into this line, all that blue toward the horizon, there will be some gusty winds. And because of the ice storm, from time to time, some of those dangling limbs are going to fall. So let's go ahead and track where we have, and we'll go to the wind mode here just to double check, make sure we don't have anything funky going on with that. I don't see anything that's concerning as far as tornadoes are concerned on this. So this is just straight line wind. So let's leave it on the latest scan here and track this ahead. The movement on these has been somewhere around, I'm going to track the leading edge of the wind, which is going to run ahead of the actual storms itself. So they've been moving about 35 to, I'll go 37 miles per hour. Let's go something like that. And so this is kind of the hyper local part of this. That's why you see a lot of smaller communities on there. I'm going to go ahead and change the community size to a little bit larger. We typically, when we're talking about something super high impact, want basically every city we can get on there, but we want to make it to where it's kind of a lesser number of cities, maybe more known cities and locations there. So obviously Guntown now, Pontotoc at 123, so it's basically over you right now. In fact, I'm going to hit that camera there before we completely lose our visibility on that. But this is kind of what we call an outflow boundary running ahead of that main line. The rain-cooled air running ahead. You can see that shelf cloud here. This is what, when I was first taking spotter training, the folks at the National Weather Service up in Wichita, Kansas, when they came to talk to young Matt Lawpon when I was a kid, they would call it a scary-looking cloud. They're like, it's an SLC. I'm like, oh, what's an SLC? It's a scary-looking cloud. I'm like, oh, okay, got it. And it definitely looks worse than it actually is. I'm gonna slide it up here, and I hope the storm chasers don't get too terribly mad at me as I'm kind of panning their camera around. I'm sure they were getting a good time lapse of it. So James, I'm really, really sorry if you're going for a good time lapse of it and I just ruined your time lapse. But as we kind of look along the leading edge of this line there, again, those low hanging clouds, there's, some things that look worse than they actually are. But overall, I just see kind of the multiple cloud layers there, but nothing that looks like it's going to be trying to produce a tornado or anything like that. Get our camera there kind of on the south side of Pontotoc. So we're looking northward into Pontotoc there. So it's actually kind of between sort of Pontotoc and Algoma, as you can kind of see based on where we have a little dot on our graphic there on the south side of Pontotoc. So I'm going to pan this again back probably to the left a little bit more, looking into some of those other showers and thunderstorms. Again, lots of dark grays. We'll be able to check out that camera again here in the future. So let's go back and get our times there. So we show Shannon at 2:01, Red Bay 2:02, looking at Tuscumbia by about 2:15. But we're in Tupelo at about 1:45, so we're about 20 minutes or so for the gust front. So there's going to be this gust of rain-cooled air, and that's kind of the first batch of wind that hits you, and then you get kind of a secondary push behind that of some stronger gusty winds when the actual thunderstorms themselves kind of move into and through your area. Looking behind the scenes here.
Which, Matt, speaking of that gust front, at least on the radar I was just using, if you put it on loop, you can kind of see that start to take place for those in New Albany, kind of the line following it and them just popping up because of that lift. So I'd be curious to see if it'll show it just kind of how it does that.
So what basically think of it kind of like a shovel, or bulldozer is probably the better way to put it. Bulldozer, when it puts its blade down, right, the dirt starts curdling up in front of it and being guided up that blade as it's kind of going along. That's what this does to the atmosphere as it's lifting it. It's just kind of this big wedge coming through, and it lifts up the air, and so then it starts the thunderstorms developing. So that rain-cooled air is both something that, unless you get the warm air in advance of that really wraps back in, you don't deal with tornadoes, but it also lifts and creates the thunderstorms that we have that are mostly below severe limits. And I cannot emphasize that enough, that we expected and we expect that most of these storms will be below severe limits. And so I need to clarify that part of the reason we're doing this coverage is we have a 24/7 weather channel, right? And so since we have a 24/7 weather channel, we do weather. All of that to say that this is not likely to be a high-end severe weather event. I think we said that earlier, and it bears repeating here again, that this is unlikely to be a high-end severe weather event. We're not going to have a whole lot of reports of severe weather with this. So I just want to make sure that, there's not this assumption we're talking about it, therefore the end is near. That is not the case. Well, I mean, the end of storms are near, but the end of everything else, that's not this. This is coverage we're doing because we have a 24/7 weather channel. We're trying to keep people advised. Most of these storms are going to stay below severe limits. Okay? So there's a kind of a longer track on the southern portion of this line to give you some general idea there. Calhoun City, we're looking close to about 1:49 for you. Vardaman, about 2 o'clock. Close to Houston, 2:08. West Point, 3:14 there. Aberdeen, about 2:52. Eupora at 2:46. Caledonia at 3:26. Columbus at 3:47. And Millport at 4:02, 4:03 for Kennedy, and Fayette at 4:03, and Barry at 4:24. Continuing to kind of watch what's going on behind the scenes. More of those storm reports coming in back from the Memphis area. And a few up toward Tipton County, Tennessee. Some reports of trees down, causing some issues on travel back that direction as well. We've been monitoring your pictures behind the scenes here using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Again, free and available for all those various devices. You've been sending in some of your pictures today. Some cool drone shots we've got from time to time. This, I think Jamie sent us some earlier. These coming here from the Dogtown area. I think it's just kind of pretty shot there. Appreciate Jamie. That's, again, that shelf cloud, that rain-cooled air kind of pushes it down. And from time to time, people, if you don't know the direction everything's looking in a picture, like, is that a wall cloud where, tornado could, get the rising air and no, that's not what this is. This is the rain cooled air from a thunderstorm. And appreciate Jamie from near the Dogtown area for sending in this shot of that rain cooled air to be kind of coming toward you. So this is that low hanging cloud that a lot of times is that scary looking cloud we were talking about. And appreciate Jamie for sharing that picture with us as well. I'll bring it in here to show kind of all the pictures where we've kind of got them, today, and all the folks have kind of been sending in some of those pictures. Give me a moment. I got to turn off something else on here. There we go. With the picture up here close to the cotton plant a little bit ago. This was at 1:09, so just a few minutes ago there, moving into the North Haven and cotton plant area. Again, that's another one of those scary looking clouds, the low hanging stuff. Appreciate that picture that Gina sent in from Blue Springs. We had a storm there creeping up on the farm, as they described it. Elena there sending in this picture, again, from some of the low clouds, one of those shelf clouds, one of those scary looking clouds. These all sent in using the Mississippi Live Weather app, which again, you can get in using iOS and Android devices and share those pictures with us. And I appreciate you guys for doing that from the Pontotoc area. Again, near the Black Zion area along Highway 76 in Pontotoc. This one coming in at 1:12, so about 15 minutes ago from Devon there, of that low-hanging sort of shelf cloud. I'll take down those QR codes for a moment, as you can see that there, the low-hanging clouds there. It's always kind of a choppy look. It's real dark toward the horizon when one of those comes through. That's why they just kind of have a scary look to them. So I get why some people would refer to that as a scary-looking cloud. That's Caleb's picture, but that's my picture. So not a lot of pictures from the Tupelo area yet, but we have one up from Guntown. This at 1:28. So this submitted while we've been talking about pictures. That's how quick. I'll tell you, Ryan knows exactly how quick this comes in, because he sent this in while we've been talking about pictures here in the last second. Yes, in a bubble, you might say, was that a tornado? It's a funnel-shaped cloud. That's not what this is. We would call this kind of a scud cloud, or an appendage on one of those low-hanging shelf clouds. That's one of those we like to sometimes say bark is greater than bite on that, because it looks a lot worse than the reality of it actually being. But share your pictures with us. Again, shot overlooking Pickwick Dam and Pickwick Lake up there, and counts of, again, probably that shelf cloud once again. You can see there kind of toward the horizon. Beautiful shot over the lake. And appreciate that picture coming in from Braden. So join the conversation, share your pictures, and we'd love to, again, see them here on Mississippi Live Weather. As we continue to get those, you can share those using the Mississippi Live Weather app. I'm going to bring Caleb in here again for a moment. He's been monitoring a lot of things here behind the scenes. Caleb, what are you seeing as of now 1:30?
Well, I wanted to comment on the chat behind the scenes. A few of them have been commenting about power outages in the Boonville area. So just talking about maybe pulling up that graphic. I've been monitoring to that a little bit behind the scenes. Then we also have our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. He just texted our group chat saying he's in the boundary right now. The winds have completely shifted north and the air is cool. And this is before the storm gets here. I mean, there is no instability behind that boundary. So just kind of giving us what it feels like out there in the field, giving us that in-depth look due to him being right along that boundary that we keep talking about, those outflow boundaries acting as a bulldozer, providing that lift for those storms to take place. But tracking that chat behind the scenes, just some people talking about some power outages affecting us here in North Mississippi. The good news is haven't seen anything too widespread across our area, but still power outages affect us, even if it's just one or two within any of our counties that we cover. So wanted to kind of give an update on that for those in the Boonville area. Also kind of bringing it back up here, I think Panola County, and let me double check and refresh it. Yeah. Okay. Lafayette County is actually now the #1 county out of power right now, with 947 people affected. Then it's Alcorn at 873 and Panola at 640. So just starting to see some of those power outages start to affect us here in North Mississippi.
What are you pulling that up on?
Do what?
What are you pulling that up on?
I'm pulling it up on the poweroutage.com.
Is it? I don't see it pulling up behind you on the monitor. That's why I'm trying to figure out what's up with that.
Did you have this? Let's see if this will work.
No. I have it on the monitor, but it's not coming through your system. So do you have it on the right screen, or is it?
Oh, I see now. It's showing that It is the white screen. I can work on that behind the scenes to see if I can get that pulled up.
Well, so do we just need to move the browser? Do you just need to move it in front of the screen where it's white, or?
Well, it says it's pulling from the Chrome browser, and I'm in Chrome. So
Okay,
I'm
you'll have to. So what you have to do on that, you click on browser and make sure it's the right browser name. So you click on that thing where it says Chrome browser.
Okay.
I'll show you. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So there should be kind of a.
I clicked on Chrome browser and it says window capture, but that's about it.
Yeah, no, but like there should be a drop down. Here, I'll show you a second. I'll log in and show you a second. I'll put it back to Radar, and when I'm ready to show you, I'll let you know. So I'll let you take over Radar for a second. I'll fix that.
Okay. No, sounds good. All right, let's take a look at Radar as we take a look at that severe threat. This is peak threats again, so kind of want to emphasize worst case scenario, not really what's happening as this line kind of moves on through North Mississippi. This is just what we could see as it moves on through. And one of the things that I want to mention is that, again, peak threats, we could start to see some hail affect those out in the Pontotoc region and pretty much just north of Pontotoc in general, south of Ecru, kind of along Highway 278. So starting to see maybe some of that hail become a little bit more possible. But one of the things that we're really tracking as that line continues moving through North Mississippi is just heavy rainfall and heavy wind. And that could knock over a few limbs, maybe a few of those weakened trees from the ice storm, which could be causing some of these power outages across North Mississippi. But that's about the extent. I know some people were asking about, is tornadoes a concern? We could see some brief pop-up tornadoes, but we're not tracking out anything long-term or severe here in North Mississippi. Just don't want to rule that out of the equation, but definitely just some heavy rainfall and wind.
Okay, let's look over, I guess, the right monitor, I'm assuming, the one that has that over there. Do you see how it says window Chrome?
Okay.
That window doesn't exist. You're going to be looking for probably this or, yep, that one right there.
Perfect.
So you see how there's that drop down? You have to make sure that it wants to look for that window of that exact type.
Okay, that makes sense.
The other way to do that is I think there's one where it says the whole screen. Mm-hmm. That one's probably your better bet than this one, because Chrome browser is going to want to be the exact browser you're choosing, which is great. But if it's,
okay.
Anyway, that makes sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So anyway, it's the drop down right there at the top. Make sure you have the right window. Okay. Now I'll let you show some of those power outages.
There we go. Well, perfect. I brought up all the tabs, so now I can show it to you guys. This is a look at all the counties that are being affected with those power outages. And I have the list, which I'm covering up real quick, just kind of showing you who's being affected the most right now. Lafayette County at the top, just under 1,000 customers affected. Then we go Alcorn at 873, Panola 640, Tippah at 550, and so on into Tishomingo, Itawamba, and Pontotoc. And that's kind of where the line is over right now. So starting to already see those power outages get reported. I'm expecting those to kind of creep up just a little bit as it continues making its way through North Mississippi. But I was talking about people in the comments talking about Boonville with people seeing some of those power outages. So kind of wanted to pull up that map here to show who may be affected and why some people are saying, well, I still have power, some don't. This is kind of a look at those. This red showing pretty much between 200 to just right under 300 people affected. The yellow 50 to 99, little teal almost 10 to 49, and then these blues kind of showing those isolated 1 to 9 people affected. So that's out there in the Boonville area. We can take a look out here in Energy, and this is just south of Hernando. So just showing those out in the Arkabutla Lake region, kind of a whole strip of neighborhood along Wheeler Road, seeing that power outage take place. That orange hexagon, there we go, with those 6 sides, shows 51 to 250 customers impacted. So we can kind of see that strip of the neighborhood, that road of probably where a transformer or just one of the major lines got knocked down. And then even here just west of I-55, south of Hernando, kind of just showing some more power outages starting to be reported and affecting us here in North Mississippi.
Yeah, and some hail reports as well. You mentioned some of those peak threats a minute ago there. Did get a report within the last couple minutes from near the Pontotoc area of pea-sized hail. That would be an example of kind of what this is. And so the difference between, hey, we know it could produce hail, and how large that hail is sometimes two different things. Look at the hail track brought to you by True Shield Roofing. Again, there's a couple spots there where we have little blips showing up. The one there in Pontotoc, one that we are watching just kind of on the west side of town, putting it into the possible category versus, necessarily likely category for us to see that. So possible maybe to have a couple of hail reports with that. Same thing there south of the Taylor area, or near the Taylor area, south of Oxford, a couple spots up closer to Boonville where I think it also qualifies as possible. We don't have any likely. And I think any hail threat, once you get more in that yellows and reds, that's when it becomes a more significant hail threat. By the way, I think we'll be tweaking this color table to purples, just so you know. One of the things, again, we're trying to balance the best way to make this all readable, understandable, and digestible. The gusty winds arriving in the north side Tupelo a minute ago, because I heard the trees doing their thing. Again, the reminder for folks that, as this kind of gust front, that's what this is here, kind of moving through the area. As that moves through, you're going to have gusty winds before the rain even begins. When the rain begins, it's going to be heavy. And I want to be clear, crystal clear. Most of what we will see today will not be severe weather, okay? Most of us will not see severe weather today in all likelihood. It's possible we could have some severe weather, but in most cases, that's probably not going to be the case. So let's just be clear about that, because we do have a more significant chance next week. And so I just want to make sure that everybody's still thinking about that being our greatest potential. I'm getting a lot of pictures, coming in here in the last couple minutes of the dark clouds kind of swirling and moving in. And so they can be kind of wild to look at from time to time as well. Here's a couple shots. This one, I think kind of a good one here from the Guntown area. Shane sending us this picture a moment ago from Guntown, and kind of all the different layers of clouds that you see there. So it's going to there's going to be some swirling you see up in there, but just because there's swirling in the clouds does not mean we are talking about tornadoes. As we bring up our chat and what you guys are talking about in the conversation behind the scenes, there's obviously a lot of concern about individual locations. One thing I will do here is I think we can give some all clears. And so I'm going to use a blue line for my all clear. And basically every place west of the blue line, I would say we're definitely in the all clear with this. So everything back behind here, this is all clear, assuming that I can see how man, see, this is why I love typing it. That's the only thing I would tell you that was better about my old system, was I could type on radar. I can't type on this. I need to put that on the list of things to ask for. But all clear, everything in this blue area here. So Water Valley, we're all clear. Oxford, Holly Springs, up Ripley, Corinth, New Albany, I'd put you all clear. Northwestern Pontotoc County, and then stretching back there, Cleveland, Shelby, Clarksdale, we're all clear for those folks. If you're ahead of this line, we're still going to have more storms. And we do have those severe thunderstorm watches that do remain in effect for your locations. In fact, we kind of bring up those severe alerts again here to show you those. We do still have severe thunderstorm watches for everybody in green, and some of those folks I just mentioned all clear. Likely will be some of the next eliminated in Lafayette. Union County still have some folks, but Benton and Tippah County is probably past the worst of this. So the line will move south and eastward. These watches, what they mean is that conditions that could lead to the development of something. So we say severe watches, it means it's possible we could see severe weather within those risk areas there toward the east as this kind of line moves through. So all clear behind this for some folks that were wanting to know, what about this? What about my location? They're in the all clear. Caleb's going to pull up power outages from Tom Bigby and some other folks here in a minute, because we are seeing, again, some more reports coming in the Guntown area of some power going out, some hail in Pontotoc. If you have hail, you can send them those pictures using the Mississippi Live Weather app. And if you do send those into us, one of the things our friends at True Shield Roofing are kind of sponsoring our hail graphics, just one way in which they are kind of working with this here. And in sponsoring it, if you have large hail for your area, then if you have the largest hailstone in the region in excess of 1 inch in size, then they are giving away a $100 Walmart gift card to the largest one. But you have to submit it using the app. So I mentioned that to say, if you're watching us on Facebook, we appreciate that. But only submissions through the app work as far as that's concerned. So you can get the app for Android and iOS devices by taking a screenshot of this, and then later tonight or right now tapping on the QR code for your specific device, and it will let you know. It'll help you download it, and you can submit your pictures using that there. And we appreciate those of you for doing that. very high rainfall rates also noted on some of these thunderstorms as well. So again, really, really heavy rainfall possible out of these. If we're looking at some of the rainfall rates, I'm going to put it here on there. So we show where we have some of these purples showing up in here. Those are rainfall rates where, it's instantaneous, but, 6 to 7 inches per hour. Obviously, it's not going to rain for a whole hour, not going to be over top of you for a whole hour, but that's going to make it to where you cannot see through that. So it just really ramps up for a short period of time, and that could obviously add up to some pretty decent rainfall totals as well. Look at 3-hour rainfall totals. We don't have anything excessive yet, but some spots, maybe an inch or more possible, especially up there toward Holly Springs locations in the Marshall County, where we have some of the heavier amounts. Looking at the latest here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Back over to precipitation mode. And again, we're poking and prodding this for wind. That's always the concern because wind, tornadoes, those things go in line. I don't really see a lot on this, if I'm completely honest, that's overly concerning. So I'm hopeful that definitely continues on that. I see Caleb continuing to look at power outages here behind the scenes. Caleb, are we seeing any expansion in those numbers at this point?
Yes, no, I wanted to take a time to mention about the Pontotoc region and Pontotoc County. We've come over to look at this, around 809 customers out within Pontotoc County, and I went to their local EPA to pull that up, and we can actually see some purple start to show up, which we haven't seen on any of our other EPAs across North Mississippi. This is showing 300 or more people out of power or customers affected. So this is along pretty much Mississippi Road 9 and in between 334 and 341, getting closer towards Lafayette County into Calhoun County as well. So kind of that southwestern portion of Pontotoc County is where we can see the most number of people affected. So wanted to point that out. Also talk about Tombigbee because we were talking about Guntown earlier. Just starting to see some of those power outages start to get reported just a little bit. Thankfully, not as widespread as what we just saw in Pontotoc. These are kind of more just minute, isolated outages, pretty much just along 45, just north of Tupelo, and getting closer towards that Guntown region as well. So not as extensive as Pontotoc. Just wanted to highlight that as kind of an update on those power outages as I continue to monitor those behind the scenes as that line continues to move on through.
Absolutely. And most of our pictures, thankfully, Caleb, are not terribly impressive. They're interesting to look at. But as I kind of pop this back over here to the picture mode, have some great shots of the dark clouds, but luckily they're dark clouds. One of the people was asking, how do we know that how bad it is? Like whether this is a dark cloud you need to pay attention to. I think that's been a pretty consistent thing some folks want to know in the chat there. And the answer is experience. And I know that is such a cop-out, but ultimately, anybody with video can say, well, that's rotating. Well, is that rotation important? It depends on how strong it is. So I would say it's a combination of looking at what we see on like a picture. For example, this picture coming from near the Moorville area, and then correlating that back to what we see on radar. And so on radar, I don't have any kind of rotation that concerns me there. I do have that little pop-up, as you can see there, north of Auburn, which is probably what that picture taken a few minutes ago in the Moorville area by NOAA was kind of showing. But then you go actually to Auburn, the Auburn area. This picture taken by Gunner at 1:42, so 4 minutes ago, and a shot here of again some of what this dark cloud I think is primarily just heavy rainfall. Actually, that's not even it. That's not even rainfall. I think back behind the tree is rainfall, and this is just kind of the wobbly stuff that goes ahead of it with the gust front as it comes through. So it's kind of interesting the way it works. The biggest thing to be able to tell, what how bad is what I'm looking at is honestly experience. And so I know that's again a cop out. This is not one to let me drag this exactly where I want it to go. Give me a second to do that. There we go. I think we've got it now. There. Okay. Let's check a couple of these other pictures that we have. Again, they mostly all kind of look the same. Dark clouds, low-hanging stuff. This picture here, this one from Alex in New Albany. again, I get driving into this, can you drive into this? Remember that, you always worry about the winds hitting you from the side in a high profile vehicle, right? So if it hits your vehicle from the side, you can have problems. Otherwise, your car is designed to go in 70-mile-per-hour winds if you face them head on, because even semi-trucks drive through 70-mile-per-hour winds straight down the highway. So if your car is pointed into those strong winds, you're okay. Now, if you're going 70 plus another 70, okay, we might have some issues there. But so we always want to try to point it into the strong winds, the heavy rainfall, however you want to, describe that there. I hear the rainfall starting to pick up here on the north side of Tupelo where I'm at. So I'll pop up a Mama Justice Doppler radar, kind of showing that off again here for a moment. But these are all just kind of popping up right behind our outflow boundary here. So they're not super duper impressive. And so nothing that I'm overly concerned with here. Again, these are mainly sub-severe, below severe level showers and thunderstorms. They'll start getting a little heavier back out here closer to Greenwood. So I think it's about time we kind of check out some of our cameras here. We're going to start on the south side of Tupelo with our camera, kind of looking at this. We've checked out our Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling camera a few times today. Looking into this is going to update here in a second. Again, moving a little bit more, but not super duper bad right now. I see Kim mentioning the wind hitting her at 20, 30 miles per hour. That hits you from the side. That's gonna make for a rough moment or two as it gets through. Asia tagged me in a picture from Algoma. I'm sorry that for whatever reason, Asia, the app is not wanting to play along. It might be. I'm sorry that's giving you a problem today on that. Let's see, 8 east of Water Valley. Some very, very heavy rainfall rates there. And I think that's a pretty consistent thing that a lot of folks are kind of experiencing out of this. Check our discussion with the National Weather Service in Jackson. Again, heavy rainfall, same concern. Those as well. Not a lot of full-on severe weather reports coming out of these storms right now, but a lot of bobbing back and forth on that camera there. Obviously, on the south side of Tupelo, our Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling camera at this instant. I'm checking with our folks at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers as well. We'll kind of work down to Pontotoc counties. We're probably back in the heart of the heavy precipitation now in this. A lot of heavy rainfall kind of moving into Pontotoc there. And look at these clouds coming in. So this is a great example of, I'm going to take this full screen here for a moment. If you look closely in the foreground, you can kind of see the clouds all kind of coming like this toward you, right? And there'll be little fingers, right? Like I'll stay out of the way of it, but you can kind of see looks like little fingers there. That's not something where we're concerned about that being rotation. We call that scud clouds. It's kind of just the moisture, the clouds rising up into the clouds there. It looks way worse than it is, frankly. So a lot of times we'll say more bark than bite as a way to describe it. 81 degrees as of the latest update there on southwest winds in the Pontotoc County area. Yeah, again, some heavy rain with that moving in. Obviously, we're back in the rainfall in the Oxford areas. The heaviest portion has already gone through Lafayette County. We're really, again, past the worst of it there. And it's just kind of moderate rainfall once that initial wave sort of gets through where you're at there. In Oxford, we're showing temperature at 59 degrees. So someone also mentioned that in our discussion, just how cool it is back behind this. It is a ton cooler after this kind of main wave moves through your areas. I'm going to pan this back again more toward the north. You're kind of looking generally in the direction there of Oxford. We go that direction. If I zoomed it in a little bit, we get closer to the city itself. So again, some low-hanging sort of stuff showed up with that. There we are, kind of zooming into the city. Give me a moment. I need to put, there we go, kind of put that right there. And I'm going to kind of mark that to make sure I've got that right direction. So you can see this is south of Oxford, kind of looking into Oxford. And all these low-hanging clouds you see up there, nothing I'm concerned with. By the way, that gray you see behind me is actually my shadow on my green wall back there. So it's not like all of a sudden something's trying to pop up there behind. Nothing like that. That is just my shadow and the picture effect of a green screen. So give me just a moment to put this in here. go. Look at my discussion behind the scenes here. Okay, Caleb has sent in, I think, a couple pictures here from Tupelo. Hey, Caleb, can you fire up your phone and maybe go to the outdoor there and just kind of take a look outside for us briefly? We'll go to that here in a moment. I will look for your live shot to kind of come up for that. But let's kind of fire up a live shot maybe for a moment there. Greenwood, we have thunderstorms kind of all around as we're looking at that camera there. Again, low hanging stuff. No severe weather on what we're looking at, but that's a beautiful shot there back from our camera in Greenwood. 84 degrees. The dew point a little higher there. If that number was up there, say 69, 68, we'd be a lot more concerned with what we're getting at here. But that wind kind of bouncing around there as well in Greenwood. As we go back to Greenville, I believe the Greenville area, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning just to your south and west. Yeah, just kind of entering, let's see, it's giving me Chillicothe County. There we are, giving me Washington County. We have rainfall over top of you, but that severe thunderstorm warning just a little bit to your south and west of the city of Greenville, but a lot of heavy rainfall moving into town right now. Temperature coming in 63, north wind because of the rainfall. Has kind of kicked that wind around as of 1:43 p.m. Let's come back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar. You can see that storm, that strongest part of that just southwest of Greenville. I'm going to change our radar site over to the radar out of Jackson and just all the big heavy rainfall near Eudora, where we, again, probably have some hail in this as well. But when we look specifically at the wind potential on these, again, that's always the concern when we start talking about, tornadoes, things like that. I don't see any kind of tornado level rotation out of anything here. Let's look south of Greenville on that for just a moment, just to double check. Again, anytime we got some green, red, sometimes it's worth looking at. That's not exactly how how I would expect to see it. So I think we're good there as well. And Greenville, Greenwood, again, heavy rainfall as we slide up this line close to the Tupelo. All of this is below severe limits. Just some gusty wind from time to time, some kind of wild looking clouds. And that is primarily it. Let's see here. Caleb, okay, I didn't have your shot in one of my behind the scenes things here. So give me a moment. I'm going to pop up Caleb's shot. He is kind of live outside or just inside the outside there. What are you seeing as of 1:55?
Well, I've been staying inside just because of how gusty it is. When I open the door, the wind will kind of catch the door and I have to hold it so it just doesn't fly away. But I mean, that is all I'm seeing right here. It's actually even like bringing the lamppost just out here. I mean, you can just hear it ringing as the wind blows on through, the flag in the background as well, kind of blowing in the distance. So all I can describe out here right now is just super windy conditions. And that's about here. It hasn't quite made it. You can kind of see everything blow on through earlier. So definitely breezy as it makes its way through the Tupelo region here. On our area. So definitely breezy, windy conditions. Not quite rainy yet. It's still just a little bit further north. You can kind of see those darker clouds off in the distance. Like we mentioned earlier, nothing too impressive with any of those scary looking clouds. Not like the one I sent in earlier. So a bit closer, but definitely windy. That's pretty much the story here in the Tupelo area.
Absolutely. You're past that outflow, but not quite to the rainfall there, Caleb. I appreciate you stepping outside for a minute. Get the hair blowing around and everything else that goes with that. I appreciate it. So what he had there, his location, we're downtown Tupelo, right about, there-ish, right? And so this line where I've drawn the blue on here, that is the edge of the rain-cooled air, the outflow that's kind of pushed on through, right? And so the actual storms haven't arrived yet. This is just the rain-cooled air, kind of like a cold front that slid through. And so the wind really picks up as that kicks through. And then it takes a little while longer before you actually get the actual storms themselves to arrive. That is a good thing because what is ahead of that would be warmer air, right? Out here in advance is the warmer air that's trying to come up into here. If we were to see tornadoes, right, we would expect there to be a point in which that blue area kind of bent back. And that's what we did have up in northwest Mississippi at one point. So for a tornado, if we were getting concerned, what we would instead see, as I clear this off here, you'd see a situation where this was a much more wobbly line, right? And so you have a place in the line where it kind of wobbles and it gets really north-south there. And that's where your, warmer air is puncturing deeper in, your colder air is charging farther out. And then in between, you sometimes get a brief area where something is trying to spin up in between those two. So that's not what we have. We have a fairly straight outflow boundary here, and a straight outflow boundary will not produce tornadoes. You're not going to get spin up tornadoes in that scenario here. So while these are disruptive to your Saturday, these are not severe thunderstorms. They will cause sporadic power outages because of all of the issues we just had from the ice storm, but that should be about it. I say that Greenwood, we were looking at Greenwood a minute ago, and this caught my eye right here. This one near Craigside and Wakeland there in Money, north of Greenwood there. That one probably has a little bit of hail with it as it moves east. Let's get a storm track on that. Because that one probably does have a little bit of hail with it. So I'm going to track this. I've been tracking it all about 30, 35 miles per hour. I just noticed that I haven't heard hardly any thunder with this come through. That's another one of those signs. Remember we talked earlier about lots of lightning, good sign that the storms are extra rough. Here's a track there for the next few minutes on this storm with maybe a little bit of hail with it. We'll check our hail swath brought to you by True Shield Roofing. Nothing too terribly impressive on that by any of kind of the area reporting stations that we look at there. So good sign in that regard. Go back over here to standard Monroe County Mama Justice Doppler radar. I want to put on the lightning though. We have a decent number of strikes. Okay, maybe I'm just not hearing them, but it does look like there's a greater quantity. I'll go to an angle so you can see it maybe a little bit better. Back out here toward Greenville and Cleveland, more lightning showing up there than what we have in the northeast portion of the area. Lightning is what should always draw your attention toward where storms are the strongest. I'm going to change the symbol we use for lightning for a moment so that that will then, I think, show you kind of in probably greater detail the number of lightning strikes. There's just so many more back out here where you can hardly even see through it to see Eudora or Greenville or some of these others versus less lightning strikes back to the east. So ton of lightning over the last hour, but I would say in this line of thunderstorms that the quantity of lightning strikes has probably come down a bit. You can see much greater clustering in the lightning strikes back northwest versus what we have as they continue to move toward the east. So, yeah, the number of lightning strikes, kind of a sign that these are still disruptive, but less likely to be producing significant active weather. I mean, we're going to have some power disruptions. That's just kind of part of it. I'll show you on the broader scale power disruptions. We're going to check those out with our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, in a minute. You know, when we start talking about raw numbers of power outages, you know, we are starting to get more and more of those. Percentage-wise, some of the greatest totals of power outages. We show Panola County there with the greatest kind of percent countywide, about 15% of the county. Carroll County, we're sitting about 10% of the county out of power at this instant. Pontotoc County, about 6%. Union County, about 4.5%. And Lafayette County, about 3%. That kind of equates back to about 1,000 people without power in Pontotoc County, 2,500 in Panola County, and also a pretty decent number out here once we get toward around Cleveland and back toward Hollandale, about 500 to 700 for those two counties there as well. Caleb's kind of breaking this down a little more intimate detail on that. And Caleb, kind of look at that graphic behind you there. You had it up a second ago, you know, really kind of focusing in on some of these spots like Panola County, right?
Yes, no, Panola County, as you can see here, is that only color shade sticking out. That's due to that county having the most power outages across North Mississippi. This website showing that it's coming in around 2,835 customers affected. So I want to go and look at their local EPA, and we can just kind of see how many customers are being affected by just this kind of blob of power outages affecting them. So you can even see 1,549 route here, pretty much in Toccoa, 507 out there in the Asa Mims region, 30 right there as well. Batesville also experiencing a lot of power outages as well. I mean, zooming in, we can see around 722 just north of that Batesville area, kind of showing that zone 45, 96, 54. So Prentiss County, definitely the most kind of heavily affected at this moment right now. I also wanted to come back to this, just kind of show you which counties are being affected the most, because it kind of shows you that layer. Pontotoc coming in the second most right now, just past 1,000. Lafayette 992, and then Alcorn at 895. So starting to see some more of those outages start to be affected. And one thing I want to kind of continue to point out that I know Matt continues to do as well, notice where most of these outages are occurring and where it's more prominent. That's where the ice storm saw more damage and caused more disruption. So still seeing that cause that effect today, still seeing those consequences, which is why we keep mentioning it. I know y'all get tired of us talking about the ice storm, but we can see it right now currently that it's still affecting us today with those power outages. When even come to Coldwater, kind of showing kind of several streets and just neighborhood areas pretty much along Highway 51 North just being affected by those power outages. So Matt, still tracking those power outages across North Mississippi. Pontotoc still showing quite a few within their area. Going back towards Tom Bigby, we can actually see a little bit more starting to pop up in Lee County. We had those few isolated 1 to 9s with those blue squares. Now we're starting to see that little orange 100 to 199 customers affected. I don't think we had this teal area highlighted as well with that 10 to 49 just on the eastern side of Tupelo. So this is pretty much close to the station, that line that we were just doing a live shot outside to show you. Moving on through, starting to cause some of those power outages within Lee County as well. We can even go to Prentiss towards Boonville. I know you guys were commenting about that in the comments, letting us know who was having power outages, who wasn't. Boonville was kind of one of the hot topics in the comments behind the scenes. So still seeing quite a few within that area, just up north of Tupelo and just north of Baldwin. Seeing quite a few people. Thankfully, not quite to the extreme of Pontotoc, starting to see those purples creep in, but we're definitely seeing those reds, 200 to 299 customers affected, even the yellows 50 to 99 as well. So seeing those continue to climb up just a little bit, but interesting how it's correlating to where that ice storm was a little bit more effective here in North Mississippi, and we're still reaping those consequences today.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those, getting the power back on, getting things cleared out, top priority after that, but there's just so much cleanup to try to get all of the things that could cause problems taken care of. They're working on it. It's just unfortunately going to take a lot of time. Appreciate that, Caleb. Behind me here on our satellite perspective, we have this on a super res view, meaning it updates super duper often. Every 1 minute data. It's faster than we can get radar data in. So we can kind of see some trends here over the hour. What you'll notice, again, the thunderstorms, really kind of cold cloud tops, Clarksdale back toward the Cleveland area. Notice also our colors of oranges you have out here up into far north Mississippi. They're less bright orange and more kind of yellow than they were an hour ago. The takeaway being there's been kind of a warming, because believe it or not, even though it's kind of a warmer color, it corresponds to a colder temperature. And so as cloud tops get a little warmer, that means they're occurring lower. That means our storms are weaker. And so that's one of the things that's kind of, I think, affected the fact that that what we're seeing up here from Shelby to Cleveland, this is probably our strongest section of this at this point. And still kind of waiting on some of these storms kind of merging into our main line to see how that's all going to evolve. So you're looking at our, I guess that'd be the infrared satellite picture. The visible satellite also shows, again, those thunderstorms. You can kind of see the brightest white. Those are those cloud tops where we have the strongest thunderstorms there. And then all kind of the winds, those southerly winds kind of bringing in that moisture into this overall complex. Once the main line comes through, the heaviest rainfall, and it starts to diminish a little bit after that, you're pretty much done. So we're kind of working our way closer to that for a lot of spots, but still have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Washington County out there, south of the Greenville area in particular. We'll go ahead and look at the Jackson radar site, showing you kind of where those thunderstorms, again, the most lightning in this section back here. These thunderstorms not as impressive with hail as maybe they were just a little bit ago. But still showing some hail potential out of these at this time. But back toward Eudora, again, where we had the most significant amounts. All the lines you see on there, by the way, those are lightning strikes, so quite a decent number of those as this kind of makes its way generally toward Greenville. We'll check out our camera there in the Greenville area and kind of look at the latest here as of 2:06. Appreciate True Shield Roofing for being our partner there with our hail tracker. But it's just heavy rainfall looking out of that camera there, looking kind of a westerly direction into some of the heavy rain 61 degrees as they are rain cooled at that point in time there in the Greenville area. We're a little south of this in Rolling Fork. That temperature there is coming in 83, so pretty decent contrast between the two. At this point, kind of looking, I think, southward probably into some of those thunderstorms, as you can see kind of on that screen there, kind of the southwest portion of the county. Looks like my iPad restarting here behind the scenes. We'll go up to Greenwood in, again, some of the in and around the rain, a couple different rounds there, but all below severe limits, and certainly some gusty winds there. Our camera in Tupelo, as we're looking here on the south side of Tupelo, South Gloucester Street, kind of in the just there, about there, South Gloucester, again, blown around with some thunderstorms kind of all around. I'm going to pan this camera a few different directions if you give me a moment here to do that, as we sort of look around and into and around these different thunderstorms. Well, hold on. So we will kind of pan this. We'll look northward here for a second. We'll kind of look through the tower for a moment, and I'm going to actually take it back eastward. So there's an example of kind of one of those batches of the heavy rainfall that we sort of have with this. I'll pan this just a little bit more. You can see the edge of the heavy rainfall there, and then this is looking kind of into that heavy rain. Lots of low-hanging stuff, but nothing that's overly concerning with anything we're seeing here. So this is largely, again, below severe limits, heavy rainfall, disruptive for your Saturday. But if you're one of those folks that's hyper concerned about weather, let me just be crystal clear here that most of these thunderstorms are not going to produce severe weather, but these power outages are picking up because of just residual limbs and trees that were having issues related to this, the last ice storm, unfortunately. Bringing up our chat here to kind of answer some of the questions, some of the things going on behind the scenes. So Stonehenge subdivision there in Moorville out of power. Hailing just south of Greenville, trees down around the county and transformers are being hit by lightning. Well, hey, Caleb, I don't know if you heard that a second ago. So Heather there, you can put in the storm chat with the National Weather Service Jackson that a viewer report from Greenville, some trees down around the county and transformers being blown, but put viewer report of that to make sure that they're aware of where that's coming from. Yeah, I see lights out in Dorsey. I don't know if anybody's bringing the food out to you when it's raining there at Old Texas Roadhouse, but certainly, I guess you get the benefit of ordering your food, but there's also the hazard of having to get out and get in it as well. Hey, 45 mile per hour wind gust out at Tupelo Regional Airport from this as it moved through the airport area. So we are getting some gusty winds that are up there, sub-severe, but yeah, trying to kind of I'm trying to kick off some damage. I do see Brittany talking about their mom is in Tupelo, traveling back to Nebraska. Should they wait it out? You give me 20 minutes in Tupelo, and while it'd be some heavy rainfall that she's going to be driving into, they won't be driving into anything dangerous. You can see our camera here in Tupelo, speaking of, is starting to kind of bop back and forth a little bit more. I'm going to swing this all the way back around toward the southwest, kind of looking into and through everything. You can kind of see some of the lighter colors there as we went around with some of the light, and then looking back into, again, the bouncing camera as we look back toward the west. Again, non-severe, but still some damage possible with a few of the wind gusts that we're getting out of this line. Let's bring this back here across the entirety of North Mississippi and reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Current time is 2:11 p.m. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We are a 24/7 streaming weather service based out of Tupelo, Mississippi. We have an app if you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube or any other place there. It is the easiest way to keep up with what we are tracking and what we are doing. But the headline is these thunderstorms are largely below severe limits. We have a more significant chance for severe weather a couple of days from now, and so we're trying to keep that in mind. Our severe weather risk for today, you can see everybody involved here in the yellow is under that limited level 2 out of 5 severe weather risk for perhaps a few isolated reports of wind damage. as a possibility. That's the main issue with this, is that wind damage potential. And you can argue some of that damage potential just comes back to vulnerability after the ice storm. A tornado threat, again, not impossible, not highly likely. I think we've probably, unless something dramatically changes, we've probably seen the end of that tornado threat for our area, but weird things happen. We're keeping that in mind. The hail risk, we have seen some hail. You've reported that. You can share those reports of hail with us in our chat that we have on Facebook and YouTube in particular. You can also pass those along on X as well. But power outages have been one of the bigger impacts so far that we have contended with these thunderstorms. We start talking about numbers of power outages. Listen, these are not extreme, but considering extreme was what we came through on the ice storm, maybe we're desensitized a little bit to it. About 3,500 folks in Panola County out of power, 500 in Tate, 900 in Lafayette, and 1,000 in Pontotoc County, with more limited numbers, 400 there in Tishmingo, 300 at Awamba, 300 in Prentiss, 200 in Lee, and 300 there in Tippah County. These numbers tend to lag a little bit behind reality, which is the reason we're watching some of the other ways in which we can look at information more closely. In particular, as you can see, some of the largest percentage-wise there in Carroll County and in Panola County. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, has been focusing on those power outages. Of course, a big impact when you're one of those folks without power there. Caleb, how are those outages tracking? Up, I'm assuming?
I would say Panola County continues to, honestly, continue climbing quite quickly. The current customers outage right now is around.
Oh, sorry, hit the wrong button. Give me a second, Caleb.
Oops. Do what? Oh, am I back? There we go. Taking a look at their Panola County outages, we're around 3,649 customers out. So Tallahatchie covering most of those with around just 3,450. You can definitely tell that is the most, or the county most affected by this. So we could go actually look at that and continue to see these numbers continue to climb for that county, spreading out just a little bit further south as well. But 1,549 kind of within that area, that 507 as well. I'm covering up just a little bit. There we go. Got to shift it for you guys so you guys can see. Batesville continues to be pretty prominent with those power outages as well. So for those in Panola County, there goes, just refreshed again. We can actually see 855 just north of the Batesville region as well. So I know everybody keeps reporting those. Continue to do so to let them know that your power is out. They're going to do their best to get it on as quick as they can. But the good news is we continue to see those continue coming in so that those guys know where to go and to fix them. So they're on it. We can even zoom in towards the Batesville city, kind of start seeing another area of 54 just north of the city, 45 on the eastern portion, just north of 278, east of 51, and then another neighborhood area, 96 customers out just east of 51, south of 278. So Panola County continues to be our most prominent county with those outages continuing to climb up. I want to go check the Pontotoc EPA again just to see if those continue to improve. We're pretty much sticking around pretty consistent right now, which is technically a good thing. We're not seeing those climb nowhere near as quick as Panola. So hoping to see those continue to decrease as we go throughout the evening, but I'm expecting to see these numbers climb up just a little bit more before we start to see that eventual decrease later on this evening, Matt.
No, I agree. And I think we're still going to have those numbers of outages continue to go up a bit. That's our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, there at our Tupelo studios. Looking in Fulton back toward the west. Again, that line of storms moving in. The camera kind of jostling around because the wind gusts moving into and through the Fulton area ahead of that kind of main line that's moving in. Lots of, again, dangly sort of clouds, scary looking clouds, things that look worse than they actually are. So it's just, bark versus bite. You have that dog like, oh, we have a golden and he'd lick you to death. That's the only thing you'd have to worry about, but he has a whoo sort of bite and sort of bark, he'd never bite. Point of the story being, sometimes you hear a big dog go, whoo, you worry about it. And there's no bite that goes with it. This is a bark versus bite situation. A loud bark, some of these storms, not much in the way of bite. Still, from time to time, as that wind is hitting some things that were weakened by the most recent ice storm, there are impacts that go along with that. And that's kind of the most likely way in which we run into some issues today. I mentioned specifically Fulton there. To go to our Mama Justice Doppler radar, looking at our camera there in the Fulton area. And you'll note that we continue to again show no rainfall yet in the Fulton area. Most of what we see here, these kind of vertical lines, those are lightning strikes. When they're flashing, those are lightning strikes within the last couple of minutes here. I have them turned down where there's a lesser number just because they were, when you get out too far, they're kind of completely covering everything up. One of the interesting things, though, when we go to the wind mode here on this, is just this does not look like it's quite 40 mile per hour winds like what we had talked about a bit ago with this. So I'm interested to see that, that this produced the 40-45 mile per hour winds. I don't know if that looks like that on, at least on the wind mode on there. So interesting to see how that works. Hey, Caleb, I do have a question here real quick. I'm gonna bring you up for a moment. Do you happen to have the pictures up on that computer logged into where you can pull up the pictures from the app?
I believe so.
Okay. I'll let you kind of handle then some of the pictures and get those up and kind of give me a thumbs up when you have some of those, and I'll come back over the radar. So I'll let you handle pictures and power outages if that sounds good.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, good deal. We'll come back to Caleb. He's going to get a couple of those down, and what we'll do is you'll kind of like note the location and the position of some of those. You can probably use scratch paper or something like that for that if you need to, or just kind of open them up in multiple browsers. Browser windows, so you can kind of click through and then delete or click off of when we're done. But appreciate everybody for sharing your pictures. I kind of go down this line again, just heavy rainfall here, Calhoun County as well. A lot of lightning with this. From time to time, that's going to kick out a couple of power outages. When we check kind of the shear, which is looking at just, how strong is the rotation on any of these storms, I don't see anything there that's concerned. Don't see anything up here into Lee or Itawamba counties that's concerning as far as shear is concerned as well. And it's easy sometimes to look at this and go, well, hold on, I see red. What do you mean there's nothing concerning? Well, it's not long-lived. We look for consistency, right? Like they say, even a blind squirrel occasionally finds a nut. In the case of this shear, if you're seeing a ton of like little blips like this, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for where you have like one solid track. That's when we get really concerned that something bad's going on. An example of that, and I'll show this probably, I'm going to go outside of Mississippi to show this here for a moment. So I'm gonna make this a longer loop, and we're gonna look up here toward Michigan. Remember, we had the big, bad, unfortunately, killer tornado up in Michigan last night, right? If I take this 24-hour loop, and I'll take this back here, I'll give you an example of what it looks like when something bad has gone down. So now you see how you have, hold on. Okay. There we are. So this is an example right here of what one of these shear tracks, when you gotta get worried about it. See how this is consistent? If we go back almost 24 hours, how you have just, here, I'll move it over. This is yesterday. How you have this line of red that shows up, and it just follows, like it's very clear cut, that yet you have these little splotches down here, right, for just a second. We ignore those. It's the line like that. That's what it looks like when you have something major, where we have kind of this line that extends over the course of hours. So that's what we get concerned about when we see that. Not just one little splotch of red for a moment in time. It's the consistency, right? It's the reason, there's no offense to Ole Miss or Mississippi State fans, but it's the reason people know Alabama's going to be good every year, because they're good every year, right? I'm a Kansas fan, so I can say that and walk away and be fine with it. We're never good at football. But Alabama's going to be competitive every year because they do it over and over again. And that's the same on the shear here on the rotation. Because it does it consistently, we know it will continue to have that potential to do it consistently. So all of that to say is we bring it back here to North Mississippi, and we look back at that rotation threat again. We look at the rotation, we see little blips. There's not enough to be concerned with because it's just not consistent enough. So that's kind of the thinking behind that. I see Caleb has got some of the pictures going here behind the scenes as he has been looking at some of the pictures that you've been submitting using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Caleb, what do you got?
Yeah, I know. I wanted to point out a few. I got three, and then the last one I wanted to ask a question about, see what your take on it is. This is in Holcomb and Greenwood. This is just around Highway 7. This was taken around 147, kind of showing those darker clouds off in the distance, just showing a little bit more precipitation making its way through. So not that long ago, sent in from the Greenwood area. This was an amazing shot taken on Highway 76 going from Black Zion towards Pontotoc. And you kind of see those scary looking clouds, kind of just that kind of lowering shelf cloud, very faint off in the distance, making its way closer and closer towards the Pontotoc region as that line moved on through. So an excellent shot out there heading towards Pontotoc, where we can see kind of those SLCs, scary looking clouds, making their way closer. So I really love those shots, and I've always been a big fan of shelf clouds. This is another one taken out in Fulton. This was the Lock and Dam as it kind of moves on through the waterway. This is around 1:53 p.m. So again, pretty close, around the last 30 minutes here in North Mississippi. You can kind of still see some of those lowering cloud bases just a little bit off in the distance, but showing that line getting closer and closer, which makes a lot of sense within the past 30 minutes. Kind of seeing that get closer and closer towards Fulton and the Itawamba community. So kind of seeing those darker clouds make their way closer. And real quick, I wanted to highlight, because I just found it. Let me make sure. Yes, here we go. So this is clouds moving through at the Hobo Station in Prentiss County. And Matt, this is what I was going to ask you about. This was the picture sent in. And I mean, I would assume this is kind of some cooler air causing that sinking motion just a little bit. But your take on the orange looking in the background, is that some precip falling and it's hitting some of the sun rays, or what's your take on this picture?
No, I don't think. I think the color there is a discoloration. I could be wrong. You're not gonna. That's some kind of odd discoloration. I bet if you, unless it's, that'd have to be smoke or something like that.
That's what I was wondering.
There's something wrong with that picture. I don't know what it is.
That's what I was wondering, but wanted to bring that one up and see what your take on it was.
I saw it. I saw that one when it came through, and I did not get a good look at. I'll pull it up on this end here, because I saw it. I was like, "What's that?" And then I didn't click it because I'm like, "Well, it's weird."
Yeah, it was the one in Hobo Station.
Yeah, let me make it extra close, because what I'm going to figure out here. I'll come back over here with it. If I zoom it in, I would argue it's got to be smoke or something like that, just well positioned. I think that makes the most sense to me, that you'd have some kind of smoke. That is not atmospherically created. That's not something, because you can see it kind of, if you kind of draw an outline around it, it's like that. So I'd say either smoke or a reflection or something like that, but I don't see anything else on there that makes me believe it's a reflection. So I would go with smoke. Is probably, but again, cannot tell you 100% for sure that that's exactly what that is there. I had this up right before we came to that. Caleb had that question. We went to the shot. Camera in the Fulton area again. All that different layers there of clouds and gusty winds getting closer. That gust front through, and that camera kind of wobbling back and forth. Appreciate Mississippi Department of Transportation for letting us utilize their cameras there around the region. As we check out Mama Justice Doppler radar, or I guess this is technically our peak severe threats, there's nothing severe on that. I don't see anything that I'm super worried about on this map at all. So I think largely we're in pretty good shape. I think one of the issues, we're just starting to accumulate some power outages because of the recent ice storm. And it does look like they've gotten a little bit better there out in Panola County. Not a lot, but I think there's a little bit of improvement. If you watch this over time, 3,500 back down to 2,500 power outages. We had some up in Corinth earlier. Those have been taken care of. So we are seeing some improvements there. I want to bring Caleb back in, who is kind of looking at some of the other pictures. Again, some of the impacts related to that and some hail being reported.
Yes, no, this was sent in around 1:15 out there in Farmington. So I'd be curious to see if we can go back to radar, kind of see that timestamp, but showing just a little tiny piece of hail. Notice how, we see these leaves all the time, very tiny, not meaningful hail, which is definitely a good sign to see as it continues moving on through North Mississippi. Again, not a high-end severe weather event that is taking place, but there is that marginal risk for the possibility of some hail and some pea-sized hail occurring, and we can see that right here, just kind of showing how zoomed in the camera has to be to show it, but kind of showing that kind of hazy hailstone that made its way to the ground. Again, nothing near what we experienced this, not this past Thursday, but 2 weeks ago here in North Mississippi, where we saw that hail event move on through. But this was taken out there in Farmington around 1:15, I believe. And then I wanted to show this awesome, another picture kind of showing those shelf clouds. You know us meteorologists loving some clouds in the sky. Well, here's a fantastic one taken in Kossuth, Mississippi around 1:10. So just a few minutes prior until that other report got sent in just a little bit further east. You can see kind of that cloud continue to move on through, push into Corinth and Alcorn County, and maybe it was responsible for just a little bit of some of those pea-sized hailstones making their way through. But just kind of wanted to show that, Matt, of seeing maybe some reports of those pea-sized hail trying to make its way through that downdraft and into North Mississippi just a little bit further. But definitely a report sent in the Alcorn County region kind of broadcasting that pea-sized hail, which actually we can look at this real quick on radar, kind of showing a loop and continues to follow that outflow boundary as we continue tracking this out for the next few minutes, heading towards some more prominent locations. Amory around 2:37 p.m., Hamilton 2:53, Aberdeen 2:54, Ackerman around 3:10, West Point in the Golden Triangle region around 3:13 p.m., Starkville 3:22, Caledonia 3:30, Vernon 3:30, there we go. I'm mixing them up as I go a little bit further down. Artesia around 3:35, Double Springs 3:36, Crawford at 3:51, and Millport around 3:57. So for all of those behind this line as it makes its way through, like I keep mentioning, we're going to still have that dreary, just rainy Saturday behind us, but you already made it through the most intense part, if that's what we can call it, here in North Mississippi. Again, not a high-end severe weather threat, but definitely wanting to cover it with you guys to make sure y'all know what is occurring and where. This is definitely a high-impact kind of rain event as it continues to kind of just dump rain across North Mississippi, much needed as we're continuing to face some drought conditions across our region. We can see those rainfall rate over the past 3 hours, getting closer towards pretty much 2 inches in certain locations, especially in the eastern portions of Lafayette County, just east of Oxford, just north of Bruce, coming in around 2 inches as well. So most of us seeing substantial rainfall move on through. It prompted some flood warnings earlier. Thankfully, not seeing too many of those affect us here in North Mississippi. We haven't really seen any of those affect us within our region, but definitely showing that heavy rainfall continues to be the story. Those heavy wind gusts as well. I mean, we were talking about how breezy and windy it was when that outflow boundary made its way through here at this station just a few seconds ago with that live shot. So that's pretty much the biggest concern. Of course, we still have those marginal risks for that hail threat, that tornado threat. It's not what we're expecting. And if it were to expect very limited in nature like that hail, pea size, not really affecting us much in the tornado, could see a brief spin up, not going to be long track or severe at all. So definitely want to make sure to keep you guys updated as we continue into the afternoon hours ahead so we can get ready for the evening as well, especially before those 6 and 10 o'clock broadcasts later tonight. But that line continues moving on through North Mississippi. We can take a look out here in Smithville, kind of seeing those those darker skies above your head. 60 degrees, feels like 60, and kind of what's responsible for that. Take a look at that wind coming out of the north now, around 24 miles per hour. So we're not really feeling those low 80s as we did to start off our day. And those warm, muggy conditions, we're going to feel a little bit more relief and get closer to where we should be for this time of year. I know we were talking about it feeling a little bit chillier. Well, we feel like that just because of how above average we have been as of lately. So definitely some toasty conditions have been the story of this work week, and now we're kind of getting more into some stormy conditions. Let's take a look out here in Amory before that line really starts to affect you. We can already see that shaking of that camera high in the tower of those windy, gusty conditions, but 82 degrees, 13 mile per hour winds coming out of the south. So complete opposite story, and that's because the camera we just looked at showed that line move on through, drop those dew points, showing those drier air kind of make its way through. Still going to be a little bit rainy, but will help cool you guys off later on this evening for any late night Saturday rainy events you have later on tonight. Take a look at the chat. We want to see what you guys are talking about. Looks like everybody's just kind of tuning in, saying where they're tuning in from. Not too many reports as we witnessed earlier, so definitely a good thing. Just cloudy and windy in Phil Campbell, and you are chilling. So definitely some good news. Looks like all of y'all are having a fantastic evening out here in North Mississippi. We can take a look at those lightning strikes, and you can see kind of those white lines, a little bit more prominent down there in the southern portions of Delta, just west of the Mississippi River, trying to make their way into the Delta and into Mississippi. So kind of seeing those cells get a little bit closer to our viewing area, a little bit more active down there just across the Mississippi River. Even take a look out there in Greenville. Starting to see that cell makes its way, getting a little bit closer. Those white lines just signify those lightning strikes getting a little bit closer. Some heavier cells making their way too.
For whatever reason, I don't see it popping on here, but like I saw someone mention it in chat, and I see it in National Weather Service chat. National Weather Service in Jackson is going to go ahead with a tornado warning there for Washington County, which again is south of Greenville there. I don't know why the warning's not popping on there.
I'm seeing it on my radar scope right now.
I don't know what that is. That's weird. I don't like that. Let me double check here. Either way. So tornado warning now issued for southern Washington County. This is as far southwest as we cover here at Mississippi Live Weather in our viewing area. Let's go ahead and look at the wind mode here on the radar. Again, we're looking fairly high up on this in the southern portion there of the county, close to the Marathon community, where we show it at this point in time here. Kind of bring it back in here to the Mobile Room Weather Center. So right there, kind of next to me where you see Marathon is the area that we're kind of most concerned with it. Lightning on just your screen here, about 399 strikes within the last 30 minutes or so. So a decent number of lightning strikes. For whatever reason, that is not populated in. Caleb, I need you to call Barron and ask them why that might be the case. Let them know that we're using it live while you're doing that, but that's odd. I'll pull up a different radar site here that I know does have that, so we can show that for you. So give me just a moment for that to kind of pop on here as well. So here's what this looks like. Again, I'm really interested in this. Hold on. 229. The positioning on where they originally put this, I'm not sure that I fully agree with. Give me a moment. I see it. I would say whatever tornado was there is probably already picked up. Hold on. Give me just a moment. It's actually back southwest of this, right there. Right there, near Shelburne. Right there is at 226 where this popped up for just a moment. See that little green next to the red there? That would be the spot. You had to zoom right in to see it, and then it's pretty much gone. I don't think it's ever crossed into Mississippi. Let's go back to the precipitation mode on that, see if you could tell it. It's kind of embedded back in there. Well, I'm telling you, that's about as small and short term as you're going to get. And that's, I mean, I'd say whatever it is probably already lifted. If it touched down briefly. Let's check for tornado debris on this. See if that kind of might have kicked out some. I don't know that I can confirm that there as well. I'm going to go over to kind of a different version of Mama Justice Doppler radar. Give me a moment to kind of pull it up. So this is kind of a different version of it. It does have that warning box on it. Right where I have that red dot is where for just the briefest moment it showed up right there. I mean, so this is the gray line you see going north-south there. I believe that's US 65. This is the Mississippi-Louisiana state line. And I'd say it's probably lifted from whatever it was there. So just about that long we had, that shows you how brief some of these can be. Let's see if we ever were able to confirm tornado debris on that, because whatever it is lifted. Right there, we might have had something. Give me a moment. As you can see, this is mainly just open fields, Delta land. Looking for tornado debris. Yeah, I don't know that lines up with where we need to see it. Maybe it does. Yeah, I don't know that I could count that. But I'll say this: whatever rotation that was, for perspective, Greenville's way up here. So this is well south of Greenville and some very, very lightly populated area there. Hold on, I'm gonna bring Caleb in on this. That seemed like the most interesting explanation I've ever heard. Say that again.
So it's kind of weird and interesting. Based off the time of the year, the sun is directly hitting, I think, one of the NOAA satellites over North Mississippi, or that specifically covers that region. And they struggled to get, they said, watches and warnings for this time of day during the afternoon hours. So it should populate within the next few minutes. But it was something about the sun kind of directly hitting the satellite and disrupting, I guess, conveying the information and populating it in the graphics. So he told me that it should pop up within the next few minutes, and if not, give him a call. So we'll keep an eye on it.
I'll have you give him a call here in a minute again to figure that out. But you can see it is populated on this kind of other alternate version of Mama Justice Doppler radar. We at least have it that way there. So anyway, tornado warning does continue. Time on that, I believe they have that in effect until 3 p.m. This is not going to be still necessary at 3. You could argue that you could probably cancel it already. It is likely already lifted at this point here. Just kind of looking at some things behind the scenes. I don't see anything that concerns me, honestly, on this at this point. I think we're past, for just the briefest moment. Let's go back over to that alternate version here. So just for a brief moment there, you did have that little what we would call couplet, where right there for just a heartbeat. See how quickly it goes from nothing to maybe something briefly to now nothing again. That may be finally just crossing into Mississippi. I'm not impressed by what I'm looking at there. Not impossible that maybe we briefly had something, but yeah. So there's a way in which we can see that the probability of having seen like a tornado debris signature, and I don't think we've got it, thankfully. Okay, I also would say I think whatever it is lifted. I don't think there's any question about that. So that does show you for a moment how quick sometimes this can be. That's part of the reason, if you're wondering why have they been on all day, it's because if and when something pops up, it's like, oh, that's something, and then, oh, that's gone that fast. And so it's easier to be on and just do it than, hey, we have to get on when the time comes. So, and plus we're 24/7 weather streaming service. So, it's also easier to just stay on and talk about it. But this is all sub-severe, below severe levels farther east. That's not to say it's not impactful. We have got some wind damage from these parts of the thunderstorm, this whole complex farther east. But the majority of what we're seeing will not be 58 mile per hour winds or greater, will not be severe. Some questions again in our chat here behind the scenes. Again, you can join the conversation on Facebook, on YouTube, on X. Eventually, I know eventually is one of those words, right? But eventually we can do that for, I can tell you Instagram and TikTok are coming. I've got the vertical stuff going, but we just don't have it running officially to those platforms yet. But hopefully we can get that going at some point here. Hopefully some point soon. So let's go to Monroe County here, talking with the folks at the National Weather Service. There's a bit of hail on this one up here closer. Let's get the exact spot on this. I think if you go up into this, and remember how hours ago we said, we're not going to have a great look at it till it gets closer to Monroe County. What's closer to Monroe County now? And this one is pretty much right overhead there on the north side of Amory. I think does have enough to it that there might even be some hail kind of aloft there, particularly right there kind of in the middle That has some hail aloft with it. Looks straight down onto that. It's not a ton of hail. Let's compare that to some other spots where we see a few blips of hail, possibly up there east of Red Bay and south of Duck Hill. I'd say the Monroe County one is the strongest of those at this point. One thing that's interesting about this is these storms have started forming once again out at the boundary itself. You notice for a while, we had all the thunderstorms kind of forming back here behind the green line. Watch this. If you watch the loop, everything's behind this initial green line. But now we're getting more of the thunderstorms right at the green line and a little in front of it. That's where that limited tornado threat starts coming in. If you get storms forming in front of that outflow boundary, they're joining up with the boundary, you get maybe a brief spin up. I'm not saying we're going to see that for sure, but I am saying that's one of the concerns when we start to see that kind of work like that, that perhaps that could be a possibility. And that could have been, we don't have great radar coverage out here, but that could have been one of the things that they were contending with down here with the storm that prompted the tornado warning a little bit ago, back out here closer to the Mississippi and Louisiana state line. They did go ahead and, by the way, cancel that tornado warning out there because the rotation had lifted. And again, they mentioned quick circulation intensification near the outflow boundary, but it died down pretty quickly. So that shows you that it might be less than 10 minutes, one of these tornadoes, from it's about to form to it forms to it has lifted. So, yeah. That's part of the reason we're kind of doing this coverage. Let's reset here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt LaPon alongside our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut. He is in our Tupelo studios. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, and if you're watching us on social media or some other platform, we do have free apps where you can download those to kind of watch us for iOS and Android devices. Caleb, you've been kind of looking at the power outage situation in particular. In typical situation, we'd be like, are they really that bad? But because of the ice storm, those numbers continue to grow, right?
Yes, no, that's exactly the case. And I was excited to come here to give you the update that we were talking about those power outages.
Oh, sorry, Caleb. I spooked myself, Caleb, because right before I hit that button, I think our power flickered. So now I'm going to have to go in the other room and see if we lost power at the house. But go for that, Caleb.
No, you're good. No, you're good. Taking a look at those power outages, which actually I need to see if we can make it pop up. I'm going to press this button. There we go. We're learning. Take a look at those power outages across Mississippi and just North Mississippi for our region. We're actually seeing a better trend. That Panola County, we're talking about having over 3,000 power outages. Well, we're decreasing. We're now sub 3,000, around 2,800. I think Pontotoc also crossed into the 1K mark. And so we're actually declining with those power outages as you guys continue to do an amazing job reporting where they are so our local authorities can get out there, try to fix them as fast as they can. So we're still seeing them affect us here in North Mississippi. Even the further east we go as that line continues moving on through, even into Itawamba County, starting to see some of those outages start to get reported. But the good news is they continue to decrease. We're not really seeing as big of a spike as we saw earlier. I will say for those out there in Panola County, y'all continue to be the county that is outperforming everybody with those outages. Around 1,549 still within that huge area within the Chapeltown, Toccoa region, just south of Asa and Mims. Then we have 507 within that area as well. Even north of Batesville, we can go and see kind of that just northern blob just south of the Sardis region. 855 people still affected, and a lot of people within the Batesville community and city getting affected with all those ones kind of popping up, just those isolated power outages continuing to bug us as this line continues moving on through. So the good news, not really a high-end severe weather threat, but we're still seeing those impacts of the ice storm and just heavy wind blowing through North Mississippi. So as we get closer and closer and pretty much now into severe weather season, we got to take these seriously as we'll see more intense lines make their way towards North Mississippi and stuff that we're continuing to track out for next work week coming up. But want to kind of go through my tabs talking about these power outages. Going up to Coldwater, notice how all of those were red. They're now back online and green. So just showing that they're out there, they're working, they're getting your power back on as soon as possible. Let's take a look at Pontotoc, where we were talking earlier about seeing a lot of area out with those power outages, pretty much just west of Mississippi 9 and pretty much along Mississippi 32. We can see a lot of power outages affecting those out there. This is around 100 to 199 customers affected, and just north of that, starting to see some more of those isolated outages starting to get reported as well. Let's go to Tom Bigby, EPA, and want to mention that for Pontotoc, we had that huge area of 300 plus customers affected, that pink blob starting to kind of bring into that map. It's not there anymore. So definitely some good signs as we continue heading into the latter part of our afternoon hours and getting ready for our evening ahead. This is out here in Lee County and Itawamba. Starting to see a few more reports for those in the Itawamba area, but that's also because the line just recently moved through as well. So you guys are doing an excellent job reporting those so they know where to go to get that power back on. So starting to see a few of those areas, still that red blob. This is along, let's zoom in just to make sure. Yeah, 97, I-22. Showing those power outages just north and south of I-22 as you're coming into Tupelo from the east and crossing the county line into Lee County. So starting to see around 200 to 299 customers affected within that red area. And these teals mean 10 to 49, yellow 50 to 99, and orange, of course, 100 to 199 as well. If we even want to go out to Prentiss County, as Boonville was a hot topic earlier, talking about those power outages, as you let us know in the chat, kind of who's starting to get affected. Well, thankfully, we're starting to see this decline just a little bit. Boonville still having some prominent numbers, especially those yellow areas showing 50 to 99 customers are being affected within that area. So pretty much the southeastern portions of those just outside of Boonville still witnessing those power outages. But I'd say, Matt, that the good news is as that line continues getting further and further out of our area, we're going to see those power outages start to make a positive trend as well, start to decrease as we get ready for the evening ahead.
Hopefully, it's just going to take a little time to get there. Appreciate that, Caleb Edelblut in our Tupelo studios. We're back here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. We're looking at wind mode, and we're partially looking aloft on our storm here in Monroe County. Some of the stronger winds are kind of hovering just a little bit above the surface level there. If I can get the right one of these radar sites to come up there as we go up a few scans into the thunderstorm to kind of check it out. Again, a little breezier aloft there, and some of that wind trying to come down closer to the surface. So all of that to say, it's a storm that's strengthening a little bit more and could potentially kick out some stronger wind gusts from time to time. I don't see a lot of rotation on it, thankfully, but we're seeing some lightning strikes kind of pick up a little bit more on that one as well. So not quite the severe level, but certainly one that we'll have to watch. And as we talked about earlier, part of the reason we watch is we're just close enough here to the radar site to have a really good look at it. But you look three-dimensionally on it, you can see how that one has just got a little higher top to it, partially because I think we might be too close to the radar site to have an excellent angle. So I'm going to look from Birmingham at that. Don't really catch the top from Birmingham. Are we going to catch it all the way from Memphis? Nope, probably overshooting that same part from Memphis. Probably going to overshoot it from Jackson as well. That one kind of captures that it's a little bit higher. Let's go ahead and see if we can slice through that. We're going to do a vertical slice, and we'll kind of zoom in on that one there. Getting a little closer here. It does cut off the bottom part of it. Moment to see if it'll let me. Whoop. I'm not going to overshoot it one of these times. So that, well, okay, I think we're looking too far away. I think that's the reason that is skewed, because it's not taking it all the way to the ground level on that. Yeah, that's part of my problem on it. Oh, well. So don't have a great look because I think we're too far away. We'll bring it back to the radar site in Monroe County, and that does, I think, a bit more effective job. We'll slice it one more time. There we go. And there's some of that hail above the surface. And also what I was trying to catch a second ago is you have some of those reds up in excess of 30,000 feet. So it goes beyond the top of where the radar actually scans it. So that's kind of what's moving into and through and around kind of the Smithville area right now. That's just kind of on the north side of Smithville. Our camera there in Monroe County near the Smithville area, as we kind of show that, obviously nearly blinding rainfall showing up on that, which shouldn't be a big shocker there. Temperature coming in 61 degrees. Looks like the dew point not showing up on that one. Let's go ahead and pan our camera, take a look north out of that one there. We're looking west for the moment. We'll go ahead and look north into some of the heavier rainfall that direction, which is kind of northwest. As you'd imagine, obviously visibility is pretty low with that storm. We might have a slightly better shot looking out from, I'm going to point that back southwestward. But while that's moving, I'm going to go to our camera at Amory, which might have a slightly better shot, and then we'll kind of go down to Aberdeen. So here's again that some of the low-hanging clouds there as we're looking out of our Amory camera into this, certainly bouncing around a bit. Amory also coming in 84 degrees on those southwest, on southerly winds. Dew point a little higher there than it was up in Smithville. As we'll pan, then we're looking kind of northward there. I might make that look just a little bit west. Well, hold on. Let's look at radar closer for a moment. Let's look 2D on the radar. Let's see, we're northward. That's into the backside of that Smithville storm. I'm going to make it look northeast on that camera in Amory. Just give me a second. Let's see if it's going to populate in. There we go. So this is our Amory camera. Looking kind of, that's still, I think, north direction. We're going to see if I can make this look northeast a little bit. Okay, it has decided that no. I think AI is overruling me. That's what the problem is there. So I'm going to overrule it. Point that back to the right a little bit more, looking toward. Apparently AI wins. Manual. Come on, y'all. Let's go to the right. You know you want to. There we go. Promise to know what I'm doing. Okay, there we are. Kind of looking back. So that would be looking in the direction there of Smithville. Let's see if it holds, if it decides to run on me here in a second again. So definitely bouncing around. But that was the heavy rainfall right up there looking towards Smithville. And clearly the camera is getting a good jostle back and forth. A pretty strong move on that as well. Looking back toward the north and east. I'm going to pan this now back, slide it all the way back to the west and look at the storm that's kind of coming more into the Amory area as well, because there's kind of two that we're watching, and this is the one that's going to be bringing all the rainfall with it to this specific location. And you see how it just goes kind of bright gray back toward the west, looking into it there. That's kind of the next big batch of wind sort of coming with it as well. Point it back this way, a little more southwest. So some gusty winds out of it, and there you can kind of see the leading edge of some of that rainfall. Let's see if I'll point and how do I make that go away? Point and zoom. But yeah, you can see how that, okay, that was the wrong move, Caleb. Don't click point and zoom. Remind me, no point and zoom, because it zooms in too much. We are learning on these cameras. I promise we're going to get there. Caleb will also tell you that we're going to get there is the lie I say over and over again to everybody. Every time it's like, hey, we're going to fix something. We're going to get there. I don't know if lie is the correct term for that, Caleb, but that's the overused phrase for sure.
I don't think
correct?
it's a lie. We always get there.
Yeah, we do get there. But in my brain, it's never fast enough. That's a great shot, by the way, out of Amory. As you can see, just kind of all the scraggly, low-hanging clouds there. That's the scary-looking clouds we talk about, right?
Oh, yeah. Those SLCs making their way into Amory. Yep. No, I was actually looking through some pictures of trying to find some of those LSCs. This was, I need to make sure I have this one pulled up. This was a storm rolling into the North Haven cotton plant area. This was around 109. So kind of starting to see that just a little bit, those darker clouds just below me a little bit. So those SLCs, scary looking clouds, those are always my favorite to go out and try to find, because it usually shows that you're going to start hearing some rumbles of thunder pretty soon and get those heavy rainfall. So just showing that, which actually I wonder if it'll let me zoom in just a little bit. There we go. We can kind of see those clouds just a little bit just above the tree line, making their way closer and kind of seeing that darker line kind of protruding as it gets closer and closer, which this one, was in the Dorsey area. This was around Lee and Itawamba around 2 o'clock as well, kind of starting to still see some more of those protruding clouds get closer and closer as they make their way towards your area, kind of seeing that off in the distance just a little bit, seeing that cloud base as well. So some fun clouds getting sent in. I'm continuing to look through those pictures behind the scenes, Matt, see if we could find anything else and even maybe another hail picture or so. But as of right now, I've only seen that one in the Corinth region. Hail continues to not really be a factor with this line as it continues making its way through our area.
Thankfully so. We had enough of that last week. Appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, there in the Tupelo studios tracking this. We're in Aberdeen right now, kind of looking back through some of these thunderstorms there, moving through southern Monroe County. As I kind of continue to pan our camera around there, looking through that line, you can see the rain picking up in the Aberdeen area. I'll look back toward the north and west into kind of some of that rainfall. Not much in the way of hail. I don't see anything big, obviously, flying through there, but the rain picking up. 84 before the rain started. We'll get a new update on that here in a couple minutes. It's certainly kind of picking up there. And Cameron Amory still has that kind of very, very picturesque, scary sort of shot, looking back toward the south and west there as well. Temperature come in about 84 there before the temperature started to drop because of those showers moving into and through the region. Let's see here. I'm looking at kind of all of our cameras at once here behind the scenes. Just a lot of rainfall out there on all of those. Our camera in Winona also. Again, we have not talked about Montgomery County much so far today. Storms in and around Montgomery County have been a little bit weaker. Obviously, a lot of gray showing up with that there as we're looking through the clouds. This looking in a northerly direction. I'm going to point this back toward the east as we look back into Winona and that rainfall as it's kind of moving away. The reporting station looks like there in Winona has stopped reporting back. But again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, our partners with these cameras here across North Mississippi as we're monitoring all these storms. So we're back here kind of 3D mode. One thing I do notice is how the higher, some of these storms are producing maybe a little more hail there than what's being obviously getting to the ground. That storm there west of Egypt and Gibson, another one of those that we're monitoring. These have gotten a little more intense in the last 20, 30 minutes. I don't see anything on here that screams, hey, I could produce a tornado, though, which I think is the reason why a lot of people watch us, is the concerns related to that. I don't see anything on here that's concerning with that at this moment. But spotty wind damage, a possibility, and obviously some hail as well. It does look like National Weather Service there in Huntsville has gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin and Colbert counties. They issued that just in the last minute or two here for those locations, in effect until 3:30 p.m. for the potential maybe for some hail and strong gusty winds. Looking at the hail potential in particular, our hail tracking and brought to you by True Shield Roofing. It does show that Monroe County storm having a little bit of that, but up here closer to Vina, just east of Red Bay, where we show the greatest potential there. And if you do have a hail picture, send it in using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Largest hailstone in excess of 1 inch. And we're talking about a $100 gift card in your hands from True Shield Roofing. So a way to make a bad situation a little less bad. And appreciate them for kind of partnering with us here on Mississippi Live Weather to do that and sponsoring our hail products. 1 hour loop continues to show, again, those, I'd say just as significant a possibility down here in Monroe County is what we had up there in Franklin County as well. So in either case, and in the northern Itawamba County, some spotty hail, a possibility out of these showers and thunderstorms. Looking at our discussion with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, no new information coming in there. So that let's say you have a life, which is great. And if you're watching us, that's fine too, but you have things to do. One of the things I recommend is Mississippi Live's weather call. It will let you know if something significant is moving toward you, whether it's a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warning. As you saw a moment ago, with tornado warnings, sometimes there's not a lot of lead time, which is the reason we're continuing to talk here. You will get those phone calls when the government, with the National Weather Service, issues an official tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning, so that you can do life and let Weather Call monitor weather. It is a service that, might ask in 2026, why do we care about phone calls? Well, phone calls are disruptors in your day. So if you get a phone call, if I were to get a phone call right now, I'd look down and go, oh, hey, something's going on, right? Whereas all these alerts, no offense to all the people posting on Facebook, but I'm not getting any of those alerts because my phone filters those out. Phones are really good at filtering out, and sometimes in a good way and sometimes in a really bad way. But phone calls bust through. And you can put it in do not disturb. So for major flooding like what they had in Texas last year that killed all those people, it'll call you for that. It'll call you for severe thunderstorms. It'll call you for tornadoes and call you back if a tornado is confirmed. So you can sign up msliveweather.com/weathercall or use that QR code you see there on the screen at this time. I'll bring it back in here to our chat with all the folks talking behind the scenes, mentioning storming there in the Duck Hill area. We do show at least a little bit of hail that's tried to kick out here on our hail track. It does have a little bit more there closer to the Pelez community there in Webster County now. We'll bring it to the current time frame. We'll kind of clear off that warning for Franklin. We'll look more at Franklin here in a minute. But as we go back to kind of the regular precipitation mode there, these are all kind of multi-cluster. You see how there's not like one big bad area of red and pink that you got to really worry about? These are just lots of little storms pop up and die in pretty close to the same spot. You'll notice if we put this on a 1 hour loop, they move a little bit, kind of drift different directions, but none are, really, really organized, just kind of flare-ups. It's like flames flickering in a fire. And so because of that, we don't have any supercell thunderstorms. We lack the organization for that. And that's the reason why these are not going to be tornado producing unless something weird happens, like one of these crosses this boundary right there, that boundary we're looking at, crosses that boundary and tries to spin something up. Weird things happen from time to time. It's not impossible that happens, but we're not impressed by a large portion of what we're looking at here. Our camera in Winona, again, in that gray, in that rain, and certainly it is a soggy look there at this time as we look out of that camera. Looks like that reporting station not reporting back at the moment, but that camera not jostling around as much as it was. In Choctaw County, in Ackerman, our camera with the North Mississippi storm chasers there, we have those crepuscular rays, the sun's rays kind of shining through. 86 in Ackerman at this instant, dew point at 64. That's not enough moisture for tornadoes in all likelihood. Typically, you would expect the difference between those two numbers there, that main number and then that dew point right there. We'd want that depression between those two to be a little bit closer together if we were looking for tornadoes. It's one of the many factors I think hopefully is going to keep those off of the menu today. But we're looking kind of back toward the west. I'm going to look back toward the west-northwest, again into some of the darker grays. You'll notice a lot of these cameras show a similar shot because it's a similar situation everyone's seeing, just staggered in time. The low-hanging clouds, the gusty winds, the heavy rainfall, the lightning, and then to go along with all of that, unfortunately, in some cases, the power outages. And we expect the number of power outages to probably continue for this evening for the next few hours here. We'll bring it current time. Again, lightning potentially a component into that. But the wind and the issues with that, I think also one of the issues. We're down to we're about 3,500 power outages there in Panola County, about 500 Lee County, 700 Itawamba County, 900 Pontotoc County, Lafayette County down to 400. So we have seen some improvement in power outages as this has moved through, but in some cases we still have in Panola County almost 20% of people in the county, 1 in 5 people in the county without power as of 3:04 p.m. As we clear this all off, our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut has been kind of monitoring some of those power outages from the different electric power associations. This graphic kind of monitors them on kind of a wider scale. And Caleb, when we go independently into the individual EPAs, the information, I think, a little bit clearer, right?
Yes, no, and you just covered what I was about to kind of text you and let you know about that. Panola County kind of gone back up with those outages, so don't know if the website kind of cleared them. We were just talking about how we were above 3,000, getting closer towards that 3,500 mark, around 3,648. And a second ago, it showed us below 3,000. So I think that may have been just a little bit of a glitch. So still around there. But overall, when we go throughout all of these, we'll click through all the tabs again, kind of showing where these are more prominent within the region. So especially looking towards Batesville, this is 548, pretty much most of the city kind of seeing some of those power outages within y'all's area. And then if you go further southwest, of y'all city, kind of towards Chapeltown and Toccoa. We're going to see a lot of outages as you get closer and outside of your county as well. So a lot of people experiencing outages out there in Panola County, but the good news is y'all keep reporting them, letting them know where to go, where to fix it. They're going to go out there and get that as quick as they can. Can't go on that tab anymore because we were tracking some of those outages, which, oh, okay, it's trying to fool me a little bit, showing some red and then showing the green again. So it should be a lot better out there in the cold water region. Let's go back to Pontotoc because this was another big one we were talking about earlier where we actually did start to see some of that pink purple start to pop up. That shows around 300 customers or more were affected by some power outages. So Pontotoc and y'all's EPA already on top of it, getting those outages taken care of and getting you guys back online as we get closer into our later afternoon hours and preparing for our evening ahead. So still seeing some people out there in these blobs, I like to call them, don't really know a better way to describe it, these areas. Orange showing that 100 to 199 people are affected. So this is just west of Mississippi 9 and then pretty much along Mississippi 32, just kind of that roadway showing where those outages are more prominent, just northwest of Bruce. And if we kind of zoom out a little bit more and go back towards the southern portions of Pontotoc into Algoma, we can see kind of another area, 50 to 99 people within this area kind of out of power as well. This teal kind of blue showing 10 to 49. But let's go to Tom Bigby, EPA, for Tupelo and Lee County, kind of also talk about those power outages as well. Still seeing them a little bit more prominent, but the good news is we're kind of seeing less and less as that line continues to move on out of our area, Matt.
Well, hopefully that trend continues. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, looking at that again back in our Tupelo studios. Thank you so much again for all your hard work today so far. Current time is 3:07. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather at our app on Facebook, on YouTube, all the places. Let's talk about here for a second. As we're looking at the kind of the general overall picture here, you can see cold front initiation point for these storms, but notice how the blues stay back here and the oranges continue squashing the south and east. What we've had is kind of this very weak front sort of moving in. That front, more of rain-cooled air power than even cold air power. That's why everything back here is not particularly lasting. The overall upper level system is not pushing in super cold air with this, so the coldest air stays north and west, so our front has less forcing, and all of that to say, if this has less of a push, our storms have less energy intensity to them, and it's going to be easier to get them back the next couple of days. So we'll have some chances to continue into tonight, but really Monday and Wednesday of this next week, a more significant chance for some strong to severe thunderstorms, potentially even isolated tornadoes. I'd say a much better likelihood as we go into especially the middle portion of this next week. But this is that, at this point here, as you can see, slightly cooler air that is moving in. In fact, if I kind of bring it to the current time here to give you an example, ahead of this, we have temperatures in the 80s. Behind it, we're in the 60s. But you have low 60s, similar temperatures all the way through Arkansas. You have to go all the way to Missouri until you're in the 40s, and then beyond that before you have even cooler temperatures than that. But when you look at the measure of moisture based on the same scale as the temperature, what we call the dew point, you'll notice that it's not as obvious. We have the most unstable air farther south and east, and then it's a little bit less stable all the way back there to Arkansas. The point in all this is there's going to be enough fuel left over behind this to get those additional chances for storms into this upcoming work week. But as we bring things in closer here on Mama Justice Doppler radar once again and bring it back into the whole viewing area, let's get you some kind of updates here and some all clears for a moment. First off, Lee County, Prentiss County, Tishomingo County, Pontotoc County, Union County, Calhoun County, Grenada County, Carroll County, Holmes County, back to the west, you're all clear. So if you're watching in any of those locations I just listed here and concerned about severe weather, tornadoes, anything along those lines, we are good to go. There are no issues for you. The significant and active and severe weather is in your past. Now, listen, we're still going to watch things back there for locations around Chula, maybe. I know I just listed Holmes County a minute ago, but Belzona. You're kind of on the sort of southern fringe here. I'm going to look at a different radar site for just a second, just to make sure. Nah, I still have something there. Let's keep Holmes County in that, and Atala County, just to kind of see how this all plays out back here. Just kind of a big convective, stormy sort of mess. It doesn't look like just a lot of lightning producers. not impossible that maybe something weird happens from time to time where you have a little bit of rotation. Let's go ahead and look at the wind mode here. So I can see the Jackson radar trying to kick out a little bit of rotation on one of those spots close to Silver City. You can see for just a blip there how we call a shear marker on there. All right, you see that where it comes in with that little circle? I think that's more of a radar anomaly than something to be super concerned about, but it did kick it out there for a couple scans that like, hey, there might be something here to pay attention to. And the point of this graphic is to get me looking at a spot if I'm not already paying attention to it. Now, I'm not super concerned about that. I think it's probably back behind the outflow. I think the outflow is probably just a little ahead of that. By the way, I should clarify here for a second that the National Weather Service has gone ahead and canceled the severe thunderstorm warning they had in place up here for Franklin County. That thunderstorm has proven to be weaker than they anticipated, and they've gone ahead and let that go. Still not impossible to get some hail out of these storms, as we've talked about, but that one below severe limits. And so that's the reason they've gone ahead with that. Caleb, I'll have you do a little bit of tracking. You might have to go to Chroma Key to do this, so you can use the mouse and everything for that. But to kind of help some folks kind of track out some of these thunderstorms as they stand here at about 3:12 p.m.
Let's get this set up over here in Chroma. There we go. Let's take a look at some of these thunderstorms as they start to affect the most southeastern portions of our viewing area. We've been focusing on that line kind of making its way into North Mississippi, affecting those northwest. Well, now we're starting to get into the Golden Triangle region, especially for those out there in West Point, Starkville, and Columbus. You are going to start to see these cells and storms make their way towards you. And you can also notice that green line right here kind of make its way into Oktibbeha County. That's kind of your gust front that will provide somewhat of a lift to these storms as they try to make their way into your area. So let's put it on a loop for the past hour as we continue seeing it make its way into the area. And we're going to track that out. Let me see if I can find, I want the polygon. There we go. All right. Let's go to where it stops because I want to make sure I can get this right for you guys. Draw it out just a little bit ahead just in case it picks up a little bit of steam. They're still going maybe mid-30s, 34 miles per hour. So we can talk about where it's heading as we head into the next 30 minutes here. Cedar Bluff around 316, Salome around 316 as well, Strong 321, Waterfront Estates 321, Mahoons Valley 323, Whites 324, Valley View 326, and West Point around 328, I believe, just at the end. So there we go. I kind of talk about making its way or creep into the Golden Triangle region, showing just a little bit more of that heavy precipitation as we're actually kind of getting more of a good view of it as it makes its way closer towards that Amory radar site. So we're actually getting good views of this. But we can take a look at the chat to see, got some thundering going on as well. Hope the temperature keeps dropping. Well, it'll drop a little bit as this line makes its way towards you, but unfortunately only kind of bringing us back to right around where we should be for this time of year. It's been pretty toasty, so I know these temperatures feel pretty chilly outdoors. Power out in Smithville. Hey, is it going to rain tonight? Well, yeah, it's definitely raining tonight. Good news is once this line makes its way through, you're going to be doing a lot better. So let's continue looking at these thunderstorms. Those white lines, again, they're just lightning kind of making their way through. And honestly, not too impressive. We can see that number slightly start to increase, but it's not going at a tremendous rate. So not expecting too much from these thunderstorms as they continue making their way through. Let's actually look at different modes here. Let's go to our velocity just to make sure not seeing any couplets try to form here as that gust front continues blowing on through. So definitely going to be very windy, very gusty as it goes through your area. Not expecting any tornadoes. We did see somewhat of a couplet do its best to try to make its way to the ground earlier. But again, that's what we're talking about, just a brief little spin up. We might see that polygon, but it's going to disappear as quick as you saw it. Not really the setup for that as we continue into the evening ahead. Take a look at that storm relative velocity, kind of taking the motion of the storm out of the picture to get a better visual. Not really seeing much on that. Nothing screaming tornado on that as well. We even take a look at our peak threats, which I'll actually put this to now so we can get this to stop. I think our biggest threat right now is pretty much just windy conditions and then maybe the possibility of some hail. Again, this is peak threats as I was kind of covering up above my head just a second ago, just showing worst case scenario, what could happen as we go throughout the rest of our evening. This isn't really what's occurring or what will happen, just showing kind of what the possibilities are. And we do have that marginal risk for hail. We were talking about pea-size hail up in Corinth. So nothing meaningful, nothing really severe with that 1-inch hail in diameter or more, but maybe could hear pea-size hail trying its best to fall and hit the roofs above your heads. All I'm assuming is that you're going to hear maybe some limbs and just some sticks kind of blowing with the wind, because I looked outside as that gust front blew on through. Very windy as it makes its way throughout your area. Let's even go towards our hail just to see kind of what it's talking about. You can see maybe a little bit in the just north of Amory in the Smithville region as it makes its way through into Monroe County, which we can go back to precipitation and see what it's talking about. I'm not really too confident on that as it blows on through. We can still see those lightning strikes making their way through the area. But this line kind of continues pushing out of North Mississippi. We can look at it as a whole, kind of where we started and where we're at right now. For all of those that are behind that line, I know someone in the chat was asking earlier, are we expecting another line of storms tonight? Absolutely not. Once you make it through this system and that heavy wind, that rain, you're going to be good to go for the rest of your evening. Now, keep those plans indoors. It's still going to be very rainy, as you can see behind us, even seeing that kind of just stratiform, just layer of rain across North Mississippi, but we're not tracking out anything intense for your overnight period ahead. So once you can kind of get through these bubbles that are getting closer towards that Golden Triangle region in Amory, Aberdeen, West Point, Starkville, Columbus, Eupora, even into Choctaw County, you're going to be good to go. Just keep those indoors or events indoors for the rest of your evening. Going to be a little bit rainy. Can anyone tell me about Corinth? I just got in here. Well, we are actually tracking some storms up there just a little bit earlier, but y'all are kind of perfect example of what I'm just talking about. Take a look at those storms just east of y'all. That's what already blew through y'all's area. So I know earlier, if you were still there, you probably felt those windy conditions move through the house. You can definitely hear it outdoors, that rain drop. Right now, it's just going to be a little bit rainy. That's going to continue for the rest of y'all's evening. You are definitely good to go. Just maybe seeing some heavier rainfall. That's the other story with this forecast. What we're talking about is that parts of North Mississippi still experiencing those drought conditions. So this is allowing us to get a lot of meaningful rainfall here in North Mississippi, definitely much needed. And thankfully, we're not really talking about any flood warnings either with the rate at which it's falling down. So definitely a good sign as we continue into the evening hours ahead. Someone was asking about Union County. Union County, you should be doing a lot better, especially just West Mississippi, Tupelo. Y'all are doing good. I mean, you'll see these reds and yellows making their way through, but notice we're not even tracking a lot of lightning strikes. Even when it blew through Tupelo, I don't know if I just couldn't hear it, but not too much energy associated with this. I couldn't hear too many rumbles of thunder. So again, I want to keep emphasizing that it's going to be a little bit rainy for the rest of your evening, but we're not tracking out any storms for the rest of your overnight hours. So you're going to be good to go. I know some of us get a little bit nervous trying to fall asleep later at night with some rain or some storms. That's not the case tonight. You can go to sleep stress-free. Don't have to worry about that one bit. Let's take a look at the Golden Triangle region. I know someone was asking about ETA on Columbus, so let's do another track on that, which I'm going to see if I can get it to kind of cover that area. I know, I have to drag it. I'm still getting used to the system here. There we go. We'll go through West Point, kind of right behind that outflow boundary. Then we'll go around 34 miles per hour. I'm still on the thing. There we go. I just switched it. Let's clear this. Let me shift this just a little bit more. Columbus, precipitation, and then we'll go storm track. There we go. We'll go right behind the outflow boundary because that's kind of providing the lift, and where we could see some of these storms pop up just a little bit. We saw that earlier. I think it was New Albany that we were tracking out and just seeing those kind of heavy cells pop up due to that outflow boundary. So taking a look at this, Bedford around 321, Chester 322, Moscow 322, Cedar Bluff 324, Double Springs 324 as well, Caledonia 325, getting closer towards that Columbus community, Ware at 327, Fentress at 330, Self Creek 330, and then Pull Tight 330 as well. So making its way, and again, I want to emphasize, well, actually take a look at this. This is kind of what we're just talking about. Let's put it on the past 15 minutes. It's already kind of popped up. Let's go maybe past 30. Let's see if that'll work. There we go. Kind of this outflow boundary making its way through. We can see these cells popping up just a little bit, showing those heavy rainfall. So could start to see that a little bit ahead of when that line makes its way towards you guys. But again, that's pretty much all we're tracking out. Just some heavy rainfall, some heavy wind gusts. This isn't really a hail threat, a tornado threat affecting us here in North Mississippi. This is just not high end whatsoever. We just wanted to make sure to cover this for you guys in case we could see one of those brief spin ups that we saw down just south of the Greenville area. Of course, definitely a good thing that it wasn't anything serious, just showing that it's a possibility for a day like today, but not expecting anything intense. So for those out there in the Golden Triangle region, you're going to start to see that wind gust continue make its way into the area. Even for those out there in Choctaw County, in the northern part, y'all are already starting to see that heavy wind and rain make its way across that county line, especially for those out there in Eupora. Could hear a few rumbles of thunder. Again, it just blew through Tupelo not too long ago, and me and Matt were talking about how we couldn't really hear many lightning strikes or rumbles of thunder across the area as it blew on through. So just going to be a little bit rainy and windy as it makes its way through. Could still see some of those limbs and sticks that got a little bit suspended up in the trees during the ice storm make an impact, try to fall on the house, but that's about it. Again, we want to keep emphasizing we're not tracking out anything intense tonight. As once this line makes its way through within the next hour, hour and a half for the rest of our viewing area, you're going to be fine for the rest of the evening. No worry about going to sleep, stressing about what could happen. Just going to be some rain showers, a great lazy indoor night. Let's take a look at the comments because I enjoy reading y'all's and letting y'all know or you letting me know what's going on. Power just now came back in Moorville, Lee, and Itawamba County line. Definitely some good news. I was checking that a second ago and saw the numbers going down. The wind is swinging as hard as, all right. Yep, no, it is windy outdoors, so make sure to continue to stay indoors. Is Nettleton clear? Y'all should be good to go. Let's zoom this out so we can kind of continue talking about those all clears. We can take a look at that, which I can draw on this, which I always love doing during my broadcasts. Oh, did we just get a warning? You back?
Hold on. No, real quick. I want to address that one you said a second ago. You started quoting somebody's, thing there. I want to be clear. I know that the comment section has gotten wild in the past, but I'm going to play it kind of fast and loose when it comes to blocking people. So that one is a little borderline. I understand that people being silly. I understand that people do this in a lot of different ways, but we're not going to do things that are intentionally triggering for other people, and we're not going to say things that we shouldn't say. So for y'all in the comments, there was a lot of times that they would get wild during severe weather. Because we're going to pop those comments up from time to time, that's not something we're going to tolerate. So just want to have a heads up that I don't want to ban anybody, but anyway, so keep that in mind. Go ahead. Did you see it? Did you see a warning up there, or is it
no?
You were just noticing
I thought I did, but since it's on the lapse, or kind of past hour, it was showing the warning from earlier that already expired. So definitely good sign that it's not long track warnings and they can pop up but quickly disappear.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, sorry, I'll let you go. Well, okay, before we go on, so this is as much for people at home as it is to you, because this is to quote somebody I talked with last week, that was talking about a kind of a smaller middle market TV station. They referred to it as a training hospital. That's kind of what we do here, right, for meteorology. So in this situation, Caleb, you're going to want to have a wheel of things that we hit. You're gonna go around, you do your warnings. You're going to do, if there's no warnings, you'll do your storm tracks. We're going to hit some cameras. We're going to hit some power outages. We can hit some pictures. We're going to do a time check. We'll kind of work our way through that wheel. We might leave things off of that wheel. It gets very easy to only do a portion of that. I know I've run this from time to time as well. It's like, okay, now I'm going to just stay on radar. I'm just going to stay on power outages, and you stay right there. You want to kind of develop a large enough bag of tricks of things that you're like, okay, you don't want to stay longer than probably a minute and a half. And you're doing a good job on this, but I'm just trying to think through while you actually have some live ammunition to work with. Yeah,
no, I appreciate that.
So yeah,
so working on it.
Yeah, absolutely. So think power. You've kind of hit power outages. We haven't hit pictures in a while. And by the way, there's your warning that that we were talking about up there. They issued one. So I will let you go ahead and take that there as we kind of continue to track things as of 3:25.
All right, let's take a look at that. Which we'll click on the warning. This expires around 4:15, so just got issued for Franklin, Alabama, as it continues moving more towards the northeastern portions of Alabama and out of our viewing area. If I had to guess, this is probably wind related. I'd have to pull up Slack. It's on the other monitor. I couldn't get it quite on this one. So let's take a look at that as it continues moving on through, which we can move it over.
3/4 inch size hail and 60 mile per hour winds are what the radar indicated, which means that what they're expecting could occur.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at the wind as it continues moving on through. Not expecting anything tornadic with this. That's definitely a good sign. Not really the setup for that. Let's take a look at those peak threats. We can maybe see what radar is picking up a little bit with that hail. Do the drop thing, talking about that, around 1/2 inch of hail within that blue. But again, this peak threats, that's worst case scenario, which let me move this out of the area for you guys because I'm kind of covering it up over here. There we go. Talk about 1/2 inch of hail for your peak threat. So not necessarily what is occurring, but kind of what could occur if we reach the worst part of this system making its way through. And we can kind of try to see if that's picking up just a little bit on here. Let me clear those tallies that I put on. Maybe just a little bit there, which I can see if I can tally that. I'm showing that it's a little bit possible as that system continues moving closer and throughout Franklin County, Alabama. So definitely some windy conditions out there, which do we have any? I don't think we do. No, we don't have any cameras out there in Alabama to try to see if we can get a visual on that. But that warning is going to continue moving on towards the northeast, affecting those out there in Russellville, Churntown, Phil Campbell, Orange, Mount Hope, Concord, which let's go back to reflectivity and we can put this on storm track, Columbus, precipitation. There we go. And then let's put this on a loop and talk about how long or how fast it's kind of moving, what direction it's going. There we go with that gust front. That's kind of where you can tell where they're going. It kind of follows that as it continues being a bulldozer for those storms behind it, trying to provide that lift. So let's take it and track it as we continue throughout the next few minutes, which will go right behind that outflow. We'll go still around that 34 mile per hour mark. So around Mount Moriah, around 329, Fairview 331, Union 332, Mount Hope 332 as well, Masterson Mill 334, Orange 336, Hickory Grove around 338, Harmony 339, and Pittsburgh around 342. So that system continues to make its way closer towards you. Again, not expecting anything tornadic with this. This is just kind of more issue due to the heavy wind gusts making its way closer towards you guys and the possibility of some hail. We did have that report up there in Alcorn County with Corinth. Again, pea-sized hail, so nothing as meaningful as what we experienced around 2 weeks ago here in North Mississippi with that hail event. It's not what we're experiencing today. Just this cold front moving on through, providing some heavy wind gusts, windy conditions across our viewing area. That continues to be the story as it's getting further and further out of North Mississippi and now into the northern portions of Alabama. So we can click that again. Expires around 4:15, which we can put that back to now just so it'll stop into Lawrence County as well. There we go. I missed the button. There we go. Severe thunderstorm warning expires around 4:15, so still got a ways to go, and that's if they don't cancel it beforehand, because that's kind of been the theme with this setup. We'll see those warnings start to get issued. Don't last too long, and if they do, they'll kind of reissue one, because that was the case earlier for those up in Franklin County as well. So let's go see if we can kind of get cameras close to that region. We can go into Itawamba County, just kind of see how they're doing as that line continues to pass on through. Our reporting station definitely probably going to start taking the day off after what's been pretty busy across North Mississippi, but kind of leaving behind those wet roads behind in its wake. So a little bit slick, but definitely not talking about anything icy like the ice storm. So y'all are going to be good to go for the rest of y'all's evening. For any of those asking about once you make it through the past line of storms, you're going to be fine for the rest of the evening ahead. So any events you have going on, you're going to be good. Definitely want to keep them indoors with how rainy it is, a little bit behind it, but that's about it. Let's go down further south just a little bit, see if this camera will pull up its reporting station. This is out there in Smithville, and this is right after the line kind of moved on through. So 61 degrees, feels like 61. I bet that dew point a little bit lower than the 60s, showing that drier air kind of starting to move on through, not quite as muggy, going to feel a little bit cooler to those out there. I know some of y'all were talking about it being a little bit chillier. So 14 mile per hour winds coming out of the north. That's what's helping y'all feel a lot better out there. So coming back to that severe thunderstorm warning as it continues making its way through the northwestern portions of Alabama. Still seeing those lightning strikes, which I'd be curious to see if we can put this on past hour, see if those kind of continue upticking. Yeah, not really seeing a decrease on that. So that gust front continuing to help provide the necessary lift for those storms out there in the northwestern portion of Alabama, continuing to move on out of our area, which we can put another storm track on this. I'll shift it just a little bit. That way you guys can see what I'm talking about and where it's going. So I wanted to look on both screens. That way y'all can get the best visual as well. So let's go back to now. Let's do a storm track on it again, right kind of in between that gust front and where the storms are, as that's going to be the track. It continues going around 34 miles per hour. So Muck City around 332. Actually, let's talk about where it's kind of right now. Muck City, Union within the next minute or two. Hickory Grove 334. Carroll Crossroads 335. Lumble 336. Harmony at 337. Orange 338. Goodard at 339. Pittsburgh 339 as well. Wren as 343. Donaldson Mill 345, and Yampertown around 346. So just talking about some of the communities starting to get affected by that system, as it has been warned, just kind of showing those hefty wind gusts as it makes its way closer to you guys. We can go back to some of our products kind of showcasing and looking into the storm. Already on precipitation, let's take a look at that wind. I always like that storm relative velocity. Not really seeing any couplets, anything jumping out screaming tornado. Again, that's not what we're expecting with this as it continues making its way through your area and then eventually past and out of the area as well. Take a look at those threats. Hail continues to be the big one that it continues to pop up. Notice when we talk about tornadoes or anything, we're going to be talking about that shear and rotation, and that's going to be that pink color scheme that you can see above my head. We're not seeing any of that here. So just showing that heavy rain continues to be the focus point of this threat as it continues moving on through, even going into hail as well. So could see that as it continues moving on through. We can actually put our little dropper on it again, probably talk about half an inch of hail as the peak threat, but for rain, 2 inches an hour. Again, we've seen a little bit of that heavy rainfall earlier when we looked at the past 3 hours. It's not going to be as quick as 2 inches over an hour. That's if it kind of was more stationary. It's moving a little bit too fast for that as it continues moving through your county. So going to continue to see that kind of move on through our area. Even closer down here, we're seeing a little bit more of that hail signature or kind of peak threat starts to pop up with 1.5 inches. We can go back to precipitation and see what it's talking about, which I could see where it's kind of pulling up just a little bit, especially getting close towards that radar site, getting a good visual of inside the storm, starting to see some of that pink and purple try to shine in just a little bit for those outside of Detroit and just south of the Bird region. So for any pictures y'all have, and maybe if y'all did get some hailstones, make sure to send them in so we can report them for you guys. And that way it lets us know kind of what's occurring out there as well. So let's continue to focus just a little bit more south, Matt. We want to talk about the Golden Triangle region and what else the line's kind of moving through?
I think so. And this was one of those teaching moments. So it's Detroit, it's not Detroit. It's Detroit, Michigan. It's Detroit, Alabama. Detroit. And it'd be Reform, not Reform. I have had to learn these the hard way. Okay. Reform, Alabama. So it's Reform? Detroit and Reform.
Reform. I swear, I felt like I've always said Reform because I always drive through it all the time.
You might have.
Okay, so Reform.
While I'm thinking, but either case, it's the heavy emphasis on the first syllable.
All right. No, that works.
Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, then let's go back to the Golden Triangle region and go back into North Mississippi as we're going to see that line continue to make its way closer and closer towards that Starkville, West Point, Columbus region. We can already see pretty heavy precipitation start to affect those out there in 8 to 10 Mabin, just the northwestern portions of Oktibbeha County. So starting to see that move in just a little bit, which we can put another storm track on that. I'm going to make sure it's positioned for you guys, which let me click off this. So we're down here, and that way you guys can kind of see where it's heading over the next few minutes. So let's continue tracking that out around 34 miles per hour. That's kind of what I keep doing. Starkville, that region, we're going to get closer towards Cedar Point, 337, Rolling Hills, 337 as well, Northgate, 338, Wooddale, 338, Landers, 339, Patrick, 339, which actually, Matt, this was a question I wanted to ask you because you showed me this like back in the summer, how to switch it from like the communities to bigger cities. And that way it's not too globbed up.
I wish it were as simple as, so this is a great job of tracking all this stuff. So you have to go up here, you have to right click on your track. Then you have to come down here to minimum rank and change that to say, I don't know, 2 or 3, right?
Okay.
And so that's how you do that. There's another option you can do if you want to keep on a few more cities like that, or we go to 1, everything's 1 and 0 is about the same. So you can also do in the first city. So if you kind of scroll down in here, if you look at I need Flint Hill, you kind of look there's Flint Hill, right? You can make Flint Hill first city, select, and then it just throws in everything else after that. So then that makes that the first city in the list. But most of the time, your best bet is probably going to be to have this as 2 or 3. So that way it'll.
Okay. And does it keep it that way, or is it the next time you draw it out, it'll reset?
Next time you draw it out. So that's one of the back and forth. Change it for the course of the event. Be careful doing this. A lot of ways we can break it. But you can change your minimum rank in here to, like, let's say 2, for example. The problem is that, it's fine when you're doing the wide stuff, but then you get in here close and you go and do, hey, I want to track this just for that. And it's like nothing shows up.
Okay.
So, it has to do with a lot with the size of cities we have in our region is smaller than the size of cities a lot of other people have. I wish there was a way that we could, associate the rank slightly differently on the lower end, but oh well, what can you do, right?
Makes sense. Gotta love technology.
Gotta love technology. So anyway, I will go ahead and I'll put that back on one of the higher ranks. Well, actually, yeah, I'll put it back on one of the higher ranks on this here, just in case. I'll put it to 1, we'll say. And that should, if we were to do that, you should get, at least a few locations on there.
All right.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. Well, then let's try that track again now that we can kind of encompass almost all of the Golden Triangle region. So let's take a look. Also, notice this isn't really an organized system, just kind of clustered cells trying to make their way through. So just kind of showing this isn't really a high-end impact, just very rainy, very windy as it makes its way through. So let's put this on a storm track, kind of making its way into Starkville, West Point, and the Columbus region. There we go, kind of following just in between that and the gust front. Around 35 mile per hour. Right click. I did it right. He just taught me this. Do I right click the track, or is it something over here that I right click? Oh wait.
So you right click over there at the top where it has fast track tools. Right click the track up there.
There we go. And then I can move that to.
Yep, you got it.
Okay, there we go. All right, let's move it to 2. There we go. Ackerman around 341, Starkville 344, Vernon 352, Columbus 403, Louisville 408, Millport around 417, Kennedy 418, Crawford 418, and then Brooksville around 428 as well. So going to start affecting you within the next 30 minutes to an hour here as we get closer towards the Golden Triangle region. So tracking out that storm as it makes its way closer to you guys, which we can go to our cameras out there because I know we have some in there, which we're talking about that heavier precip out there in Maben. So let's take a look at that camera as it makes its way into the western portion of Starkville. There's a great look at kind of the different levels of clouds. You can see those lower level clouds kind of blowing in the wind, moving on through those darker clouds off in the distance. So 75 degrees feels like 77. You're going to see that northerly wind start to kick in just a little bit, coming in around 21 miles per hour, and that's going to help you feel a little bit better as you wrap up your afternoon and get ready for the evening ahead. So those temperatures, they're going to start to drop just a little bit. We're not expecting a plummet or anything by those means, but definitely going to start feeling a little bit better outdoors as compared to the low 80s that we were talking about earlier today, which I think this one might take us to Highway 12 just to see. There we go. With people driving around. So kind of seeing the sun still shining just a little bit down there towards the south of Starkville, seeing those darker clouds move in just a little bit. But for those along Highway 12, we're seeing dry conditions as those clouds continue to make their way closer and closer into the Starkville community. We can go out there into Lowndes County and go towards the Columbus region, kind of seeing a similar aspect, almost seeing some of that precipitation off in the distance. You can see that right here with that cloud, some of those rays kind of piercing through and seeing some of the rainfall in the distance as well. That's kind of facing closer towards the Starkville region, just a little bit out west of Columbus, but still not noticing any rainy conditions for those in Columbus. Just hasn't quite made it to you guys yet, but there we go. Taking a look at the kind of opposite end of the spectrum, those low 80s we were talking about as we started off our day into the afternoon hours. It's going to be a pretty muggy day. Thankfully, that rain, cooled air, going to start to help us out, feeling a lot better as we wrap up our evening and get ready for the overnight period ahead, which I know people were asking if we're tracking another line of showers. We're not. Just got to get through this, then we're going to have a peaceful, kind of just chill, rainy night ahead. Take a look out here in Maben with our camera. 75 degrees, feels like 77. That northerly wind going to start to help us feel a lot better, but those rainy conditions as it starts to make its way into Oktibbeha County, that dew point in the low 60s, we're going to continue to expect that to continue dropping into the afternoon hours ahead, but already seeing those rainy conditions make their way into Maben. Not really seeing many lightning strikes with this. That's what me and Matt were talking about earlier, not seeing too much energized storms move on through. Couldn't hear many rumbles of thunder. So definitely a good sign, not really an energetic setup, but something I wanted to talk about as it continues to make its way through. Let's go back up north just a little bit to talk about that severe thunderstorm warning that's still in place for those out there in Franklin, Alabama. It expires around 4:15. We'll have to see if it continues to keep going with that intensity or not. So let's put this on a loop for the past hour as we kind of watch that storm, follow that gust front, see if it's losing a little bit of its intensity, which I would say it definitely has. It's not as prominent as what originally warned it. So definitely a good downward trend that we want to see as that storm continues moving on out of our area and into Alabama. So hoping to see that probably warning won't get extended too much longer, might even end up canceling that as well. We can put a storm track on that as well. Let's put this on, there we go, kind of following the storm and between that, or following the gust front and between that and the storm on that 34 miles per hour. We can talk through these first, and then I'll switch it over. So Yampertown around 344, Pebble 344, Gouin 346. Hopefully I said that one right. Piney Grove 347, Littleville 347 as well. South Haleyville 348, Oakville 349, Thornhill 350. We can go back up here. Change. Oops, wrong one. Change this. We'll go around 3. There we go. Just covering some of the cities. Haleyville 347, Lynn 407, Double Springs around 411, Addison 417, and Coleman around 440. So that line is going to continue making its way through our area and even into Alabama. Thankfully, not expecting it to be as intense as it was earlier, if that's the right word we can use to describe something like this. Again, just kind of a heavy rainfall, heavy wind event as it continues moving through North Mississippi and eventually crossing the state line into Alabama. Now, I will notice that everything pretty much just south of the radar site is just really disorganized and clustery. So definitely a good sign when we're talking about stuff like this, just kind of heavy rain making their way through. Could feel that gust front and that wind blowing on through your area. It's everything northwest. I mean, a little bit more organized, if that's what you want to call it. We can still see that gust front here, just that thin green line make its way through. That's where you start to feel that wind blow across, and you'll know that that storm is getting a little bit closer. We even talk about those lightning strikes as well, coming in around 456. So could see a few flashes up in the sky. I've been pretty impressed to not hear any thunder as well. For those out there in Hamilton, you're going to be pretty much almost in the all clear as that line continues moving on through. So for any outdoor or just evening plans you have, you'll be good to go. Just might be a little bit soggier of a forecast outdoors. Might want to keep them inside. Going to be a perfect kind of lazy, chill Saturday night in the forecast. At least that's how I always enjoyed my rainy days after these blew on through. But still seeing those storms continue moving on through the northwestern portion of Alabama. We can even do another storm track a little bit more south from that warning. That way we can kind of talk about everybody within our area. Kind of following that storm. Oops. Ooh, definitely not that. Let's cancel that. That's a new one.
That was a thing.
That's a new one.
Yeah. Hey, let me handle something here real quick. I wanted to share a video from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers coming in the last couple of moments here. They sent this in, Stan, kind of a time lapse a couple of minutes ago. We'll go ahead and see pop this on here of some of kind of what it looks like there along the 8225 interchange. It looks like that is really choppy on what's actually going out versus the reality what I'm looking at on my screen here, which is always fun. Anyway, you can see some of the low-hanging clouds that they had there. Nothing overly concerning. Much prettier in person for what I'm looking at versus what we have there. I'll see if I can get another shot here from Timothy. Also with the Storm Chasers there along 82 in the Starkville area. He's a student down at Mississippi State as well. just again, low hanging clouds, Caleb, about all that we have there. So nothing that's super duper impactful or strong, thankfully, but just some shots coming from the Golden Triangle.
Yeah. No, I think that continues to be the story. I just went out here to grab some water and even look out the window. And for us here in Tupelo, it's just still super rainy outdoors. But that line, it's already made its way through. So that's kind of what I keep talking about. You're going to make it through that heavy wind gusts, heavy rain as it just kind of drops on you out of nowhere. But leaving behind in its wake, it's just that constant rainfall here, definitely in Lee County. So I know people were talking about all clears here for North Mississippi. Most of us are starting to pretty much reach the all clear. I'd say the Golden Triangle region, and for those pretty much along that radar site in Amory and south, starting to see that more active weather continue to move through North Mississippi. But for those north of Amory and especially northwest towards pretty much just everyone along the Mississippi River and towards the east of that, we're just going to see kind of constant rain throughout the rest of your evening. So not really tracking out anything intense or just heavy for the rest of your night. It's just going to be a little bit rainy. So I know we all are ready to enjoy spring break. So if you have any plans tonight, especially if you're further northwest in Mississippi, y'all are going to be good to go. Just going to be a little bit rainy start to the break. It's just more down here in the Golden Triangle region as that line continues to move on through. Definitely disorganized. Nothing really impressive here with this setup as it continues making its way through. We can take a look at some of our different products here. Take a look at that wind as it moves through the Golden Triangle region. Those outbound winds kind of heading away from the radar, green heading towards. So seeing that general direction of the line making its way through Golden Triangle region. Nothing screaming tornado. Again, this isn't really a setup for tornadoes making their way through North Mississippi. So definitely a good sign to see here. Peak threats, we can take a look at that as we'll continue observing that to see kind of what's possible as these continue moving on through. Notice it's a whole lot of green. That's some good news because we're, one, not talking about tornadoes and really not talking about hail either. I know this one kind of shows the possibility of some hail occurring, maybe around half an inch, even to an inch. But if we were getting an inch or more, we definitely see a lot more warnings getting placed for our region, especially the Golden Triangle area here in North Mississippi. So this is more just heavy rainfall, heavy wind making their way through North Mississippi. That's going to continue to be the story. We can even take a look at shear and really not observing a whole lot of anything. Not a lot happening in the upper levels. If we did see a little bit more of that today would be a different story, but definitely a good thing that we're not seeing that here as we get started with our spring break. So actually, let's take a look as Starkville is now experiencing a lot of that rainfall making their way through. I bet Highway 12 not going to be looking as dry as it was just a few seconds ago. There we go. Take a look at that heavy downpour as it makes its way through North Mississippi. This camera down here, which I think I can shift just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. We were just taking a look at this camera a few minutes ago, and we can kind of see almost a clearer, kind of sunnier sky towards the south as that line continued to not really affect anybody south of it. And now you can see just those hazy, gray, cloudy conditions. You can see that rain hitting the road. So even some puddles trying to form is just how fast it can fall out and just start falling for those out there on Highway 12, kind of almost seeing some sheets of rain as well. So definitely some windy conditions out there in Starkville region as people continue to kind of make their way to any afternoon plans they have, kind of starting to see that rain pile up just a little bit on Highway 12, just kind of showcasing that how heavy it can be, how fast it can come down. But once you make it through that initial line, you're going to be good to go for the rest of your evening ahead. We can even go back just a little bit further northwest into the county as that line has already kind of moved on through. Still 75 degrees, feels like 77. We're going to continue to expect that temperature to fall just slightly into the evening hours ahead, but that wind direction coming in around 21 miles per hour out of the north, good sign that we're going to start to see that wind help us feel a little bit cooler and feeling a little bit better as we get ready for the evening ahead. So let's take a look at Columbus as we're going to kind of do the same thing that we did for Starkville, how we see these dry conditions. Take a look at that actually. It's almost kind of sunny. Those clouds breaking just a little bit before this line makes its way there. So kind of seeing those dry conditions for everybody on their way home from any plans or trying to get to any before the rain hits. So 82 degrees, we can compare that to Starkville. We're already dropping down into the low to mid 70s. But we're going to start to see kind of more rainy conditions make their way to Columbus. Great visualization of that is this right here on this camera here, kind of on US 82 facing kind of more that southwestern. I had it right the first time. second guessing myself. Kind of seeing those darker clouds in the background as that's what's eventually going to make its way towards Columbus and Lowndes County. And you're going to start to see that heavier rain start to affect you guys out there. Hopefully that guy will get back in his car because he'll have a soggy rest of his evening. So that rain's going to continue making its way closer and pretty much tracking along 82, getting closer towards Columbus and pretty much along Highway 45 as well. But still very disorganized, nothing really impressive that we've seen today continues to be the story. Just kind of some more stratiform rain behind it, just a soggy forecast. But most of us here in North Mississippi, we're continuing to get into the all clear, not really affect us. Now let's come back northwest into Alabama, and we can see that warning shifted just a little bit. Still affecting those out there in Lawrence, Alabama, even into Franklin, and those are the only two counties as of right now. Still expiring around 4:15. Let's see if that storm's trying to regain just a little bit of strength as compared to where it was earlier. We can kind of see why they did that. And we can see probably what's keeping it going just a little bit. That little section right there starting to regain just a little bit of its strength. And notice actually it's the gust front. That's what's allowing it to happen. It just kind of pops out of nowhere. Take a special look at that. That gust front moves on through, kind of pops up those showers, gets absorbed into that little storm making its way through. So that's what's keeping that warning going just a little bit longer as that gust front continues to do a lot of work for that storm as it makes its way through. So let's do another storm track on that. Let's make sure this is best visualized for you guys so y'all can kind of see what we're talking about. Let's go back to now, and then let's do this. And gust front, not as obvious, so kind of hoping to see that kind of decline just a little bit more. Let's go around 30, 34 miles per hour. Talk about those that are about to get it most recent. Shift this over just a little bit. There we go. Gold Mine right around now, and New Hope Brilliant as it is right on top of you guys. But as we take a look for the next few minutes, for those that will get impacted pretty soon, Grayson 356, Rock City 4 o'clock, Pleasant Hill 4, German Crossing 405, Rock Creek 406, Texas 407, same thing for Monfield, Andrews Chapel, Campground, Piney Grove, and then New Georgia at 410. So we can even shift this over just a little bit to talk about some other cities that will be affected. Lynn around 407, Double Springs 410, Addison 414, Carbon Hill 422, Coleman 439, Good Hope 442, Jasper 446, and Dodge City around 451. So that system and line continues to make its way further into Alabama, and we can kind of see that gust front putting in a lot of work for that system to kind of trying to keep that severe intensity. Again, not tracking anything tornadic with this, probably not even hail. It's probably just those windy conditions, which let's go back. Let's take a look at our threats as it continues moving on through. Again, peak threats, that cell that kind of just popped up with that cold front. We can see why it's probably thinking that. I bet it's around an inch of hail. So there we go. That's what is possible with this system as it continues moving on through, and an inch of hail would prompt a severe thunderstorm warning, so definitely possible. I know Matt was talking about those windy conditions around 60 miles per hour, I think is what he was talking about earlier. So could definitely see that continue to blow on through North Mississippi, affecting those out there in Franklin. It continues shifting just a little bit more, not as prominent. We saw that inch, now it's probably just around half an inch if I were to guess with that lighter blue. There we go. Yeah, half an inch of hail within that region. We can zoom in just south of Hickory Grove, Martintown, just south west of Posey Mill as well. We even get this as well. Let's close that out if it'll let me. I still got the Doppler on. There we go. And try this again between Hepzibah and Hickory Grove, still around half an inch of hail. Again, of course, this is peak threats. This isn't what's actually occurring. It's just the possibilities as that storm continues to try to build up its strength or maintain it as well. So if you get any pictures of hail, please let us know. Don't go out there trying to find it, but if you see some on the windowsill or just outside, you can snap a picture, let us know, send it in. That way we can kind of know what's going on and give those reports to the National Weather Service so they kind of understand what's going on as well. Here's another kind of impressive cell making its way through Bryn and towards Piney Grove, Thornhill, Glen Mary, Natural Bridge. Y'all are going to start to see that make its way closer and closer towards you guys. We'll shift south, do another kind of storm track on this as well. Kind of, you can see that gust front as well. That could provide some more lift for these cells to kind of keep moving along with this line. Let's move this out I'm gonna reshift this just a little bit. That way we can get a better track on it. All right, let's try this again. Here we go. We'll go kind of right in front of it, in between that and the gust front, as it could provide lift for some more storms, around 34 miles per hour. So for those most recently going to be, or closer going to get impacted, Brookside around 357, Tucker 358, Rock City 401, Bluff around 407, same as Bobo, 408 in Crossville, Glen Allen in 409, Kirkland in 410, same for Stewart and Lynn, 414 for Spring Hill, Eldridge at 415, Ashbank at 417, and Clark at 418 as well. Let's change the setting on this. I keep clicking on the wrong one. I don't know why I do that every time. There we go. Let's switch this to, let's go to, there we go. Lynn around 410, Kansas 421, Carbon Hill at 424, Fayette at 427, Barry around 447, and the Jasper community around 448. So that's a look at kind of that line continuing to make its way further into Alabama, starting to exit North Mississippi. And we can take a look back here in the Golden Triangle region. West Point, they just kind of got some of that rainfall continuing to move on through. Same thing for here in Starkville. Choctaw County, not seeing anything too impressive as I continue to shift that over so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Just kind of some more rain, just kind of more disorganized and unimpressive on the southern side of this line for those affected out there along South Mississippi. Take a look at this gust front as it continues moving on through North Mississippi, that faint green line, and we can kind of see some of those bubbles starting to pop up just a little bit along US 45, along Highway 45, even just south of 82. So you could see that continue to affect and prolong some of those storms just a little bit more. Let's put this on a loop for the past hour to see if that's kind of what's going on. Yeah, you can take a look and see some of those starting to pop up just a little bit, start to merge with the incoming line, kind of bringing in that fuel, but also kind of cuts it off as well because it's all fighting over the same thing. The good news for today, not much to go around, so not tracking out anything too intense. So let's go take some looks at our cameras, which we can go actually to West Point and within that area, as they are definitely receiving some rain, which I'll have to see if I can get that shifted over on a different window, but definitely rainy out there in West Point. Take a look at that temperature difference in Columbus. We were talking about those low 80s, mid 60s already in West Point. Those dew points dropping as well. Low 60s will definitely enter the upper 50s soon. That's 17 mile per hour winds coming out of the north as well. Let's go to Columbus as that line pretty much is almost on top of you guys now and about to start affecting y'all. There we go. This camera was dry and sunny a few minutes ago. Well, we're starting to see those rainy conditions make their way to you. And thankfully, we're going to start to see those temperatures start to fall as well. 82 degrees out there in Columbus, not going to be for too much longer. Feels like 84 with those muggy, humid conditions at dew point in the mid 60s. But that southerly motion, it's going to start to rotate, flip, start coming out of the north as well. That's going to provide some relief. Let's take a look out here in Noxubee County as y'all will still see dry and pretty warm conditions if our camera will come in. I don't think, there we go. We're looking at the post right now, but we'll have to wait and I can rotate that for you guys in just a second. But 83 degrees, feels like 84, dry conditions. You can see kind of those sunnier conditions as well. But that 13 mile per hour winds coming out of the south, allowing you to feel just a little bit muggy and warm as you go about your afternoon hours. Once that line makes its way closer to you guys, you're going to start to feel cooler pretty quickly. Because I'd say that's the trend I've read in the comments today, that all of y'all have enjoyed seeing how fast the temperatures have not necessarily dropped, but have felt a lot better. So I know we've enjoyed this spring-like weather, but I think we're excited to kind of get closer towards average for maybe just a few hours and provide us a break from these pretty much spring, summer-like temperatures making their way towards North Mississippi. Let's look at this on a broadened scale. We can actually see several thunderstorm warnings within the Jackson area, trying to make their way closer towards Atala and Kosciuszko. We can kind of see that batch right there, and impressive lightning strikes as well as we can start seeing that move through.
So here's a point of what's the word I'm looking for? What is the thing? The pet peeve of mine. Thunderstorm warning versus severe thunderstorm warning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. Otherwise, the entire state's a thunderstorm warning.
Okay. No, that's good to know.
That's a pet peeve. Anyway.
No, I that's now a pet peeve of mine. I didn't realize I was saying that. So now I'm going to get on to myself if I say it again. I appreciate that. So now we're seeing those severe thunderstorm warnings make their way closer towards our region. They're kind of coming from the southern portions of our state, pretty much along Jackson. So those are going to continue making their way a little bit closer towards our viewing area, especially for those out there in Tala and Kosciuszko. So could start to see those rainy conditions, which we can actually go to our camera. Oh, excuse me. Let's do this one. There we go. I was looking at the Ackerman one, but let's go to Kosciuszko right now. So you can already start to see, I'm covering it up just a little bit. Those darker reds, they're going to start making their way a little bit closer to you guys in Natala County as that line continues making its way through. But for us here on the camera, which I'm wondering if that's some of that heavier precip making its way closer to you guys, kind of seeing that rainfall get a little bit closer. But low 70s, 73 degrees, feels like 75. That northerly wind, 17 mile per hour. Still some rainy conditions within that region. Could start to see a little bit more as that line gets a little bit closer to you guys. Let's actually go back to that Ackerman camera. Don't want to gloss over that. We can definitely tell those dark gray clouds off in the distance. 66 degrees. Feels like 66 as well. 9 mile per hour wind, so definitely feeling a lot better than for those out there in Macon and still feeling in those muggy low 80s. So definitely a positive with this line of storms making its way through North Mississippi. You'll definitely feel a lot cooler as you get ready for the afternoon, evening hours ahead. So that's where we can kind of see where that more active weather is with some of those severe thunderstorm warnings popping up just a little bit, which let's actually change it to Jackson. Just get a better visual on this, which that is kind of a little very impressive with this warning. Let's go to now talk about those DBZs kind of popping up. Very bright pinks popping up. Let's get hail track on that to see. I bet you hail could be possible with this as it continues moving closer towards Johns, Rock Hill, and pretty much just along Highway 18 within that region. So the southern portions and pretty much just over Cato as it continues moving through your area just southeast of Jackson. Let's go back towards our wind to talk about that. Make sure we're not spotting any couplets or anything within this region. Not seeing anything too specific. Let's zoom out, put this on a lapse. See gusty conditions, but nothing screaming tornado or any couplets here. So definitely a good sign as we continue to track this out. Kind of impressed to see those brighter returns, but the good news is we're not seeing any bright reds along with it, kind of showing that rotation could be taking place within the storm. So just showing pretty much wind affecting you guys out there within the Jackson region as it makes its way through the area. Let's continue looking at, let's go to peak threats. I don't think I touched on this one yet. Yeah, that high DBZ we were just talking about, take a look at your peak threats. Just talking about, now, there we go. There we go. Where we could start to see some hail. This is 3 inches or plus. I would be shocked if we saw something like that. Again, this is why it's called peak threats. Not really what's expecting, but what could be possible with this. So I would expect most of these warnings were probably issued just due to those windy conditions and possibility of hail. Notice a lot more blue.
I think we're
mixed
probably
in.
seeing some hail out of some of those there, I'd say.
Okay.
Okay. I'd say severe hail is not unreasonable. 3 inches is overdoing it, but
yeah.
you know,
I
inch
can
hail,
see an inch.
yeah, also, what are DBZs?
The DBZs, the return of the particles.
It's the reflectivity, right?
Yes.
So it's a highly reflective, so very intense precipitation. I'm going to make you say something other than high DBZ return.
Okay.
That's one of those things that means something to you and me and might not mean much to the viewer at home. Basically,
Yes.
A very heavy storm, it's very high reflectivity.
I got that Dr. Brown lingo in my head right now.
It's okay. It takes a long time to purge it. Go for it.
All right. Well, yeah, instead of those high DBZs, we could talk about that reflectivity. And hailstones, they're highly reflective in the atmosphere. And so that's what could cause some of those higher, just brighter colors start to pop up on our radar, which we could take a look at again right here, going back to our reflectivity. I wouldn't be shocked if maybe that hail up in the atmosphere is kind of causing those brighter returns to start popping up here with that storm affecting those out there in Johns and just towards the west of Rufus. So wouldn't be surprised to see if maybe some hail is associated with those out there in Jackson with those severe thunderstorm warnings as they continue moving further and further northeast, getting closer towards our region, which I was going to say we're starting to see some pink pop up for us, but that's just due to us being on the Jackson radar. So let's do that, come back. There we go. So a little bit more disorganized here, especially in the Golden Triangle region. As that line continues moving on through, you can still see that gust front as it continues providing those wind gusts and just lift as it acts as a bulldozer, is what Matt called it, for these storms and the line behind it to allow it to kind of keep pushing forward throughout North Mississippi. Let's go northwest again, because we did have that severe thunderstorm warning we were tracking out. Still ongoing, which we can do another track on it. Let's make sure nothing shifted. We'll put it on loop for the past hour to kind of get that general direction of it. And I know it's still pretty much going around 30 miles per hour. So then let's switch it back to now. Get that storm track on it. We'll track those out. All right. A little bit too fast. We'll go around 33. All right, let's take a look at those and kind of who it's going to affect soon. Rabbittown around 407, Jeston at 409, Pumpkin Center 410, Pleasant Hill 415, Oak Ridge 416, Lynn 419, Rock Creek 422, Valley View around 422, Andrews Chapel 424, Georgia 424, and Campground, Piney Grove, and Double Springs around 425. So let's move this up just a little bit more to cover some more cities. Double Springs around 425, Hartselle around 425 as well, Falkville 435, Addison 440, Ardley 448, West Point in 448, not West Point, Mississippi. Covering that in just a second. Eva in 452, and South Vinmont at 455. So another kind of storm track on that storm as it continues moving on into the northwestern portions of Alabama. Let's go back to West Point. Y'all are already kind of seeing that line move through. Definitely a lot more disorganized. Columbus, we can go look at some of these cameras out there in Lowndes County. Let's go to the southern part on Highway 82. Definitely those rainy conditions already sweeping through. We're seeing those temperatures already begin to drop. Low 80s was what it was reading earlier. Well, we already dropped 10 degrees or more. So 70 degrees out there in Columbus. That wind direction starting coming out of the north around 17 miles per hour. So feels like 73. That dew point's going to continue dropping. Try to show drier air moving in. It's not going to feel dry just due to how soggy we are, but not going to be as muggy as it previously was to start off the day. Let's go to West Point, Mississippi, because I did mention that earlier. Talking about those rainy conditions, continues to move on through 64 degrees, so feeling a little bit better out there in West Point. Y'all have had a little bit longer of a time to bask in the cooler air. Feels like 64, and that northerly wind coming in around the low 20s. Let's talk and join the chat. Hailing in Starkville, that'll be interesting. Make sure if you do see that, send in some pictures so we can know about that. Tree fell on line in Clay County. Appreciate you guys for sending in these reports so we can try to get that to the National Weather Service. Are the cluster of patches around Jackson going to form into one big storm? Well, that's something we were talking about earlier, seeing these individual cells kind of form in the south, try to merge with the line. I'd say what's happening down in Jackson is the line. They could try to form, oops, wrong button. They could try to form into one big storm, but not expecting anything too crazy. We can go back to look at them real quick while I continue looking at the chat. We just had some really loud lightning and thunder. Not a fan of that. No, that is definitely fair. I know it can cause a little bit of stress to you guys with some higher end weather events. Thankfully, we're just going to let it blow on through, not tracking out anything intense, just going to hear a few rumbles, see a few flashes of lightning, and it'll honestly be over before you know it. Not going to be a long term event. Just going to be really quick as that line, very thin, moves on through around pretty much the 30, 35 miles per hour. And once it kind of moves through, you're going to be good to go. Power out in Verona, so definitely going to have to check those power outages in just a second. But let's talk about these kind of cells out there in Jackson. Still seeing a lot of a return of that reflectivity out there in that cell just west of Rufus. So definitely could see some hail being a potential with this down south, seeing that return go down just a little bit. So hoping to see that trend continue into the next few scans, maybe showing that thunderstorm kind of starting to decay just a little bit. Maybe you've already reached peak intensity. But I'd say the Jackson region is starting to see a little bit more intensity as it makes its way closer towards our viewing area, but hoping to see that continue to kind of decline with those severe thunderstorm warnings as it makes its way closer, especially to those out there in Atala, which we can see that thunderstorm warning or severe thunderstorm warning just on the outskirts as well. For those out there, a little bit more of that reflectivity popping up just a little bit, just south of Loring. So could see maybe some hail associated with that, but definitely just heavy rainfall that continues to be the story as we continue into the overnight hours, the evening hours. Let me see if I can move this over. Let's go to those power outages because I know you guys were commenting on that, and we can take a look at that real quick here. And let's get our Doppler thing. So for Kosciuszko and just the Atala County, around 600, Oktibbeha around 500. I know Panola continues to be the big story, 3,000 for those in Lee, 500 as well. And for those up north, east of our viewing area, especially around 1,000 out there. And let me see if I can zoom this out a little bit so we can talk about Alcorn County as well. For those out there in Corinth, around 100, Tishomingo 300 as well. Starting to see a few starts pop up in Alabama as well, 100, 800, 300, and then 400. So especially as that line continues to move on through, we're going to see those power outages start to creep up just a little bit. Good news is, especially for those that have already been through it, we've already seen kind of what the possibilities are with those power outages, not seeing those continue to climb. So hopefully going to see those continue to decrease as we get ready for the evening hours ahead. What about Monroe County? Good news is we're actually not seeing any power outages in there right now. Let's switch back to our Columbus precipitation. Monroe County, y'all are practically pretty much in the all clear. That line is pretty much on just the southeastern tip right along the state line as it moves on through even into Lowndes County. So y'all have been through the worst of it. Y'all probably felt those wind gusts, rumbles of thunder, even some lightning flashes in the sky. But now it's pretty much just a whole lot of rain as we wrap up our afternoon and get ready for the evening. So for those in Monroe, y'all are good to go. How is Columbus and Oktibbeha? Let's take a look at those in the Golden Triangle region. Oktibbeha, y'all continue to see some heavy rainfall make its way through y'all's county, and especially in Oktibbeha. For Columbus, y'all are starting to see it as well, especially the further northwest portions of y'all's county. Starting to see that rainfall for those out in Whitebury, Forreston, Togo. Y'all are going to start to see that rainfall just a little bit more, which we can put a storm check on that. We can take a look at that gust front, helping to provide some of the lift. Let's put this on a loop so we can make sure to get the right direction for you guys as it continues moving on through. Put this, now. There we go. All right, let's go. I like going in between. That way we can see what could happen ahead of it and then what could happen right behind that gust front. So coming around 33, for those about to be affected closer, around Cole Subdivision 415, Baker Subdivision 416, Crossville 416, Trinity 417, Cedarview 418, Whitebury 418, Eastwood Hills 419, New Hope 419.
So you want my opinion on that?
Uh-huh.
So on the storm track, I believe you either pick one or the other, because otherwise both times are wrong, right? Okay. So like if in this case here, when we're non-severe, I would argue the one that makes the most sense is probably the gust front itself, because that's the first real impact they see. Okay. Right? So someone at home ahead of this, how fast was it? Was it 30?
Yeah, I did 33, 35. 34.
33, 34. Okay. So the first time they see is that gust front. So I would argue non-severe gust front. If you were tracking like hail in particular, you'd be back here, behind it. And so then you might track, that one there, right? Okay. And so then you specifically track the hail or whatever, and then you track the other. One of the interesting things about this that you can do is if you right click over there on your squall, you can choose which track. So if you had different tracks there, you could have the different tracks that would then populate. The only time I think that this makes sense is if you had like multiple, say, tornadoes or something like that, to where it's like, hey, we've got a track here, we've got a track, here, and we've got a track, here. The idea being that you're probably going to zoom into each of these, right? And so as you zoom into this one, that makes sense. And you come up here as we're also tracking this one. And then you have to right click and choose your track. As long as you can remember which one's your track. And it's like, okay, and then we'll revisit this one up here. And then you're not redrawing tracks. I personally think that that's too clunky.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's my 2 cents on that.
Perfect. All right.
So anyway, but yeah, so I would argue you track probably because people get very attached to those times, and it's one of the most effective tools that we have for accuracy. And most of the reason why a lot of the reason why sometimes people think I'm very accurate is because I'm very specific on making sure that track is right. So you make sure that track is right, and you say, hey, it's going to be at exactly 424 there in Belk, and it's at 424, 423. People are like, man, you nailed that. Well, yes, we did. And we had, because if you take the time to get the speed right, the location right, and everything, then it's going to be accurate, and that has a big impact on people.
Okay. Perfect.
So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that.
No, I appreciate that. All right, well, then we can use that real quick and take that track Matt just drew and read through some of the lists, and we'll change it just a little bit to talk about some other cities. Dogtown at 418, Stafford 420, Millport 420, Liberty 421, Ashbank 422. I'm not going to risk it. Shaw around 424, Belk 424, Old Town at 426, Kennedy 426, and then Howard at 427 as well. Let's up this just a little bit, talk about some other cities. Kennedy 426, Carbon Hill 426 as well. Barry 449, Pickensville 452, Jasper 454, Carrollton at 455, Gordo at 504, Parrish 505, and then Sipsey and Cordova around 511. So there's their latest storm track for those kind of heading into Alabama, especially along the gust front. As Matt pointed out, that's going to be kind of the first thing you notice as it makes its way towards your area. You're going to notice that wind start picking up, feel a little bit cooler. Well, then that's probably what's making that gust front. It's what's allowing that higher wind to take place. Take a look at Lowndes County as that line continues making its way further in to Lowndes County. We're starting to see some higher reflectivity starts pop up just a little bit with some brighter returns. I mean, zooming in just a little bit, just in the Billups, Artesia, Bent Oak region. So some heavier downpours. We can switch this towards those peak threats just to talk about maybe the potential of some hail occurring. So there we go. Of course, we can start to see that just a little bit, an inch within the Artesia region, and then half an inch for that Oak Grove or just south of Billups as well. So that continues moving on through. Latest scan still kind of showing the possibility of that as well. But notice for this system kind of further in the Golden Triangle region and for North Mississippi, a whole lot more green than blue. And that's kind of different from what we were tracking and talking about further down south into the Jackson region. So definitely kind of more just heavy rain continues to be the main event with this line as it moves through North Mississippi and then heading out across the state line and into Alabama. Someone just asked Robin out there in Grenada, is Grenada close to it being over? Let's go to reflectivity. Y'all should be good. Y'all can see some heavier showers to the south affecting those just south of Duck Hill, Winona, pretty much just along Vaden. But for Grenada itself, y'all saw that line kind of move through a lot earlier. Going to see a lot of those just rain continue to just bug us as we go throughout the evening. So I would expect y'all to be good to go for the rest of y'all's evening and not even picking up on many lightning strikes out there either. So not as prominent as our more energetic cells pretty much along that line that already blew on through. So y'all should be good to go. And y'all will be fine for the rest of y'all's evening ahead. And same thing goes for pretty much just those along I-22 further north and pretty much along Highway 6 and the northern half of I-55. For those in the northern part of Mississippi, y'all are going to be good. Y'all are fine. That line already blew on through. Y'all got to go through it a lot earlier, which means y'all get to enjoy kind of being in the all clear earlier as well. Kind of interesting to see a little hole over Bruce, not seeing much rain within that area in Calhoun County. So y'all are already doing a lot better before some more rain kind of moves on in, but not really tracking out any stormy conditions for you guys out there. I know Crystal was asking, any risk of tornado or in the clear? Well, for the clear part, it depends on where you're at. For tornado, almost all of us, not really most prominent risk. This is a high-end severe weather event. We were on the level 1 out of 5 risk for tornadoes, just for the possibility of a brief spin up or maybe some rotation trying to occur above our heads. But as we saw earlier, if you tuned into the live stream, it's around an hour ago, I think, We tried to see just a little bit of one just in the southern portions of Greenville. Saw that warning prompted pretty quickly and then already immediately left. So not really talking about rotation or any shear, any tornadic activity with this event. So you're going to be good to go. Don't have to worry about tornadoes. We just wanted to kind of stay live just in case we could see those brief spin ups, and why when you see that red polygon, we can explain why that's occurring and why we shouldn't be that concerned with it during the setup. So you should be in the clear, not really worried about tornadoes with this event. It's more of just kind of heavy rainfall, heavy wind, possibility of some hail, especially for those out there in the Jackson region, and just pretty much some much needed rain here in North Mississippi. Coming back northeast, we can talk about that severe thunderstorm warning that was issued, currently not there anymore. So starting that decaying process, not as dominant and prominent as it was to start off and cause that warning to be issued. So definitely a good sign as that line continues moving further into the northwestern portions of Alabama and leaving North Mississippi. But speaking of kind of talking about that gradual scope for us here in North Mississippi, you can kind of see where that line is and away from us here with our region, especially the Golden Triangle region and further northeast. We're talking about that line continuing to push further and further out of North Mississippi into Alabama. Pretty much everybody else, we're going to continue to see that rainfall for the rest of the evening overnight period. Maybe some breezy conditions, but you're going to be fine as we get ready for that 6 and 10 o'clock broadcast later. We'll be covering a lot more future casts for the rest of your evening, getting ready for the next work week. But for tonight, for that line that's already moved on through, you're going to be good to go. Just going to be kind of a rainy into the day. You can see a little bit brighter of a band out there, getting closer towards Eupora and starting to affect those in Attala County as that storm system that's been very active in the Jackson region continues to get closer and closer towards Attala County. Let's take a look at Kosciuszko. Let's go towards our peak threats. Just kind of talk about what's going on. This is already a good sign, just seeing those a lot more green than blue. So just heavy rain continues to be the threat to us here in North Mississippi. Some hail returns trying their best to pop up just a little bit, especially those out there just outside of Louisville, around half an inch just south of High Point. And then let's go up here just east of I-55, east of Vaden and Betty, I believe, north of Carmack, starting to see some of that just a little bit. But of course, this is going to be mostly rain making its way through. Could be a little bit breezy, definitely going to be a little bit breezy, but that's about it. Let's take a look at this return that's popping up, showing around an inch of hail. Let's go back to precipitation just a little bit. I think this may have been the one that had that higher reflectivity within the past few minutes, but I think it already started to fade on out. Yeah, that's what it was picking up just east of Artesia and Highway 45. So showing that that's kind of on the decaying stage. Definitely a good sign. Not really seeing much hail associated with that, especially over the Bent Oak region just south of 82, heading towards Columbus within Lowndes County. So bit of lightning here in Steam. So yeah, so could still talk about this lightning. Those are kind of those white lines here on your screen showing those lightning strikes occurring across North Mississippi. I'm still pretty impressed with the lack of thunder I heard. I'll have to ask my friends within the Starkville region or just anyone across North Mississippi if they heard much thunder with this. I know some of you guys have been commenting about it, just hearing the thunder continue blowing through. Speaking of hearing it, Niagara Falls, and it's windy, and you can hear it throwing and howling outdoors. So yeah, that was kind of the theme as I went out there for my live shot earlier. I'd opened the door and it started to swing open. I had to catch it and hold it just with how windy it was, and even looking out the blinds earlier, just kind of seeing that dust and kind of leaves, some short sticks kind of blow through the wind. That flag blowing as well, just kind of very windy as well. But that's pretty much like our peak threat or intensity. We're not tracking out anything high end as we head into our evening overnight hours. The most active weather is still down south, pretty much in the Jackson region. We can still see a whole lot of those severe thunderstorm warnings continuing to take place. I think most of those are probably going to be hail driven, especially along with that wind, just that higher reflectivity continuing to be the story. And there we go. Somebody was commenting about those cells kind of merging a little bit together. You can see that just a little bit there as they kind of continue to be that one line. Velocity not showing any couplets as well. Just those gusty winds continue to be the story. Not really seeing any of those green and reds kind of start rubbing against each other, showing that rotation could be taking place. So that continues to be the story for today. Want that to continue to be the story as well. But that wind kind of pretty gusty as we go through. Just that cluster of wind as we continue into the afternoon hours ahead. I'll let you get back to controlling that, Matt, if you were wanting to click to go somewhere specific. I think when I moved my mouse, it still had
You're good. I
yours
was trying to get my
clicked.
mouse out of the way. Go for it.
Okay. But yeah, no, taking a look at those severe thunderstorm warnings kind of continue getting issued, expiring, reissued, just as that heavier band continues moving on through. I think this will continue to be something close to watch as it makes its way closer towards our viewing area, especially for those in Attala, Winston, and Noxubee County. But that should continue kind of moving on through as we continue. Let's put this on the peak threats so we can kind of see what it's picking up. It's still just very hail driven. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some hail falling out of this and kind of beating some of that updraft, being able to grow up in enough size to fall out of that storm. And still maybe not expecting anything too major. Could definitely see around an inch of hail, maybe a little bit more. Definitely not what peak threats are showing, which is probably around 3 inches or more if we want to stop and take a look at it, especially just here in the Ridgeland area. Let's take a look, see what it's putting. Yeah, 3+ inches of hail. I don't really think that's feasible. Now, an inch of hail, I could totally see something like that, especially out there just east of Fannin. So continue to see probably some hail occurring out there in the Jackson area. Still just south of our region. You can take a look at all those severe thunderstorm warnings that continue to be issued by the National Weather Service. So a little bit more active and a little bit more energy out there for our region. Someone was commenting anything in Greenwood, Mississippi. Well, we can take a look for you out there. Y'all are definitely probably going to be fine. I know the Delta kind of struggled to get good scans and views of what's occurring out there, just so y'all kind of being super distant away from all the radars. But looks like y'all are just having some rain continue to bug y'all as y'all wrap up y'all's afternoon and get ready for the evening hours ahead. So continuing to not expect anything for the Greenville area, y'all are going to be good to go as y'all wrap up y'all's afternoon and get ready. 424, it just got eerily still here in Columbus. We're going to go.
I got to give you a hard time. Like that was like out of 12 words, at least 7 were y'all.
Wait, say that again?
You out of 12 words, 7 were the word y'all.
Was it?
Yeah, you were y'alling all over the place.
That sounds about right.
I mean, I'll occasionally y'all. I'll give you that, but like I just had to get you a hard time.
No, it's okay. I need the hard time. It tells me what I need to work on. I think I also say as well a bunch. Don't know if I need to out myself for that, but you'll probably hear that. I'm working on that one as well. Who was it that just commented? Oh yeah, Lowndes County. Let's go take a look at some of those cameras out there in Columbus. As that line continues pushing on through, there goes our reporting station. I think it's worked hard today. Going to take the rest of the day off, just showing those cooler conditions are on the way. We can see those soggy roads as well, but that continues to be the story for those in the Golden Triangle region. Let's go to the one just a little bit further north in the county. See if that one could pull some information in Caledonia. There we go. 63 feels like 63 as well. That northerly wind coming in around 18 miles per hour up in the north. So doing a lot better, feeling a lot better, seeing that rain continue to kind of provide that cooler temperature as you wrap up your afternoon and get ready for the evening ahead. Let's go back to reflectivity, kind of track that out. Let me make sure I'm back. Columbus radar. There we go. Get the best visual on that. Starkville already starting to see that rain die down just a little bit. Could see some more heavier showers make their way closer to you guys. I know people were asking about kind of what the colors mean. Just that red shows some heavier precipitation making its way closer towards you guys. Someone was asking about Amory. Let's take a look. We can still see some of those heavier showers continuing to bug you guys, but that line moved on through, so should start to see that wind continue to die down. Just going to be still a little bit rainy as you wrap up your Saturday and get ready for the overnight period ahead. So definitely that continues to be the story for pretty much all across North Mississippi. Let's take a look out here in Louisville. Some little bit more brighter returns starting to take place just south of Louisville and just north of Estes. Let's go to peak threats. Starting to see some of that hail try to pop up just a little bit. Again, most of the concern with these peak threats, especially here in our viewing area. A lot of green, not a lot of blue, so just heavy rain continues to be the story. Could still see some of the hail try to make its way down from super high up in those clouds. Again, it's going to have to grow just a little bit before we can really start to see them. But I'd envision we'd have to see a little bit more of those severe thunderstorm warnings start taking place within our area for those to become a little bit more prominent. Not expecting any severe hail here in North Mississippi. We can see just a little bit of it trying to come up in the Crawford region between Oktibbeha and Lowndes County. Pretty much just around half an inch of hail, even just west of Columbus as well. Starting to shift just a little bit more southern half of Lowndes County and just south of Columbus. So starting and a little bit brighter of a return with that latest scan. You can see I think that'll probably go up towards an inch, I believe, which would technically be classified as severe hail. But the good news is not really expecting that right now. Should maybe just be suspended up there, not really making its way down. So definitely some good news as we continue tracking this out as it moves through the Golden Triangle region. Starkville already starting to see some less heavy conditions making their way towards you guys. Probably going to see just a kind of a stoppage of that rainfall for a little bit before you see a little bit more of those showers make their way closer to you guys. When will Columbus be in the clear? Y'all still have quite a few minutes as that line is pretty much right on top of you guys. Again, not tracking out any tornadic activity with this. This is just going to be that heavy precip, heavy rain, heavy wind falling on you guys. Going to be definitely breezy and kind of howling outside, maybe hearing a few rumbles of thunder, but that's about it. We're not tracking out pretty much any tornadoes, maybe a few hailstones. We saw pea-sized hail out there in Alcorn County in the Corinth region. But for you guys in Columbus, not really expecting that. Should just be some heavy rain continuing to bug y'all as y'all wrap up y'all's afternoon and get ready for supper time soon around the 4:30 mark, getting closer and closer towards dinner. We can still see some heavier bands kind of straggling behind the line just a little bit, trying to make their way closer towards Choctaw County into Eupora, Ackerman, and Ware. As that line gets a little bit closer, we can put this on the last 30 minutes just to see that slowly making its way closer and closer, you guys, just south of Duck Hill, blow through Winona, and closer towards Eupora, getting towards Webster County as well. But for those in Natala County, y'all are going to see that line continue to move on through y'all's county, get closer towards Choctaw and towards the Louisville region as well, and even into Oktibbeha. We're going to see kind of that just repeated rain continue to bug us, especially in the southern portions of our viewing area. That's kind of the one bad thing. Y'all get the line on the latter part, but y'all get the longest time until y'all are kind of in the all clear time of the evening. So still got a little bit to go. But the good news is that line getting further and further pushed out of North Mississippi and pretty much starting to get into Alabama, which we were talking about that severe thunderstorm warning. Thankfully, starting to see that starting to disappear as well. Going back to that now, and the most latest scan, not really seeing any of that occurring in North Mississippi, or not North Mississippi, in the northwestern portions of Alabama. So definitely some good signs. We can still see that gust front continuing to blow on through the state line and into Alabama, allowing these storms to continue pushing on through, racing across our state, crossing the state line as well. We can put the latest storm track on that for you guys. Let me make sure this is framed just right so we can do that. Let's go along the gust front. Make sure it's traced out for you guys and go around, not that fast, go around 33. For those pretty close, around Gumbud, around now. Coal Fire, 435. Archer, 436. Beards Mill, 437. Cleveland, 438. Prairie Point, 440. Pickensville, 440. 442 for Newtonville. Berry, around 444. Aubrey, 445. Carlos around 446, Owens around 447, Saps and Concord around 447 as well, and then Dinsmore around 448. Let's move this up just slightly. Talk about some other cities. Reform around 443, Barry 444, Gordo 456, Aliceville 459, Coker at 519, Union at 530, Northport around 529, and then Gainesville and Tuscaloosa around that 532 time frame as well. So still going to be a little bit rainy as we head into those dinner, supper time hours. Good news, not tracking out anything too intense. Also, kind of impressive to see that gust front continue to get a little bit further and further away from the line. So if it starts kind of outpacing it, that's a good sign, as it should hopefully start to kind of cut off that energy for those storms as well. So kind of going to want to keep seeing that trend as we continue into the evening. But we can go on the gradual scale here in North Mississippi. We can even go through a bunch of the cameras across to kind of talk about those all clears. Now we're just seeing those rainy conditions across North Mississippi. Let's take some looks across our region in North Mississippi. We can go up to Panola County, which I know we were talking about those power outages. This is out there in Batesville, 61 degrees, so feeling a lot better. Still very soggy out there as you're still experiencing some of that rain. You can see some of those low-level clouds off in the distance. Be curious if that's actually kind of facing that line that continues blowing on through. But still gray, overcast conditions with some of those rain showers continuing to bug you guys out there as you get ready for supper later on this evening. We can go out here to Oxford, which I'll need this to update, or I think it's just, actually those are kind of some clouds blowing on through. So still just a little bit muggy, but that temperature matching with that dew point, that's showing you exactly why that's occurring. So reaching that saturation, but a lot cooler than where we started earlier today in those low 80s. So definitely a toasty afternoon, but once that rain kind of moved on through, starting to feel a lot better as we continue into our evening as well. Let's come up to Tupelo, take a live look out here where our station's at. Still kind of seeing those overcast, cloudy conditions, some rain continuing to linger, but notice everybody's driving completely fine, not really seeing any of those downpours, not having to turn on those hazards and pull over anymore. So that line that kind of bugged us earlier, it's already blown on through. You're going to be good to go for the rest of y'all's evening out here in Lee County. Let's go up here into Alcorn County, where we did talk about that hail being reported. 59 degrees, feels like 59 as well. Wind very calm, but still those soggy, overcast conditions. That's going to continue to be the story as we get ready for our evening overnight hours ahead. Shelby, a lot more of a better view with some sunnier conditions out there. Some of that cloud cover just a little bit less prominent. 61 degrees, feels like 61 as well. That temperature and dew point starting to match pretty much everywhere across our region. 13-mile-per-hour winds coming out of the northeast, so allowing for better conditions to continue to be the story here across our region. Let's take another look out here in Greenwood. I know someone was asking about that earlier. 63 feels like 63. That dew point just a little bit lower, around 61, but still slick roadways, just a little bit soggy as that rain continues moving on through, but not tracking out anything intense, not seeing any of those lightning flashes. The tower not even shaking. That's been the theme across all of these as that line continues to go on through. Let's actually look towards Noxubee County as that line is making its way through, which this is around 82. We're going to see a little bit windier conditions. This is facing northwest. So starting to see some of those kind of showers start to make their way a little bit closer. I'm covering up some of those higher reflections, starting to bring in just a little bit on our radar. So just north of this camera here, and you can kind of see those darker clouds as well. Kind of a little bit of that rising motion as well as it moves a little bit closer towards the camera. So still some dark and cloudy skies out there in Macon and much warmer conditions. Take a look at that wind coming out of the south, allowing that moisture to continue being provided for those storms. So got to get that line to move on through before you can really start to enjoy those cooler conditions we were just talking about. But once it does, you're going to feel a lot better this evening, or at least closer to where we should be for this time of year. For West Mississippi, yeah, we were kind of just going through that, just kind of rain affecting you guys, not anything intense that y'all went through earlier today with those windy conditions and just heavy downpours. It's going to be a little bit soggy as you continue into the evening hours ahead. We can switch this up to our Memphis radar to try to give a little bit better of a picture, especially for those northwest in our viewing area, but still just kind of soggy conditions continue to be the story, not striking out anything intense. I'd be surprised if y'all are still hearing rumbles of thunder. Those are going to continue to be a little bit more prominent along that line that continues pushing through North Mississippi. So let's come back to our radar in Amory. As that line a little bit more prominent, we can see kind of what's occurring right there. That's what blew through North Mississippi when you felt those heavier winds and rain push on through. Now almost completely out of our area, which is a good sign, but we do see kind of a little bit more southern action heading out of the Jackson region, working its way northwest. Not many severe thunderstorm warnings as we were discussing earlier. This one pretty much around Morton is still very impressive. I think this one was the one that had that high reflectivity. Let's see if we can skip this back just a little bit, see kind of how it's done. It's done pretty well, keeping those higher bands of reflectivity, kind of showing hail probably a lot more prominent within that system as it moves on through. So let's get a track on that, actually. Let's put this past hour. And it's kind of, here's where it starts to kind of merge just a little bit with that line we were talking about. So it's going to shift directions. It's going a little bit more northeast, or kind of more northern almost. But once it kind of joins with that line, I'm going to start going more that northeastern direction. And we can actually look at that gust front, which might help pinpoint the direction on where we can track this out. Let's see if I can frame this up for you guys. It'll be kind of an interesting one to draw. I'm going to watch it one more time so I can try to give y'all a good line as it kind of combines. Okay, let's go to now. And then let's draw one out. Oh, actually, wait, let me take a look at this real quick. Oops. Take that off. Let's see here. Let's switch this over and let's go. We're still in Jackson. I want to do our wind. Try to see why this is trying to pop up. See if it's anything worth noticing, because I noticed it popped up. I don't really see anything that's screaming anything tornadic or any rotation taking place. I mean, I could kind of see on this version where it might see some of that green and red trying to mix just a little bit, but in my opinion, that's not really matching up with anything that I would think is a tornado by any stretch. It could definitely try to start rotating, but I'm not even expecting that. Even on our peak threats, kind of showing more of a hail threat, not really showing much of that wind shear either, so just not really becoming as prominent for those out there in Laurel Hill in the free trade region. Taking a look at that storm relative and reflectivity, I mean, it's just, in my opinion, not impressive one bit. Matt, I know you're taking a look at this. Do you have any thoughts on that and why it's popping up?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get like ahead of the line here, and in these kind of situations, and I don't see a lot. I'm going up scans here, like basically I'm walking up the various scans on the radar, and I don't see enough there, at least not on that. Let me check. I think the alias base reflectivity, I should be able to go up the scans as well. I think maybe what it's seeing is that one little pixel there, but I don't know that I think that's legit. I'm gonna go back a scan just in case, because as you can see, I'm basically interpolating a bunch of different scans all at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Like if I put all the scans on, take them all off. We're gonna start low. I'll just kind of add it in. See, I think that maybe that's what it's seeing there on a couple of those scans down low, is that, hey, there might be something there, but I don't think in retrospect, kind of looking at this, I just don't see it.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. It really wasn't that impressive to me.
Let me double check this. Let's see if this works. Okay, and this is one of those things. Yeah, I'm just like looking at the super res stuff and everything. I don't see it.
Okay, me neither. Which, while I have you, I was about to draw out that kind of track on that kind of hail cell that was making its way through the around the Jackson region. We were talking about how it started to merge just a little bit, shift directions. How would you kind of draw out that storm track?
Okay, give me so the one near Pelahatchie and Morton?
Yes, the Morton one.
Okay, so let's see here. So the way I look at this is, imagine you spill 2 cups of water, right?
Okay.
In 2 different spots, and they're both kicking out rain, cooled air is essentially what this is. Kind of two gust fronts if you think the water like spilling on a table. how you kind of, or like you're looking in the ocean, you have two waves that are kind of converging toward one another.
Mhm.
I think I look at it as, that is probably what we are dealing with here, where you have kind of just both the areas are sort of kind of going the same direction. So let's pause it for that answer. So kind of ends up with sort of a C sort of shape like this, where it's all kind of like spilling this direction. I'm going to give it a little extra speed though, because if you took 2 cups of water and put them in this, the amount of water, how quickly the water would be heading toward the edge of the table would increase, right?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of what I would say on this. So something like, let's double check. You basically, in the middle of it, there's an area where you have constructive interference. It'll go somewhere like this. Your peak impacts will be pretty much right near that center line. So I try to get my track close to aligned with that center line, assuming that you have it kind of coming in like this and like that, and that the two areas of wind are kind of pushing against each other right along that, which also would be pretty close to our boundary up here, right? Pretty much right at the boundary.
Yeah.
So it's all converging at the boundary there as it kind of heads northeast. That would be my guesstimation on it. I'll bet specifically if we look at base velocity for that. Yeah, you see how there's kind of that spot in the middle there. And then sometimes you get something spin up near that. So weirder things have happened than for this to, but I would say that, even though I would say just looking at the red on the wind there, this is going more east.
Yeah.
So all of that to say, I mean, again, that's not quite right on it, but maybe we keep a little more easterly track, something like that. We need Philadelphia in the track. So I think we go back to precip. So you get the angle right looking at this. Yeah, and so that Morton storm's just the more dominant one. If they were equivalent, that's what I would do, but I'd say that now looking a little harder at that, more this angle here.
Okay.
And that might be a little fast at 42, but it might not be, actually.
Yeah. And it's better to give the heads up instead of it being too slow. So especially with them kind of joining up, I wouldn't mind that one bit. So let's take a look at that list that Matt just drew out, which we can go back to now. That way it won't keep switching. Ludlow around 448, Beach around 450. I know a lot of us want to go there for over spring break. Just got to get through this weather first, and definitely some more severe weather down the road, but we'll keep you all informed as we get ready for the work week if you're staying.
What beach? What do you mean by, you mean the beach? Not
I mean the beach for spring break.
Oh, okay, got it. Are you going to the beach?
Not Beach, Mississippi. Do what?
Oh, that's right. You're going to be in college. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Keep going. Good luck. I'm done talking to you.
Beach, Mississippi for 450. Contrail around 455. Lena around 457. Lillian 459. East Hillsboro around 5. Abdan 502. Harperville 502. Midway 502 as well. Gil or Jill, I'd be curious to learn that one. 505. Wolf at 505. Steel 507. Freeney at 509. And Piketown at 410. I clicked on the wrong one again. I don't know why I keep doing that. Let's bump this up just a little bit, talk about some other cities. Walnut Grove around 510, Pearl River around 533. I know that's another big one here in Mississippi. And then Philadelphia at 544. So I know people were asking about Philadelphia earlier in the comments. You can take a look. We're going to start to see some of that rainfall move in a little bit closer. You can even see here, if I can switch this over, we're tracking this line right here, kind of moving its way northeastern towards y'all. But notice y'all have a little heavier of a band just northwest of y'all as well. So that'll continue kind of pushing in. Y'all could see some rainfall a little bit earlier, but that intense sail where we're getting a lot of reflectivity returns with this, where we could be tracking some hail. That'll take a little bit longer to get to you guys right now, a little bit less than an hour. Could see that speed up just a little bit, but that Morton storm continues to be very impressive. Let's go to peak threats. I know that one will probably definitely, I'm saying all the words today. Let's go, Jackson. It'll be impressive. Take a look at those threats. Yeah, I mean, take a look at that. I mean, I would not be shocked that this is producing around an inch of hail, maybe a little bit over. It's going to be saying probably 3+ here. So yeah, I don't think we're to that 3+ range, but the reflectivity, I mean, this is very impressive within that Morton area as it continues passing on through you guys. Eureka around. Let's see if I can click that. Oh, I got to cancel this. There we go. Oh wait, I think you're trying to change to DBC or reflectivity. Were you wanting to switch something? Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, showing a little bit more possible, which those are better returns as compared to the stuff we've seen here in North Mississippi. So just showing increased confidence with that hail threat. Again, sponsored by True Shield Roofing. We appreciate you guys for sponsoring this graphic. But yeah, definitely showing a little bit more probable, and this is better scans than we've seen here in North Mississippi. So this is just south of our viewing area, kind of passing through the Jackson region, getting closer and closer. I know people were asking about the Philadelphia region, just south of Louisville. So definitely something that we're going to continue monitoring as those severe thunderstorm warnings continue moving further and further northeast towards us here in North Mississippi. But I mean, you got to take a look at those return values, kind of showing that there's something up there that's highly reflective, and it's not just a lot of water droplets. That would be some ice crystals and some hail up there, kind of showing that that's taking place within that system. So let's continue kind of going back further north as we'll track kind of the rest of our viewing area up north here. Take a look. Actually, let's switch this over to show that line a little bit more prominent as it continues moving on through North Mississippi. For those out there at Oktibbeha County, I know when I started, we were talking about it getting closer towards the Golden Triangle region. For Starkville and pretty much West Point, y'all are starting to see a lot clearer conditions, if that's the right word for it, not as heavy as it was. We can take a live look out there along Highway 12. Wait for those cameras to load in just a little bit. But take a look at that temperature drop going from those low 80s to the low 60s. So that's a 20-degree temperature swing. So still, I mean, right aware where we should be for this time of year. We're not talking about any frigid or Arctic conditions by any means, but definitely some nice ones. So 63 is the temperature out there at Starkville. 9-mile-per-hour winds coming out of the north. You can tell people are driving totally fine. It's not really a heavy downpour or super gusty out there in Starkville. We can even go closer towards the west side, closer towards Adenton. See those overcast kind of just gray clouds continuing to blow on through the area, allowing for those soggy conditions to continue to take place. Let's go up even into West Point as well, as we're kind of tracking the same exact thing. Not too much going on as that heavier precip is continuing to make its way towards Lowndes County and through Columbus. 63 degrees feels like 63. That northerly wind continues to allow us to feel a lot better outdoors. We just would rather stay a little bit drier as we wrap up our evening and get ready for the rest of our Saturday in store. Columbus, this data coming in or not coming in right now, taking the off day, but still kind of seeing those soggier conditions as that band continues moving on through Lowndes County and crossing the state line into Alabama. So still just kind of a soggy forecast. It's going to continue to be the main focus point for tonight. That severe weather risk, not really high end. Just wanted to make sure to continue tracking that out all day with you guys, just in case we see anything try to spin up. But that's pretty much it going on here in North Mississippi. It's just a whole lot of rainfall, kind of a brighter band out here in Choctaw County, just north of Ackerman, just kind of showing some heavier rainfall. Nothing really associated with that. We can even go through all our products, just showing that wind continuing to blow on through. Take a look at that gray. What we were just talking about, showing not much wind. It's not really, it's kind of flowing more parallel with that radar. So not really seeing anything as evident as we would see on those cameras. For that severe threat, as we take a look at our peak threats all across North Mississippi, I mean, this is typically what you want to see if we're talking about peak threats, and that's just a whole lot of green. I know we can handle some rainfall here in North Mississippi. A lot of us probably wanting it due to us still kind of dealing with those drought conditions as we transition from winter and into spring. So noticing that we have a lot of green for our peak threats and not really seeing many of those blues or even any of those pinks start to pop up. That's a big story. We weren't really tracking out anything tornadic. We don't really have the necessary ingredients. Where we do see a little bit of that blue start to pop up, it's with that front leading line, and that's with that line that pretty much already blew through North Mississippi, so not affecting us here as much anymore. Definitely crossing the state line and heading more towards Alabama as well. We start to see that affecting just a little bit of those out there in Lowndes and Noxubee County. We can go back to reflectivity to kind of see what it's picking up on, and that's that higher DBZ that I used earlier, that higher reflectivity, just showing there's a lot more going on above you in that region. And for something that looks pretty much as calm as that, if that's the right word, as compared to something more extreme, just kind of showing that heavier rainfall continues to be the story for those in Plum Grove and Bigby Valley as it continues moving closer towards Archer, crossing the state line and into Alabama. So again, not tracking out anything intense. We still don't even have those severe thunderstorm warnings up north east that we were talking about and tracking earlier. So showing that that's still on the decline just a little bit more higher reflectivity popping up just a little bit east of Ashbank, of some heavy rainfall continuing to push on through. But that's about it. Just heavy rain, heavy wind, and the more active weather still kind of making its way a little bit closer towards our viewing area as those severe thunderstorm warnings that we're talking about in the Jackson region, which I might just spend more time on just due to there not being much here in North Mississippi, just due to that rain continuing to blow on through. This could be something that we want to keep tracking just in case it gets closer and closer towards our viewing area within our region here, which we'll see. There we go, Matt. What are your takes on those severe thunderstorm warnings as they kind of honestly keep their intensity, and reflectivity still seems pretty strong with it?
They're fairly hefty. I think you're probably getting ping pong ball size hail out of that one there near Morton, moving toward Walnut Grove. I think the angle on that keeps it just a little bit south of us, not by much.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I would say that's probably a little bit south. Let's go ahead and put a loop on that. But here's what I'm thinking: we will probably shut things down at 5 o'clock to give a few minutes here for you to kind of get ready for the 6 o'clock show and get some stuff up and going. So that just kind of a heads up for folks. That's kind of my plan, is that we'll probably do that. But yeah, so I would say that it's possible that we have some of these storms get close. But I honestly think they probably stay just a little bit south. It would, anyway. So that's I guess the quick answer on that. You look at the hail swath on that. You do see a little bit of that kind of convergence here. I'll go and pop it to me for a minute. I appreciate it, Caleb. You've been doing a great job there. Again, these kind of consolidate sort of this direction more toward Philadelphia and DeKalb there, more so than into our the North Mississippi. Our kind of cutoff here for the southern fringe is down here. Winston, Noxubee County. That's not to say if we didn't have something super significant, we wouldn't go farther south and cover that. It's just to say that that's at least at this point where we typically cover it. So, but I think this big conglomeration, it's not like this hail is going to kind of cross back behind. That's not what happens here. All the fuels, or more of the fuel's been used up here. So it just kind of typically stays just a little ahead. That angle might eventually catch the southern part of Noxubee County. We just have some time before that's the case. So I do think we'll probably kind of go ahead and shut this on down coming up at 5 p.m. here. So kind of as we work toward that understanding and a wrap up here of what we're looking at, I'm kind of monitoring in some of what you guys have submitted as far as pictures are concerned behind the scenes here. Almost everything has been, some kind of a dark cloud. We have not had a lot of reports of damage and things of that nature, thankfully. So hopefully that will continue to be the case. But I think a quick all clears for some folks that might still be watching us and have some questions as to what is going on. I think we can kind of go with some all clears here for a moment. And certainly for most locations, we find ourselves in the all clear. I mean, I'd say everything outside of maybe far southwest Winston or southeast Winston, Noxubee and Pickens County, everything else outside of that is no chance of severe weather going forward tonight. We've kind of used up everything that we have. Kind of the wider shot here shows, again, looking at our NexRad mosaic, which is kind of the wide view. You can see where there is fuel out here ahead and where there isn't back behind. So that's why we're transitioning out of this at this point in time. Now, coming up here, our next live broadcast will be at 6 p.m. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, will again have updates related to all of the active weather that we have going on out there. And we're going to be looking ahead towards severe weather threats for Monday and a more significant one for Wednesday of next week. I think there's a much better chance to possibly see some tornadoes with that threat. He'll have an update here in the Room to Room Weather Center related to that and what you can expect coming up at 6 p.m. here. So we hope you'll stick with us. I'll probably pop in to say something because you know me, I can't really keep my mouth shut. We appreciate y'all though for sticking with us, for all the sponsors, for sponsoring what we do here on Mississippi Live Weather. And we, of course, do live newscast 5, 6, and 10 Monday through Friday at 6:37 and 7:30 a.m. here in the Room to Room Weather Center. We'll see you then.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.